Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa
Alhamdulillah,
alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
another live stream on the topic of Hinduism, as you might have gathered. Apologies for the late, for the delay. It's just that the Maghrib time now is like after 5 o'clock, so we need to finish the Maghrib Salah and then come on the live stream. So, Azbai, how are you doing, bro?
Alhamdulillah, absolutely fine. Alhamdulillah. Just looking forward to a discussion. I mean, I must admit, most of it's over my head because it's just so much stuff to get through. But I know that, mashallah, you guys at Dawah Wise have been doing these streams regularly and, slowly but surely beginning to unravel, what Hinduism is. And I think it's a really good platform now for even Hindus who perhaps many of whom were not aware of these stories, these incidents and things, So inshallah, look forward to hopefully having some nice discussions and learning some new things, because there's so much to learn with these topics, I think.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. A lot of Hindus are actually unaware of these narrations from their own scriptures, because the scriptures used to be in Sanskrit. Very few people actually read Sanskrit, and it's been lost mostly. Amongst the circles of their pundits and their priests who do read Sanskrit. And nowadays, I think in India as well, a lot of parents don't really focus on them getting information or reading the scriptures or becoming religious. They care more about their day-to-day life. Where will the next meal come from, or what should we educate them, so that they have a better future, like every parent does, isn't it? But alhamdulillah, the difference between the Hindus, and I'm not saying everyone, obviously, there are many Hindus who do, pay great importance to their scriptures and to their religion as well, especially those who have been initiated and so on. But in Islam, alhamdulillah, Muslims around the world, whether they are in Asia, they're in Africa, Australia, America, Europe, you name it, everywhere, whether it's a small mosque near them or just like a makeshift place, or even in somebody's home, the first education the children receive is about the Quran.
Yeah.
How to read the surahs, how to read the du'as, so about the sunnah as well. And this is like from the very from like they're still toddlers, and the parents start them with this information, alhamdulillah.
And I think one interesting phenomena that we notice here, especially in the West, living in England, is that generally when other religions, whether it's Hinduism, Christianity, Judaism, it could be pretty much all religions out there, whether it's Zoroastrianism, Parsis and what have you, when they end up having a more, let's say, liberal, secular upbringing and lifestyle, you find actually very few returning back to the core beliefs and the tenets of those religions. There doesn't tend to be this huge resurgence of people wanting to get back to. Often these religions are by their own, I would say, followers, those of whom have perhaps temporarily at least lost the faith in terms of, they regard these things as interesting stories or myths or more of a cultural identity than actually a religious practice as such. Very few tend to return. Whereas when we look at, for example, Islam and Muslims, alhamdulillah, even those who often have, lapsed in their following of Islam in their maybe very early years, their youth, their teenage years or whatever. But what you do find is an increasing amount of people now from a secular liberal mindset, they actually become quite practicing within Islam. And I think that shows the testimony of the strength of Islam, that the arguments for Islam, the evidences for Islam are actually both intellectually and spiritually satisfying.
Absolutely.
And that's what you need, right? Because if it's not intellectually satisfying or spiritually satisfying, if both of those components are not there, I don't think you're going to get that resurgence. You're not going to get those people returning back. But alhamdulillah, we're seeing it in Turkey, for example, where they've had a very liberal, secular outlook on life for the last maybe 4 or 5 decades even. And then you look at Turkey today, mashallah, a lot of young brothers and sisters are once again really engaging back with Islam, and they're learning Islam, and they're practicing, becoming practicing Muslims, mashallah. So we are seeing this phenomena not just in England, but I think all around the world, actually. Even in the United States and America, we're seeing a lot of people, mashallah, coming back. And I think that just shows the veracity, the strength of the intellectual and spiritual, both the akal and the nakal, as we say in Islam, that you have to engage both intellect and reason, and of course your spirituality, spiritual connection. So alhamdulillah, I think that just shows the strength of Islam.
No, you're absolutely right. I think in terms of the intellectual and the logical explanations that we have in Islam, it does, resonate with a lot of people. And that's the reason within 1400 years, we have twice the amount of Hindus on the planet today. Why is that? Within that short period, the Hindus always boast about their religion being the oldest. They have been around for thousands of years, and if you listen to some of them, millions of years, even before the humans existed. I don't know which planet they were on. So what I'm saying is that it's the clarity, the non-contradiction, message that you get in Islam, and clearly, less of anything that you would, not believe, like fiction or mythological, like, in the time of the Greek mythology. Hinduism is not far off. In fact, many of the things are very similar. And if you look at, today, the greatest supporters of the Hindus are the Zionists today.
Yeah, yeah,
Now, I don't know if you notice one thing, Abbas Bhai. Which community had the largest numbers of prophets and messengers?
yeah. Well, I mean, we believe certainly in the last few thousand years, it would be Bani Israel, the people of
Absolutely, yeah,
the,
and that
you
is
know,
Bani
yeah,
Israel in the land of Palestine, which we
yeah,
call,
yeah.
and they had the largest amount of prophets and messengers. And today they are still pretty much a minority,
Mm,
among the major
mm,
world
mm,
religions, and also many of them have actually, even those who call themselves,
mm,
Jewish, they are just cultural Jewish,
yeah,
just tradition they follow, and the family's culture or something like that. As far as the religion is concerned, many of them don't even care. Most of these Zionist leaders today, who are bombarding Palestine, and literally, causing a genocide, it's they are mostly atheists. They don't care about these things, about the afterlife, about the consequences. And you will find the same parallel amongst the Hindutva, the militant
yeah,
Hindus. I'm not saying all the
yeah,
Hindus, obviously. There are a bunch of militant Hindus who would go around and they wouldn't care about lynching a person, eating a hamburger or just a beef burger or something like that. You know, they would just go and lynch them because that religion, it goes against their religion. So
yeah,
in a secular country, supposedly the world's largest democracy, you're having these extremist hardline Hindus who would go around killing people, even their own kind. I'm not saying just the minorities, like the Muslims or the Christians or even their own community, who are actually the majority, the Dalits and the lower castes. These people, they actually probably got the worst in the community. I would say worse than even the Muslims and the Christians who have
mm,
uh, the atrocities against them, because
yeah,
they're suffering long before the Muslims came or long before the Christians came to this country. They have been suffering for thousands of years. The lower
yeah,
castes, the
yeah,
Dalits, the Chandalas, to the extent where you can't even touch them. They're the untouchables.
mm,
And one of the reasons the Indian Constitution has a special um, condition or a special clause in there to protect this community, the lower caste and the outcasts, is there for a reason, because that is true. It's not something that the British did or something. Even after 75 years of India's independence, they're
mm,
still
mm,
suffering.
mm,
So where do we get all this from? It's from the scriptures.
mm,
And that is where that's the reason we are now analyzing, critically analyzing the scriptures, just like many of this Hindutva, they come around and say, okay, this is what your hadith says, this is what the Quran says, we're
mm,
doing the
mm,
same thing. you
mm,
know
mm,
let's do a critical analysis of your scriptures one by
mm,
one.
mm,
And Ramayana is probably I think after the Bhagavad Gita, Ramayana is probably the most read book as well. So
Really?
these two are the main. So Bhagavad Gita is like those people who are devotees of Krishna, the Hare Krishna movement and so on.
Mm.
And Ramayana is the people who actually consider Ram to be Bhagwan. Now, Bhagwan means like God within Hinduism.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's one of the avatars of Vishnu. I think the seventh avatar or something. I don't remember the exact name,
Mm.
but he's one of the avatars of Vishnu, and Vishnu is one of the Trimurti. So these are the supreme gods within Hinduism. You got the
Mm.
Brahma, Vishnu, and the Shiva, the Trimurti.
It's interesting, isn't it? Really.
Yeah,
I've just put a comment up, Hashim, just to emphasize what the Quran says
yeah,
about falsehood and the truth, and Allah makes it very clear that actually falsehood by its very nature will diminish, will be destroyed. And I think that is what we're actually seeing today. We're seeing, and your point about Hinduism, perhaps doubling in size in the last sort of 1400 years, is primarily and solely as a consequence, really, of birth rate of people who are reproducing in India. It is not to do with the fact that the ideology or the religion itself is so logical and rational that actually humanity is adopting it as a valid and a sensible way of connecting to the creator. I would say that it's the exact opposite, actually. And I think, not to be disrespectful, of course, to our Hindu friends, because this is not the nature of our stream here, is not to be disrespectful. But I suppose that we would want our Hindu friends to just reflect upon the Tawheed, the connection to Allah, the oneness of God, the simplicity of the message of Islam, and actually why, even amongst intellectuals, amongst the most educated and sophisticated of people of society, Islam happens to be and is the fastest growing religion in the world, mashallah. And these things don't happen by accident, especially in a world where information now is no longer a monopoly of just a few who have the printing presses and what have you, like in the old days. Now information is in overload. You can get whatever you want, wherever you want it, and access it 24 hours a day. And despite that, alhamdulillah, and in spite that, alhamdulillah, what we actually are seeing is the truth coming out, which is Islam. Alhamdulillah.
absolutely. Yeah, I was going to mention the parallel between the Zionists and the Hindutva. So yeah, I mean, just like within in the land of Palestine, the Bani Israel got the largest number of prophets and messengers to guide them for a reason, and their own Bible says that it is because they were hard-hearted. You know, similarly, these Hindutva are also equally hard-hearted. Guess where all the rishis, all these the gods and the bhagwans and the avatars, they all came to India. Yeah, not around
Mm,
the world. You didn't see the avatars coming in China or in
mm,
Arabia or in America, so anywhere like that. Why did
mm,
they all come to India? You
mm,
know, and this also shows, like, even after receiving so many of these spiritual gurus that they had, or the um, Maryada Purushottam, like they call Ram, like the epitome of the ideal man, who was good husband, a
mm,
good king, a good brother, and you name it, a good son. And this is the reason we see today, like India still hasn't progressed in terms of, you know, accommodating their own brothers and sisters, who are Hindus. They are basically at the receiving end, unless you're of a higher upper caste. And why do I keep saying this? Because this is something advocated by their own scriptures. So if you look at Chandogya Upanishad, chapter 5, you'll find it in there. And the reason you find such discrepancy and such, I would say, inequality within human beings and how they're treated. So the Chandalas are equated to pigs and dogs. If you do a bad thing, you come back as either a pig, a dog, or a Chandala. And
Subhanallah.
if you do good, if you have good karma, you come back as a Brahmin, a Kshatriya, or a Vaishya. Maybe I think Vaishya might not be mentioned there, but it just shows that you come back as an upper caste.
Mm, mm,
So the lower castes are degraded to the level of dogs and pigs. Uh,
And so this really enforces
yeah,
bigotry. It enforces an elite system of people who rule others, control others, and take advantage of others. And which now, when you look at the contrast here within that in Islam,
I'm contrasting this with the Zionists, with the Jews,
yeah,
because
yeah, yeah,
remember
yeah.
the Bible uses the same language,
Oh,
dogs and
absolutely,
pigs.
absolutely, yes.
Who are referred to as dogs and pigs in the
Yeah.
Bible? The
Well, yeah,
Gentiles, the
the
non-Jews.
Gentiles, the
So you see,
Gentiles.
it's all about race. It's about in
Mm,
which family you're born, which none of us have the option.
control over,
Yeah, you
absolutely.
don't have the control. You don't have the option to be born in a certain family, whether you're a king, your father is a king, a ruler, or could be someone who's a taxi driver, perhaps.
Mm.
It's not in your power.
And
But you
Hashim, it's
see,
interesting where this type of mindset of elitism as to where it leads to.
absolutely,
And we're seeing the same parallels, obviously, what the Hindutva are not only doing, but literally preaching openly in terms of what they should be doing to the Muslims. It's public, in the public domain. This is not a secret. This is not a conspiracy. It's so brazen that it's not even any longer hidden within private meetings or private sort of gatherings. This is open. It's on social media. It's on the media itself. It's literally a genocidal talk, and we're seeing, obviously, and we've been seeing this same type of rhetoric coming from another elitist, apparently favored people, which are, the Israelis, and what they're doing to the Palestinian people. Of course, there are Christians as well, and Muslims in Palestine, majority being Muslim. But we can see where this type of mindset, where the natural progression is and where it leads to. It leads to great injustice and unfairness and inequality. And it's in its extreme. It can, and it does often, excuse the mass murder, the mass killing, the ethnic cleansing of people, which is what we're now seeing as a parallel between the Hindutva movement and Zionism. It's
absolutely.
quite
I
striking.
think it's this attitude of superiority, this superiority complex. What you intend to do in that case is you actually make the others as vermin. Basically, they are
Lesser than
they are
you.
insignificant. Dehumanize them by calling them dogs and pigs. And this is the reason, you see this rhetoric from politicians openly, both in India and in Israel, saying that they are animals. Yeah. Pointing to the one that they are actually massacring or killing, or the atrocities committed against them. So we see a clear parallel between the two. And that's why they feel comfortable in the company of each other. Yeah,
I think the interesting thing is that yet they both accuse Islam and Muslims
absolutely. Yeah,
of having these
the common
beliefs.
enemy. Yeah,
and yet when we say, okay, let's open the books, let's see what it says, and then we find that the Prophet, peace be upon him, in his one reported in his last sermon, what does he say? No Arab is superior to a non-Arab. No white is superior to a black, or no black is superior to a white. It's not about rich or poor. It's not about your state. It's not about anything. It's about your taqwa, your connection to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that differentiates which is better in the sight of God, in the sight of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And what did he say to a companion who said a racial slur to Bilal radiallahu anhu? He said that there is still jahiliya in you, ignorance in you. In other words, this racism, this superiority complex, is something that signifies that you are ignorant, that you're living in ignorance, that you haven't progressed.
Jahiliya. Yeah,
you're ignorant. So, and this is what our religion teaches us. Of course, we're not saying that all Muslims throughout history, you won't find bad examples. No doubt, you'll find bad examples in all people, but you certainly will not find it validated, encouraged, propagated by the religious teachings themselves. If anything, it's the exact opposite in Islam, that if you do persecute someone, then you are accountable to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And the Prophet made this very, very clear in one of his very profound teachings. He said, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, that you are not a true believer until you love for your brother what you love for yourself. And when he was questioned, is this brother in Islam? Is it just your fellow Muslim? And he said, your brother in humanity.
Absolutely.
You have to want for them what you want for yourself. And this is, alhamdulillah, Islam. This is the beauty of Islam. And mashallah, the fragrance and the beauty of Islam is blooming at the moment. And the numbers of people that are taking the Shahada, entering Islam, even from Hinduism and Sikhism and Christianity and Judaism, atheism and all other isms out there, as the Quranic ayah that I've put up clearly says. I don't know if you've managed to see it, Hashim.
Yeah.
It's probably gone quite far up now because there's
If you post it in again, I'll have a look, inshallah.
yeah, I'll try to post it again,
Yeah.
inshallah.
In the meantime, I'm just going to share the screen about what I said earlier from the Chandogya Upanishad, which does advocate, that. So this, I don't know if you can see it on the screen. So what it says here is that among them, those who did good work in the world in their past life attain a good birth accordingly. They are born as a Brahmin, a Kshatriya, or a Vaishya. But those who did bad work in this world in their past life attain a bad birth accordingly, being born as a dog, a pig, or a casteless person. Now, this is, if you see the Sanskrit word, it says Chandolenim, which means the Chandolya. Now, if you look at Chandolya on any of the books of Hinduism, it will tell you that these are the people who are outcasts. Outcast means they don't even belong in the four caste categories, the Brahmin, the Kshatriya, the Vaishya, and the Shudra, who are the lowest of the castes. These people are lower than even the Shudras. They are outcasts, untouchables, the Dalits, the Chandalas. And there are quite a few of these castes which are actually treated differently to the rest of the Hindus, obviously. And yeah, I mean, I think that is pretty clear in their own scriptures. Now, what they say to us that, oh, you have Shia Sunni, you have this Ahmadiyya, you have this. They don't understand the difference between a caste and a sect. Sectarianism is there in all the religions, including
Mm, mm,
Hinduism. Yeah.
mm.
But we don't believe in a birth based caste system
No.
that from the day you're born as a Chandala who's automatically becomes an untouchable, treated very differently. They won't invite you even to their homes for some reason. They won't even the upper caste will not drink water from them. That's how
Oh, I've
bad they
heard,
take it.
I don't know if it's true or
Yeah.
not, and I don't want to slander anybody, but even if a shadow casts over from an
Yeah, they go to
ancestor.
such extremes. I think when you can't touch them, I think that's equal to
Mm.
basically, like even animals are touched. So
Yeah, they
getting
can't touch
worse
your
than
food, they
animals.
can't cook for you, they can't,
Yeah,
it gets to a stage where, and in fact, we see even if a lower caste wants to
yeah.
marry a woman or a man from an upper class, at times that can lead to murder. That can lead to a killing, literally.
And I think there was um, either a Shudra or someone who is called Shambuka. Shambuka, Rishi Shambuka. Or he was actually a Rishi. That means he had a lot of knowledge
Mm,
about their scriptures.
mm,
And apparently, Ram kills him. You know, this is a Ram who is the ideal of the Hindus. And there was another person that he kills. I think it was Bali, for which his karma or his this is considered to be the god's bad deeds comes to comes as vengeance when he reincarnates as Krishna, and then Krishna was killed by a hunter, by the prick of his arrow to his little toe or something like that, and he died because of that. Don't forget, these are the Bhagwans of the Hindus. Yeah, and they also are not free from the clutches of karma. So the karma is like this natural, that's what they say, it's like a natural universal system, yeah, which even the gods don't have control over. So who put it in place in the first place, And the karma system has no forgiveness. It's either reward or punishment, black or white, good or bad. That's it. There's no in between, there's no gray area. So if you do something bad, you come back as probably an animal. You have to go through several different cycles of different animals before you come back as a man. I honestly don't know what the animals have to do in order to become a man. Like, do they have to give up the animal instincts? So when you come as a rat, do you like or a mouse, you stop eating cheese or something. I don't know what you do.
Yeah, I mean, if you come in as a wild dog or wolf or a lion,
Yeah,
you are instinctively going to be tearing apart other animals to survive. That's your
yeah,
nature. That's the very
absolutely.
nature of your existence. You can't suddenly eat a vegetarian diet if you're a lion, can
Yeah.
you?
So they
Um,
say that's a punishment for them.
yeah.
So for them, they become, but they forget one thing: Ram and Lakshman, they were not vegetarians. They
Mm,
actually hunted. They were hunters. They
mm,
hunted deer. Remember Ram? I don't know if you know the story. Let me start the story. Probably I'll start from there. We have sidetracked quite a bit.
yeah.
So I'm going to just quickly, summarize the story of Ram. So Ramayana is basically an epic that was a very long poetry, you can say. Yeah, because epics are, like the Iliad and um, the Odyssey of Homer. These were like really long poetries written to, for hero worship or some sort of a story of a particular hero. In this case, in the Ramayana, obviously Ram is the hero, so this is his story, and the poetry, it actually describes the birth of Ram in a royal family. So his father, Dashyatra, hope I'm saying it correctly, was actually a king, and he did not have any children. He had three wives, by the way. So those Hindus who go about saying that, oh, your prophet have got so many wives, hello, look at your own scriptures in case you didn't know. He had three wives. He had no children from any of them. So what he does is he performs some sort of a fire sacrifice, a yagna as they call it, and the rishi or the sage, gives the three wives to drink this potion or something, and each of them then have a child. Each of them bear a son. One of them had two sons actually. So Ram was the one of the sons, and the other son from another mother was Lakshman and Bharat. They were twins, I think. And then you had Lakshman. I forgot his twin brother's name, but the second wife gave birth to Bharat. And they all lived happily. Then one day what happens is that the king is saying that he's getting old. The father of Ram and all these other brothers, saying, I'm getting old, I need to elect an heir to the throne. And he loved Ram a lot because of his character and so on. And he actually gives he calls his ministers, makes the decision that this is going to be my next heir is going to be Ram. um, One of the housemates hears this. She runs to one of Ram's stepmother. Her name is Kaikai, and she, along with the housemate, make a plot that they go to the king and tell the king. So KK goes to the king and tells him that I had saved your life one day, and you had given me these two boons which I could use anytime, and I want to use them today. One of the boons is that Ram will be exiled from the kingdom for 14 years, and my son Bharat will be the king. And when when the king hears this, he's distraught, and he's unhappy. Obviously, he wanted Ram to be the king. And then KK goes to Ram and narrates the story. Ram accepts it happily, saying, "You're my mother. I respect you." And he decides to go to the forest for his exile. His wife Sita, whom he's married to, says that I will come along as well. Ram says, no, you don't have to. And she insists that my life is nothing without you. That means I love you so much that this kingdom, this life here in Ayodhya, means nothing to me. And Lakshman has the same opinion. So Sita and Lakshman, to make the story short, accompany Ram in the forest. And what happens is that in the forest, one day Sita gets abducted by this individual, or this Rakshasa called Ravan. So he uses some form of disguise, abducts her, while Ram is gone hunting for this deer that Sita really wanted and liked. And then Ravan takes Sita to his palace in Lanka. They say it's a Sri Lanka today, but it's an island, so it must be that. I think the only island, the big island near India, is Sri Lanka. And Ravan captures her, abducts her, keeps her, I think, in his possession for at least a year before Ram and his army of monkeys, the Hanuman, and who is actually the commander of the monkeys, and their army, they join forces with Ram, Lakshman, to rescue Sita from the clutches of Ravan. Again, fast forwarding, a battle ensues. Uh, Ravan is killed by Ram, and Sita is brought back to Ayodhya. They live happily for a few years, or something like that. Then people start talking about her, about Sita, that she has been in the company of this man, this Rakshas Ravan, for 1 year. They are doubting her chastity. And Ram also doubts it because he believes what the people are saying. So he says something like, okay, let's do this fire test. So Sita is now has to prove her purity. So they say that if you go in this fire and you come out unscathed, then you are pure. Otherwise, you are telling lies that you are pure. So she goes through the fire test. She comes out unscathed, and that proves her purity. However, the people are still not believing her, and eventually Ram decides that for the best of the kingdom, as a king, I actually banish her to the forest. Don't forget, at this time, Sita is pregnant, and she's still banished to the forest by Ram. She goes to the forest. I think she eventually delivers two sons, Love and Kush, who actually learn the Ramayana from the very person who wrote Ramayana, which is Maharishi Valmiki. So Maharishi Valmiki is the one, taking care of Sita and her children and so on in the forest. And eventually, I think one day Ram, Sita, and his children do unite. And then, to make this story short, she goes back to the palace. Again, they actually banish her. They don't believe her that she is pure. And once again, she's been, and I think at this moment she realizes that I've been through so much, and still I'm getting this rumors. People are still spreading these rumors that I'm pure. So what she says is that, let the earth swallow me, and this was the Lord of the earth, whoever it was, forgot the name, uh, you know takes her. So basically she's buried alive and she dies, and she goes to the next realm, and she becomes a goddess, obviously. Like most of them, their heroes, they are either gods or goddesses. So every one of them, including the person who authored the book, Valmiki, Maharishi Valmiki, actually becomes a god in some of these. There's actually a caste, called the Valmikis, and they worship Valmiki as a god. They build mandir, they build temples in his name. Yeah. And this is the status they receive. Once you impress them with your really good stories, your narrations, you become, you know qualified to be worshipped, qualified to be a god. So yeah, I mean, that's a small summary. I'm sure there's a lot of detail that I could have added, but for the brevity of this stream, and because we are going to call upon the Hindus to come and give us their narrative, their understanding of the Ramayana, why it plays such an important role in their lives, and what are the morals you learn from it, and what are the things that you would consider to be condemnable, because it is something that we have to look at it when we critically analyze anything. And if there is something wrong, you condemn it. Simple as that. So we are going to, you know, inshallah, call the guest very soon. I would really advise our Muslim brothers and sisters not to join yet, until we call you. So we'll be calling the Muslims later on, but we want to give priority first to the Hindus in particular, even the non-Muslims, if they can, other than the Hindus, if they wait until later on, unless they got something, unless the non-Muslim wants to add something, which
Yeah.
is in line with this topic.
And if a Hindu or a Christian or atheist or whatever wants to accept Islam, they have a couple of questions, and we'll, I'm sure, expedite them on quickly to do, inshallah ta'ala, their shahada. Brothers and sisters, do keep the chat friendly. and clean, even though there might be some people who are antagonist or making antagonistic comments and remarks. Keep it respectful. And somebody did mention in the chat, are you an anti-Hindu channel? And we're not anti anything. Hashim, mashallah, brother Mansur, who have this channel Dawah Wise, it's not anti anything. I'm a guest on their channel. We're not anti-Hindu, anti-Christian, anti anybody. But these things should be discussed, and these things should be discussed respectfully. And ultimately, when there are two contradictory opinions, then it seems sensible that we discuss it in a nice way. And as the Quran says, if you speak the truth, provide your evidence. So we should provide our evidence, use our reason, and then adopt a methodology that's fair and just and balanced, and arrive at a conclusion that we hopefully feel is the best way of connecting to the creator of the heavens and the earth. Hinduism, ultimately, you do believe in a supreme being, the creator of everything. We believe in a one supreme being as well. Unfortunately, even though some people say all rivers lead to the sea, in reality, many rivers end up in a dam, in a dead end. And we don't want our Hindu friends or Sikh or Christian, Jewish friends or atheist friends in humanity, our brothers in humanity, to end up in those dead ends. So we would like to have that discussion with you. So I don't know if Hashim, have you put the link up, and we can hopefully start to speak to some of our Hindu friends or whoever else would like to join the stream if they're not Muslim.
Absolutely. Jazakallah khair. Yeah, so we've got the link already pinned to the live chat. And if you want to join in, we are inviting the Hindus first. So please do join, give us your version, because we don't want to, be having a monologue here between us. We want to have a dialogue with the Hindus in a friendly way, in a way which is respectful to each other. And it's, just like the way many Hindu channels actually look at the scriptures of the Muslims. Many of the non-Muslim channels do that as well. Whether they do it disrespectfully or something, that is not something we are going to follow, because they are not our teachers. We follow our leaders, who are the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the Ashab, the companions. We follow their example. So please bear in mind that this channel is not to show any sort of Hindu phobia or anything like that. If reading your scriptures is Hindu phobia, then I think the scriptures should be, discarded by the Hindus themselves. If it consists Hindu phobia, then you should be the one condemning it. Don't let us, who are the outsiders to your religion, come and condemn it. But if you don't do it, then we will do it. So this is how it goes. If you go,
and God, where we say Allah is the source of all good and beauty, and so the teachings themselves should be beautiful, and they should beautify a soul and beautify a person and beautify their character, and encourage the best of behavior, best of character. And if you feel that these things are embarrassing, or that you shouldn't talk about this, or nobody should mention these things, then you perhaps need to take a bit of introspection, have a deep think about whether what you're believing and what you're trusting in is actually from that source of all good, the creator of the heavens and the earth.
Absolutely. And our religion teaches us Amr bil Maruf wa Nahy anil Munkar. So it's to enjoin the good and to forbid the evil. So if you see any bad, if you see any evil, you stop it with physically, or you stop it, with words. And if you can't do that, then at least in your heart, you should feel that remorseful. You should feel bad and say this is wrong. And that is the least of Iman. And we follow that example of the Prophet, peace be upon him, who gave us this hadith, who actually taught us this principle. And we employ the same, even with the Muslims, even with the Qadianis, who are non-Muslims. We actually, call out things which are wrong, even in those religions or those ideologies that they follow. So we don't only do this to the Hindus. Trust me, we actually have been doing it long before to the atheists, the Christians, the and everyone. We actually critically analyze their ideologies as well. So don't think we are just after the Hindus. It's
Yeah.
just that because recently in India, because of this Babri Masjid and Ram Mandir case, it has actually resurfaced this sort of Hindutva call using slogans like Jai Shri Ram when they're killing someone, when they're
Mm,
lynching someone,
mm,
when they're
mm,
forcing someone to say this Jai Shri Ram.
mm,
Do you
mm,
really think Ram would wanted that?
mm,
This Maryada Purushottam. Did he go around telling those people who don't believe in him to, say the slogan in my name? No,
mm,
absolutely not.
mm,
So if anything, you're not following Ram. You're all
mm,
anti-Ram, if that
mm.
is the case.
Yeah,
Just
and
like
one of our goals actually at
yeah,
Hashim here
yeah,
is important, is that we want to create a greater understanding and tolerance between Muslims and Hindus, Hindus and Muslims. It
mhm,
is not to make us intolerant of one another, but to understand each other's positions and hopefully prevent what seems like an imminent genocide or ethnic cleansing in India. And I think that nobody in their sensible mind would ever want that if they are God fearing and they believe in God.
absolutely, yeah. Yeah, so we're going to let the guests in. So if there are any Hindus waiting in the back studio, please remove yourself for now. We're going to be inviting the non-Hindus later on. So please cooperate with us so we can have this stream in a way which is organized, which is actually beneficial to everyone. Jazakallah khair. Right. So we're going to give priority to anyone who has the cameras on. So if there is anyone with the camera on, they'll be given priority. If you want to keep it on, it's entirely up to you. Okay, Sharat Tiwari, I'm going to bring you in first. How, how are you doing, Sharat? You all right? It,
Yeah,
can you hear us? Yeah?
yeah, I can hear you. Can you
Good, good.
hear us?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Greater Noida, Uttar Pradesh,
Okay, from
in
UP.
India. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, how far are you from Ayodhya?
I'm near the Delhi, Delhi NCR area, Noida. Have you
Oh,
heard
you're
about the okay,
yeah,
Noida?
because UP
Noida
is
is
a big
I'm
state. So you're from the eastern side. Ayodhya is in the
no
west, yeah?
actually I am in the college, so I'm studying here, but I do I belong from the Uttar
I
Pradesh
see. Originally
bordering state of,
from
but
Noida.
I grew up living in Madhya Pradesh, but I am currently living in Noida for my college.
Okay, no problem. Okay, yeah. I mean, what brings you to the stream? Is there anything you wish to share with us?
No, okay. A friend suggested that you are talking about the Ram temple here.
Oh, we
See,
were
this
talking
is
about the Ram Temple
yeah,
in the
yeah.
last
So
three episodes.
I haven't heard your stream till now,
Okay,
but I had just joined here because at that time StreamYard was not available. So he said to me that when it will be available, I will inform you. So
okay,
now
no
I have
problem.
joined. So
Okay, so
what? So
Sharad,
I have just heard. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay, I
we are
have just
talking
heard
about the
that you are.
Ramayana today. So maybe is there anything you wish to discuss on the Ramayana, or you want to stick to the Ram Mandir issue? Which one do you want to discuss?
Let's talk about the Ramayan first,
Okay,
and then we will come to the Ram Mandir issue. So what are the
okay, that's
problems?
good. Yeah. So how long ago was the Ramayana written? Do you know, like roughly?
It doesn't matter that how much time ago it was written, because most of the oral culture things proceed from the time and they are written later on.
Yeah. So when
So
was it written?
it was written after the Upanishad period.
Okay,
So
let
this
me
is the period of the Lokik Sanskrit. It
let me
should be
rephrase the
around
question. When do you think Valmiki existed? When did he appear on the scene?
Valmiki.
Yeah, the author of Ramayana.
Yeah, yeah. So it doesn't matter that when it was written, because these are
No, no.
these stories are all oral. Okay,
When did
these
he
stories are oral.
when did he exist? When did Valmiki exist? When was he born? When did he die? Do you know, like roughly?
It should be around before to 500 BC. He must be before. Yeah.
Before 500 BC. So
Yeah.
can it be 1000 BC or 800 BC?
1000 BC. In actually the mainstream historical timeline is somewhat much more belief based as it guess based instead of evidence, because Max Muller was calculating when Rigved was written. So he just said that Buddha was in 2500 for him.
Is a connection.
Okay.
Yeah. Go
So
ahead. Yeah.
there are the problems. We don't agree. We don't agree with the mainstream timelines of this also. So
Okay. But
yeah.
you see,
So
it's
yeah.
quite
So I
important.
I am trying to come to the mainstream timeline, but so according to the mainstream timeline, this period is after the Upanishad period. First, there were Vedic periods from the Rig Veda to Yajurved, to Samved to Yajurved to Atharvaved period, and then there is the development of Upanishads, and then there is the Laukic Sanskrit period where Ramayana and Mahabharata were written. Okay,
Okay.
so
When do
it
you
is
think
it is the period before the Buddha.
Okay. Did Valmiki live in the period of Ram?
Valmiki has been described in the Ramayana, but that part is called the Prakshipta part. Prakshipta part is that which is a part of Ramayana which was originally written by the Valmiki, does not contain Valmiki Valmiki as the character of Ramayana. Okay, but there are
You
some
mean they have been
parts
changed?
of
Is that what you're saying?
Balakand. There are some parts of the childhood stories of the Rama, Balakand,
Mhm.
and the entire Uttarakanda, the later part of the Ramayana. Uttar Ramayana portion. These portions
Uttarakhand.
are considered, yeah, Uttarkand, and some portions of Balakand are the later added stories. So these parts are called Prakshipta part. So they
What
are
does that mean?
Prakshipta
What does it mean in
means they
English?
are they are not believed to happen actually, or written in the Ramayana, in the original Ramayana. Somebody later on came and they added, because their verse style, that is whenever a poet writes a poetry, there is certain touch to that poetry which isn't there in those certain parts, so their language have also changed. So based on
Okay.
those proportions, these
Right.
are parts of the Prakshipta.
So what you're saying is basically prakshikta means like reduction
Means
or
no,
interpolation
no,
of
let
the
yeah, yeah,
original.
yeah, yeah.
So when you
Additional,
change,
additional,
yeah,
additional
hear me out.
stories add on. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So if they are add-on means they are not they are lies. That's what you're trying to say, right?
No, lies not, because uh,
Well, it can either be
whatever
the truth
originally,
or it can be a lie. You can't have it both ways, can you?
see, the matter is that we don't know what exactly happened, but we have a documentation of that. So we go by that documentation, and that documentation can have its exaggerations. Okay.
Okay. So this documentation, how old is the document? Because when I asked you earlier, you said it doesn't matter how old.
No,
Now you're
because these are
saying
the
now you're
oral
relying
stories.
on the
these
documentation.
these are the oral documentations. Whenever a historical event
A
happen,
documentation is not
there,
oral, and oral
Hashim,
is a
yeah,
Hashim,
is a
can you
narration.
just adjust Sharad's volume to match yours, because his is quite loud, and so it's what people are going to have to do is they're going to be playing around with their volume controls. But
How is it?
no disrespect, brother Sharad. I think you've got a very good microphone there.
All
But
right.
please continue.
How
Please
is
go
that?
ahead.
Is that better?
Yeah, once Sharad speaks, we'll be able to see whether it's
Yeah.
sort of.
So Sharad, what I'm saying is that when you say documentation, are you saying is an oral narration? So if it's an oral narration, then and it gets changed, okay, just like
because there are historical
yeah.
events
If you let me
which are
finish,
transmitted
Sharad,
orally. Okay,
have
there are,
patience.
yeah,
I'll
yeah.
let you speak. Let me just explain what I'm trying to say here is that you heard of Chinese whispers?
Chinese, no,
Okay, so it's basically if I say something to you and you say something to a third
yeah,
person,
yeah.
and the
That
third person says to the fourth person,
when it
by
goes to
the
the
time it
line, so
reaches the
some
10th person,
exaggerations come over. Yeah,
yeah, by the time it reaches the
yeah,
10th person,
yeah.
the story can have a lot of
And
add-ons,
some
a lot of things which are
most
missing. So how can you be certain that this story of Ram, Lakshman, Sita, you know, the kingdom of Ayodhya, so on, is true? Without the, why do you think it hasn't been corrupted like the way you're saying that later on people added things in the Ramayana?
See, because we go by the logical timeline. Is that possible?
What is the
Is
logical?
a king?
What is the logical
See,
timeline? Because you did not
see,
tell me
there
the
there was,
time when Ram was born. You did not tell me about the time when Valmiki was born.
because
So we cannot have a logical timeline without having these
because
crucial details.
you can rationalize the whole story based
How?
on, if there are some exaggerations, like there are some supernatural elements in the story, so you can, if you remove that, those supernatural elements, still the story is very natural. Okay, so
Why?
that
Why?
is
Wait,
very
wait, wait. How is it natural? I'll tell you what. Ram, his very birth is supernatural because their mothers have to take some portion given to them by some sages because they were not having
it
children.
was it
That
was it
itself
was
is
the put it
supernatural.
was the putra yeshti yagya,
Yeah,
that has been described.
which is a
But there are
sacrifice, the fire sacrifice. Yeah,
yeah, the yagna, there are some rituals, even nowadays we believe in, people believe in various types of rituals, and for some purpose, for some, maybe I want a job, so I will do some penance, and then if my job happens to be, it can be the coincidence. So, but according to my belief, I will think that my devata or my deity has given me this. Okay, so that is the period. So when a king is not, maybe a king is trying to uh, conduct a sacrifice the for the for the
for the air.
person, to get the hair. But
Mm.
if the hair comes, according to his own belief, it would be that it is because of my sacrifice. It may not be because of his sacrifice, it can be the natural birth, because has Rama and his all the four brothers, they are born by natural birth, they are born out by delivery. So that story can be there, but it can be the just the belief of the king. Okay,
Okay.
so
So what about
so
things like, for
a king
example,
can have four sons,
no, no.
a
I
son
mean,
can have,
you know, when the
due
king
to
is
some
not
political.
having when the king is not having any children for so many years from his three wives, none of them give birth. Then, as soon as they perform the sacrifice of the fire, they all the three wives of his give birth. But anyway, look, even if that is
No,
natural
no,
birth, there are many things.
no,
Wait, wait, shut up, shut up.
I don't,
Hold it, hold it, hold it,
I'm
my
ready
friend,
to
hold it.
rationalize the stories and
Yeah, yeah, hold it. No need to
supersede the
rationalize.
supernatural.
I'm
Yeah,
I'm saying let's move forward. What I'm saying is that there are many things within the Ramayana which are supernatural. Don't you think so?
there are supernatural elements added to make the story more interesting, so that the people remember it for longer periods. So that is the case. But even if you rationalize, the story is very much rational, that a king can have four sons. Due to some political
No, no,
tensions, a
I
son
think we
can
have
be
moved
ousted,
on from the four
exiled.
sons. I'm talking about the other bits. For example, this army of monkeys who built a bridge to go to Lanka.
No. If you go to the Chhattisgarh region, there is a Bastar. There is a district called Bastar. There you will find a tribe known as the tribe Vanara. Okay, so
Do they have
Vanara
tails?
means,
Do they have
yeah,
tails? They have
yeah,
tails.
they wear, no, they wear the clothing of the monkeys. There are the
Why?
tribes based on the animals, because some tribes are there which live in that habitat, and they feel affinations to those animals, and they
So
do
you're
dress
saying,
like
are
as
you
if they are,
saying,
they wear the tails,
okay? Are you
they
saying
don't have the tails,
Hanuman
they
wasn't
wear the
real
tails.
monkey? He
Yeah,
wasn't really
yeah, yeah,
this who became really
yeah,
big, carried a
they,
mountain on his with his
no,
hands.
no, no,
All that is
if the see, if
all that is
even
nonsense.
whenever whenever Hindu scriptures, in the Hinduism, there are three levels of interpretations you can do: Adhi Bhautik, which is pure material, pure physical realm, and you can do Adhi Devik, which is called devotional, and you can go Adhyatmic, okay, which is the spiritual purpose of the story. So in Adhi, both of the three are correct in their respective senses. Okay, but the final one is called the spiritual. That is different. But here, the basic story is we are talking about adhibhautic perspective here, because I am giving you the adhibhautic only, which is the very basic, very physical interpretation of the story. So I am doing the physical interpretation. Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
No, literal not. Literal adhibhautic is not literal. It is physical, material interpretation. That whatever we see, okay, we feel rational.
Yeah.
We can
so that is
we
literal.
can remove
so
the
let me ask you this.
supernatural, because
So do
if
you
the
believe
supernatural
Hanuman
will come?
Hold on, listen to the question. Did
Yeah.
Hanuman exist for you or not?
Hanuman may exist.
What do you mean may
But
exist?
that doesn't matter, because
No, it does matter.
He's
He's one of the main characters in the story.
He is the characters. He is one of the main deities in the Hinduism, and
He's
people
worshipped. Yeah, absolutely. He's
people
worshipped.
worship him. People worship
Yeah.
him.
So does he
for the
exist or not? That's the
reason
question. Does Hanuman exist for you or not?
on which level of interpretation are you going? I'm just saying,
When
because
okay,
in the
let me
physical,
ask you. Let me ask you the same question. Does Sharat Tiwari exist? Does Sharat Tiwari exist?
Yeah.
On that
is
same
also
level,
Sharat
I'm
Tiwari
asking you the
on my
question.
identity,
On
as
that
my
same,
identity.
yeah, on that same level, I'm asking, did Hanuman exist?
Let me see. But if when I come to the spiritual perspective,
I
even
didn't
Sharat
ask you for
Tiwari
the
doesn't.
spiritual. I'm talking about, are you existing spiritually or do you literally exist?
If we don't exist spiritually, how can we exist literally? That is
Well,
it.
you could be
We are
dead
the
and you could still
manifestation.
exist.
It's from the manifestation from the spiritual.
No,
But
you could be
I'm
dead
talking about
without your soul,
okay.
and your corpse could still exist.
In the,
You can exist without the soul, but as a corpse. But my question is not about that. My question is about the living
no,
Sharat
this
Tiwari, who is speaking to
Sharat
me right
Tiwari,
now. Does he exist or not?
Sharat Tiwari is a word attributed to me.
Okay, and do you exist?
Okay, that is my name. That is not me.
No,
okay?
but do you
Sharat
exist
Tiwari
or
is my
not?
name.
Come on, it's a simple question. Do you exist or not?
In the physical format, in the material realm, yeah, I do.
Good. In the material way, similarly, did Hanuman exist in history?
That doesn't matter.
See, everything doesn't matter. Okay, I'll tell you what. Did Ram exist?
In the spiritual, yeah.
Ram existed?
That I believe.
Okay,
Yeah,
give me one evidence.
Yeah.
One physical evidence from history or archaeology which proves to us that Ram existed.
You know, the whole trail is there from the Ayodhya till the Sri Lanka. There is exact geographical description, which is the current description of the Indian map, which can't be just coexistential, because if somebody invents a story, he may be having he would have to travel literally from Ayodhya to Lanka to describe all the
I didn't ask you
locations
for the
precisely.
I asked you for Ram's existence, not where he roamed, not where he went, you know? I'm asking you to give me
Because
any
this story
evidence that
cannot
Ram
be
existed.
because there
Do
is
you
a
even know when he was
qualified
born?
influence.
Do you know when Ram was born?
It doesn't matter that
Everything doesn't matter. Hanuman doesn't matter.
Can I ask,
Ram doesn't matter. Sita doesn't matter. Forget the story then.
Hashim, can I ask
No,
brother a quick question?
you can't go by the physical narrative, okay?
When
Because
I asked
the
you, do
devotional,
you have proof for Ram? You said yes.
because
Okay, you're the
even the
one who said
Rama
yes.
Setu, even the
Now,
Ram Setu,
sorry, Ram Setu. What did you say?
the Ram Setu, it has been, there have been archaeological excavations, but
Really?
that
What did they say? What did
bad is
ASI say?
natural.
What did the Archaeological Survey of India say about Ram Setu? Do you know?
No
Have you read the report? Have you read the
archaeological
report of
surveys.
ASI?
ASI haven't done the survey, but
They have
there are
actually.
the rocks.
In fact, they produce a report even, and this is what the report of ASI says. By the way, when it came to
It
Ram
is a
Mandir,
natural. It is
when
natural.
it came to Ram Janmabhoomi, you guys had no problem taking ASI's verdict. But when it comes to Ram Setu, you discard their verdict because it goes against your narrative. So let me tell you exactly what the report from the ASI says. It says a report from the Archaeological Survey of India found no evidence for the structure being anything but a natural formation. The Archaeological Survey of
No,
India and the
there,
government. Let
no,
me
no,
finish.
no, no.
Let me
There,
finish.
let me
Wait.
say.
The Archaeological Survey of India and the Government of India informed the Supreme Court of India in 2007 affidavit that there was no historical proof
That
of the
that
bridge
was the
being built by Rama.
Congress
There
period.
you
No,
go.
no, no, no.
Oh, no, no, no.
There,
Now you will not
that
accept it because it
base,
goes against your narrative.
you can come to the nuance of the circumstance. I am telling you that the base is formed by the wave sand. Okay, there is a sand bridge which is natural, but there are the stones placed which can't be natural
That's what
there.
the ASI
Okay,
said. There's no evidence for it.
because you can just literally there was
Have
sea
you done the
level
survey
was, if you,
yourself? Sharat, have you done the
if you,
survey yourself?
there are the stones
Have
which
you
are
done the
light enough to,
survey? Have you done the survey yourself? Have you done any archaeological
can you
survey of the
can you
Ram Setu
present,
or the Adam Bridge?
the official report of the ASI? Can you present the official report of the
Okay,
ASI?
if it is true, will you accept it?
It is, I have the information that it has been said by the government in the parliament during the Congress period that
Yeah,
Rama does not exist. That it is an imaginary character, but that report was during the Congress period, and it isn't the Ram Setu, to break the Ram Setu. It is a natural formation, but over
I
top
have
of that
no
there
idea
can be
what
a
you're saying.
literal.
No clue
Can I
whatsoever.
ask? Can I ask Sharad a quick question?
yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Sharad, with all honesty, and this is not to mock you or make fun of you, an honest question. In your heart of hearts, do you actually believe all of these things, or for you are they maybe just interesting stories that you maybe attain some sort of
No, for me
solace
it is
from?
a for me it is a historical event narrated by generation to generation and then documented later on.
Right.
It is very much plausible that it can happen historically, and all the inference which we have, it seems that it is a legitimate historical story which has been preserved in the lores of the civilization,
Right. And do you believe that a
and
lot
with
of
that, with
right?
some superstitions and with some supernatural elements being added to the story to make
Mm,
it more interesting, and
mm,
people begin believing in that, and that is the astha of the people. And
mm.
there
So,
are some deeper, that this is the material interpretation, and when you come to the spiritual interpretation, that is different, because then Hanuman comes to the picture as the prana. Okay, so when you go to the spiritual interpretations, there are the deities are the points of consciousness. See, Rama is defined as Atma,
no, so
and
Sharon,
Sita is
my question really
okay.
to you is that you said that you believe that these are historical events. You've been honest enough to admit that there's obviously exaggerations, embellishments to make the story more interesting.
Yeah.
Is that a problem for you? The fact that people have changed the story?
No, it isn't the problem that people can add anything. Okay.
So, so you, so
How do
you,
you
so do
ascertain
you,
something is true if people keep adding and changing things?
No, it's the natural course of the civilization, because
No,
it
no,
is a
no, no, not the
historical
truth.
event.
For example, look, if you ask
It is
about
a way to live their life. Okay.
yeah, if you ask
It
about the
teaches.
Quran,
Yeah.
listen, Sharat. If you ask about the Quran or the Sunnah, the Hadith, we are very strict about preserving the authenticity of these primary sources of Islam.
But there isn't
Sharat, let me finish, please. You keep interjecting when somebody's
the
talking. That's a bad
the
habit. You should
document.
learn to listen.
Okay, okay,
Okay,
okay.
good.
Yeah,
So, for example, there are many people who actually fabricated hadiths, which are the sayings of the
yeah,
Prophet
yeah.
ﷺ and
Zaif,
so on.
Zaif, Zaif hadith. Okay, yeah,
No, no, this is mawdu. Zaif means weak. So I'm talking about
okay,
fabricated hadith, which means never existed at all.
okay.
Weak hadith is where you actually have this tool which we have called the science of hadith, which we use to analyze whether the
Yeah,
hadith
yeah,
is strong or is weak or is something which is doesn't reach up to the in terms of the chain of narration, doesn't reach to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So it's hanged, and those kind of hadith we have. So we have scholars who actually have this science of hadith which they have formulated to find out whether the hadith is authentic or not. So we discard, even if one of the companions within the chain of narration happens to be someone who's forgetful, for example, or who has even told a lie or something like that, we would use that as
When were
being
the
against the
okay, okay,
authenticity of the
okay.
hadith. Now you're saying every time I asked you something, you said it doesn't matter. So for you, it seems like it's loose and
No,
fast, playing loose
no.
and
In in
fast
in
when it
in
comes to the truth.
in in the dharmic realm, things don't go by the binary logic. We don't follow the binary logic. We follow the
You don't have the
Shaitam.
Holy Spirit, bro. That's
Okay.
all it is.
When there are three levels of interpretation of
Shut up.
anything,
Shut up. I'm gonna save your time.
okay,
I'm gonna save a lot of your time. I know he
because
said don't interrupt. I gotta interrupt you. Let me save your time because I can't. I don't know today. I
now
just
the
have a little
what about
tolerance.
the documentation of
Yeah,
hadith also? It
you
Sorry,
happened
Sharad,
after
I
the
think
200
shut up.
years of
Brother Brandon just
Prophet's
want.
death.
By the way, Assalamu
Yeah.
alaikum, Brother Brandon. Sorry,
Walaikum
we
salam wa
shared,
rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
introduced you. How are you doing?
Shut
Are
up.
you all right?
Do you know what the word in English comparison means? Comparison. You know
Yeah,
what a comparison is, right?
yeah.
It's when you take two things or more, two or more things, and then you put them side by
Okay.
side and you compare.
Yeah.
You look at what is different, correct?
But
Well, you
you
look at
will
what's the
have
same.
to
Contrast is
but you
look at
will
what's
have to but you will have to consider the frameworks in which they operate. Okay. If
yeah,
the
yeah, for
frameworks
sure.
are
Yeah.
totally different, if the
Okay.
frameworks are totally different,
So
then you have to consider the framework as well, because I am just saying that
don't
our
we're
framework
not
is
gonna worry about
entirely
a
different
framework.
from
The
the
framework
Abrahamic religions. Okay.
is language,
Yeah.
is the English language. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
And rationality is the framework. So you agree to use your reason and your rationale moving forward.
Okay.
You agree
Yeah.
to this? Okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay. I
because
know
this is
that
how we make decisions.
I
Like if
will take
you're
only adibotic
when
in
you
the
make a
perspective. Okay.
decision
Then.
on when you buy something from the store, when you do anything, you use your reasoning and your rationale, right? When you make any decision.
Okay. Okay. No problem.
Yes? I don't
Yeah.
understand the lingo.
But
No problem means okay.
but
Okay,
now
I just want to come to conclusions that
in case of
you
hadith,
make.
in
I don't care
in
about hadith right now. That's not our
it
purview.
is a
Because we have to go
it is
back
the
to
issue of
foundations.
civilizational identity for us. It is
We
the
have to go
issue
back
of
to foundations.
civilizational identity for us.
So
Even
we
if
have
I
to go
am
back
a
to foundations. So Sharad. Okay, so we're going to
even if
compare
I
and
am a
contrast
atheist,
two
even if I
things.
am
I
a
just want to get you to come to two things to an understanding.
okay.
So we're going to use our reason and our rationale because this is how humans, who are
No,
rationally
I do agree.
facultative
Okay, I do
beings,
agree.
we use these things. Okay, moving forward.
Okay. Yeah.
And yeah, I know you're right, Mohammed. When you have something that you know and you agree to has embellishments and things that have been added for fluff, those things you're not exactly sure what they are. Okay, so you have one thing on one hand, it
That is
has
my personal
embellishments.
belief.
Blah, blah,
It
blah, blah.
doesn't speak for
Zip
140
it.
crore.
Zip. Just all right.
Yeah.
One thing on the side that has embellishments, it's been changed. And if you have something on the other hand, this is an if, there's this possibility here. We can determine this later. But if on the other hand, you have something that doesn't have any embellishments, that doesn't have anything that's changed, that is
That's a
completely
claim.
preserved, and we know that
That's a
it
claim. I will test.
100%, and we know that it
That's a
is
claim.
100%, okay,
No,
100%
no.
that it is
I don't
from
I
God.
don't believe I don't believe the stories of going to the heaven on the back
We
of the
don't care
horses.
about heaven.
Okay.
Stop talking about heaven. You have to think. If
On
you
the
can't think,
back of the Burak. I don't believe in
Sharad,
those stories because
Sharad.
those are
We're not talking
supernatural
about the Barak.
exaggerations
Sharad.
as I well.
We're not talking
As
about the
well.
Barak.
Yeah.
Sharad. We're not talking about the Barak. Sharad,
Yeah.
listen. Listen for a couple of seconds. This is you have a big problem. I wish I had moderatorship because this is really annoying me. Your first problem before anything is you can't sit and listen. If you have two things, one thing that you know for sure, we're not talking about Islam. We're just talking about I'm striking for you an example, something to use your rational faculties because you claim to be a rationally thinking being that exists. If you have something that you know is changed, it's 100%, you agree to it and you understand that it has embellishments, that these
But
things
there's a
aren't
code.
from Brahman or the other men's, any of the other three of the tritheism thing. And you have something.
What is it?
Vishnu, Brahman, Shiva, yeah, the Trinity. Okay, you know it's not from that. You know that it's been embellished by people after being passed down, etc., etc. And on the other hand, if there was something, if someone came to you and they said, "Hey, I have this thing, whatever it is," we're not giving it a name. We're not talking about baraks and hadiths and anything else. If I said I have something that doesn't have embellishments, that doesn't have anything added or subtracted to it, but it's completely preserved the way it was revealed, and we can prove that it was actually revealed from the creator. Not going to give it a name. We're just talking in concepts right now. If we have these two things, which one would you choose?
Those two, and I will confirm if that is found to be true. If that claim is found to be true in the logical perspective, then obviously that will be the acceptable.
Right.
Okay.
Then
Now
if
I have
that
a
was
question for you.
right.
I have a question for you. I have a
Okay.
question for you. All of the three. Can you answer me what according to you is what according to you think describe Hinduism? What is the definition you construct of Hinduism in your perspective?
I think Hinduism is a philosophy, and it's not limited to one person. It's subjective depending on whom you ask. Some people call
Okay.
it Sanatan Dharma, which means like eternal belief, eternal religion system, whatever you want to call it. But I don't think it's eternal. I think the Hindus are clueless about how long ago Ram existed or how long ago Krishna existed. Because when we ask them, when we ask them, they say Ram is from the Tetra Yuga. You know how long ago the Tetra Yuga was?
No,
It
Treta
doesn't
Yuga
matter,
is
right?
an
For you, it doesn't
exaggeration.
matter.
It's
Everything
an
doesn't matter.
exaggeration.
Wherever you can't
It's an
answer a question,
exaggeration.
doesn't matter. That is your answer.
No,
So tell me,
it's an
wait.
exaggeration.
Frankly,
Okay.
tell me, do you believe Ram was born in the Tetra Yuga?
See, I don't
See,
agree with the Puranic timeline.
the reason
Okay,
you're
I don't
speechless
agree.
now is because you don't want to
No,
admit
I don't agree. I personally
you don't
don't agree,
agree.
but
It's
someone
in your
can be
scriptures.
believing.
It's in your scriptures. Ram was born in
We
the
don't have
Tetra Yuga.
commandments. We don't have commandments. You
I
don't know.
didn't call
I
it a
can disagree
commandment.
with my scriptures. Yeah, we
No.
don't have
Hold on. I did
commandments.
not say Tetra Yuga was a commandment. It is a historical thing which you have to rely on based on
Because,
the timing. Can you let me
brother,
finish without you
let me.
interjecting every
Okay.
minute? Listen to the question first.
Okay.
First, before we go forward, I want you to admit one thing. Whether the Hindus who say Ram was born in the Tetra Yuga, are they true? Are they telling the truth or are they lying?
As per their belief, they are telling the truth. But
Do you
as
believe,
per our logical
wait, do
construction,
you believe Ram was born in the Tetra Yuga?
no,
When was he born?
I personally don't.
When was he born?
According to me, this Ramayana event must be around 7,000 years old. Yeah.
7,000 years. How old is Sanskrit?
Sanskrit, if according to me, if you go by the timeline, then the Rig Veda appears around 8,000 years ago, because that is when the Saraswati river was on the full brim.
How old is Sanskrit? I asked you as a language.
As a language, in our timeline, it is at least 8 to 9,000 years old.
No, it's less than 5,000 years old.
It's in according
It's
to the
less than
mainstream
5,000.
timeline.
So tell me what
3,500 years.
language
Yeah.
was the Ramayana written if it was 8,000 years ago? Logically speaking, what language would that be?
Ramayana was not written 8,000 years ago. 8,000 years ago, Rig Veda was written. That is
When
in
was
our
Ramayana written
timeline.
then? Tell me, when was Ramayana written?
Ramayana should have been written around between before 500 BC and after the 1000 CE. This
Okay, how
500
many
years
years?
time period.
No problem. So if Ramayana was written 500 BC and if Ram existed 8,000 BC, so how many years gap is that? How many years gap is that? How many years gap is that? 7,500 or sorry, 5,500 year gap, yeah?
Yeah, wrong.
How can you get a story that is
5,002.
how if the author is living, let's say you're the author now and you have to write something about 5,000 years ago.
Core is there.
What is going to be your source? What is going to be your source?
Core is there.
Sorry?
Logical core is there.
No.
I can
If
use
you
my
were to write
inference to draw
something, if you were to narrate something about people living 5,000 years from today, what would be your source?
Now, first of all, let me
You see how
define
illogical it is? Using
what it means to be
using
Hindu.
logical deduction, your
Now,
entire premise falls apart.
Now,
And you have
brother,
realized this.
let me
That's the
first
reason
make it.
you
Look,
feel
But
nervous
here,
now. Look at your
Hashim,
face.
he already
No,
agreed
You look
that
so
if
no,
nervous
I'm
now.
not.
no, he
that isn't
already
the case.
agreed that if we can provide him with the hypothetical other option, he said logically speaking he would have to choose it. So I think it's time to move on and
No,
have
no,
him recognize the
You
other
cannot
things
write
that it
something
deserves.
about
no, no.
5,000 years
Now,
ago if you don't know the
please,
source.
please,
You have no
please,
source of
please,
what
let me
Hakim, let
Ramayana,
Sharad
Ramayana.
respond, and then I'd like to ask him a quick question again, if that's
Yeah,
all
go ahead.
right.
now, sir, please, will you give me a time to describe what what being a Hindu
I
is?
think we
Okay.
have moved on from there. You need to tell us
No,
logically how can
no,
Valmiki
you
write
answered
something
either
about
way, but I am going to provide now what the actual definition according to the Indian constitution, because there is no
Indian
shastra or
constitution
there
is
is no
defining.
scripture
Wait,
which
wait.
describes
Indian
what being a
constitution
Hindu
is
is.
going to define what Hinduism means, really.
There are two instances. If you go by the
Who wrote the
Hindutva
Hindu
Savarkar,
constitution? Do you know? Who wrote the Indian constitution?
Indian constitution was formed by the Constituent Assembly, which was formed on the 26th of November 1946.
Yeah,
No,
and who wrote
48, 1948.
who drafted the constitution of India?
It was the drafting committee and it was headed by Dr. Bhimrao.
Okay, Dr.
There was a
Ambedkar.
committee, there was a
Okay.
constituent, there was a constituent assembly, then there was a drafting committee, and that committee was headed by the Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar. So that is the true picture of,
Okay.
because
So
people
Dr.
paint that Dr.
Dr.
Bhimrao
B.R.
Ambedkar brought
Ambedkar
the
was part of the committee, yeah?
it.
He
He
was part
was
of the committee,
that
right?
he was the head of the drafting committee of the constitution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sorry, did you say Hinduism is being defined by which constitution?
No, because word Hindu is what it is to be a Hindu has been defined by Veer Savarkar, has been defined in Indian Constitution. There are two definitions available. There is no other definition available
What is the definition of
as of
Hindu,
now.
according to you?
According to the Savarkar, every person who
Yeah.
believes in Bharat, this Indian geography, okay, this Indian geography as her fatherland or motherland, whatever you want to say, as well as her Pavitra Bhumi, Punya Bhumi. Okay, so Punya Bhumi. If you recognize this land as your Pitra Bhumi and your Punya Bhumi,
Can
means
you
this is your
can you
sacred land.
yeah.
This is your sacred land. This is your first means civilizational land, which
Do
you
you want
find
do you want to tell our audience who was Sarvakar?
Veer Savarkar.
Yeah.
Don't you know about the Veer Savarkar?
No, many people don't know because most of our audience are
He
here
he
in
is
England.
your prime. He's the prime because he's the founding. He's considered the founding father of the Hindutva movement, and he formed the
RSS?
RSS. Yeah,
Yeah.
RSS. He founded the
So
RSS.
this is
He was the Indian freedom fighter. Yeah.
is a paramilitia part of the Hindutva.
How is it paramilitia? I
That's
don't
how
understand. But
that's the reason it got banned 3 times in India. Do you know that?
that was a Congress period. That was a Congress period.
It doesn't matter. Congress was elected by the Indian people.
How can you describe some person who is carrying a wooden stick as a paramilitary when there are the organizations carrying AK-47s and carrying out suicide
Well,
bombings everywhere?
don't forget, Godse was the one
Don't compare.
who shot Gandhi with a gun. So there were people with guns as well. Don't worry.
If
In the
if
RSS.
if that doesn't paint the whole organization,
Okay.
and
I don't know why you're bringing Sarvarkar as a definition
Who
for
killed
Hinduism.
Gandhi?
Have you not
because
found anyone better than a Hindu
then
nationalist? Seriously?
anyone if you go by the Indian Constitution, Hindu court law applies to all people living in India which do not follow Christianity, Islam, Judaism, and
Why you're bringing this?
Zoroastrianism.
I don't understand.
That's it.
I thought you were going to give us a definition of Hinduism, and your
Because
definition is anyone who considers
and
India
even
as their motherland.
I do
Seriously?
believe I do go by the Savarkar's definition.
Yeah,
Those
because
who believe Bharat.
you are a Hindu nationalist. That's why you're
Yeah,
part of the RSS.
means I am not officially the part, but
You don't need to be
unofficial I
officially. You
once
just need to
visited.
be.
I
You
just
just need to be supporting
I
them,
have
and
met
you're part of it.
I have met the people and I have
Okay, no
once
problem.
conducted a
So
saka. Okay.
let's cut to the chase. Are you saying Hindu just means someone who considers India as their
It's
motherland? Is that
It's
what you're saying?
no. India as both Pitra Bhumi and Punya Bhumi, as a land of first priority, as a civilizational heritage. Whoever believes in the civilizational heritage from Bharat, okay, that is,
But that's
you don't need to
civilization.
believe anything.
Yeah,
That has
That
nothing
is
to
a
do
civilization.
with religion,
civilization.
man.
So you're saying it's not a religion? Is that what you're saying?
You're saying that it's a nationalism,
Yeah, it's not the.
ethnocentric nationalistic identity. It has nothing to do with a
It
way
is
of
the
life.
Yeah,
but
that's exactly what it is, Brandon. It's a national identity.
because
That's
it
that's
is
what
a, yeah, it
the
is a,
Hindu
yeah,
nationalists,
it is a,
they believe that
it's
because he's part of the Hindu nationalist RSS, so he will adopt that. But trust me, they are a minority in India. The majority don't ascribe to what he's saying as Hindu, so he
no
cannot be the
people.
spokesperson. Neither can Sarwaka be the spokesperson for all Hindus. You ask any Hindu who's your supreme god, they'll give you different answers. By the way, who is your supreme god?
Yeah, yeah.
Sharat?
Modi?
Because the
No, I don't think so. Who is your supreme god, Sharat?
No, I heard that he was the avatar
I'm
of
a,
Well,
Vishnu.
trust me, very soon they'll build a
I'm
temple on
I'm
Modi.
I'm I'm an
No,
Advait
no, no.
Vedant.
Last when was that?
I
Last
go
week.
by
I don't
the
know if you were
Advait
gone.
Vedant.
The guy
I
said
go by the Advait
they
Vedant.
already have a temple for Modi.
Have you heard about
Yeah, already
have you
done.
heard about Advait Vedant?
No, what is your sampradaya?
I personally believe in Advait Vedant philosophy.
What is your
Okay,
sampradaya? Come on, it's a simple question. You understand it.
Advait Vedant,
Okay.
the
Who-
sampradaya of Adi Sankaracharya, which
Okay.
he
So
propounded.
your
Yeah,
supreme god is who? What is the name of your supreme god?
because in our culture, in
Because
Advait Vedant, we don't have the concept of God as it is in the Western concept. We have the concept of Brahma. Okay, so
Okay.
Brahma is the transcendental form of the reality which manifests everything. There is this whole universe. Like there is a ocean and there is a wave. Wave manifests in the ocean. Wave
like
is the
واحد
ocean,
في
but
الوجود.
wave is also
Okay.
different from ocean.
We have heard all that. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
From Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, who is supreme?
They are the deity. They are eminent from the Brahman. Okay, so all everyone, because Advaita Vedanta tells you that
No, no,
Aham
no.
Brahmasmi.
He didn't say, he said Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. Brahma can't come from Brahma. So he's asking which
No,
of
no,
the
there's
three is the supreme?
Brandon, there's two. So there's something called
They all come
Brahman,
from the.
which
They
is
all come
which is
from the
according to them
supreme transcendental reality.
their reality or the universal consciousness, which to be
Yeah,
honest
universal
cannot do
concept.
anything. That thing is just an observer. He cannot even move a leaf. And there's no temples where they worship Brahman. But there are temples dedicated to Brahma, Vishnu, and
No,
Shiva. Most of them are
it is
dedicated
not
to
trans.
Vishnu
It is a
and
transcendental
Shiva.
form. Yeah,
Yeah. So I
because
asked you
no,
from the three, Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva,
Hashim, just
who is
quickly,
supreme?
Morris is trying to get in, but I think the studio is full.
Oh,
So
I
is
if
it?
you
don't go
can,
by that.
if you can maybe
I
clear
don't
one
go
or two
by.
people out.
I
Sharad,
don't
I
go
just
by
wanted
that
to,
devotional
Sharad, if you
message.
don't
Okay,
mind, I just wanted to sort
Puranic
of
version.
ask you a question. Really, you said you were studying in college. Is that right? You said in Uttar Pradesh. Is that right? You're studying there in college. Is that correct?
He's
Yeah,
in Noida in Delhi.
In Delhi. Okay. Is that right? What are you studying there? If you don't mind me asking you.
electrical and electronics engineering.
Okay, that's a really good field. Now, if the lecturer started teaching you contradictory things about what you're learning, if the books that you were accessing,
It's the fundamental discourse of discovery. That is it.
if the
We are
books that
the.
you were, but
Oh,
brother,
no.
let me make my point, and then you can of course come back, yeah. And the books that you're being taught through, there's no guarantee as to the validity of what's written down there. Would you ever take such a course? Would you ever accept such a course? Would you ever act upon the knowledge, that type of knowledge? Would you act upon that? Would you believe it?
Because science is also permanently evolving. There are new discoveries coming around. So if anything which stops evolving, I won't believe in that. That's it. Simple.
No, you missed my point. The point I was trying to make to you is that you're doing this course, electronic engineering, right?
Because as of now, it is
And
relevant.
you're going to take an exam, right? At the end of
Yeah,
that. And
yeah,
then you're going to apply the knowledge that you have learned in order
yeah.
to
In the
carry
physical
out
reality.
your work, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
right? So
because
the
it
knowledge
works
is,
for me.
so the knowledge and the application of that knowledge
Applicable knowledge.
needs to be correct for you to be able to accomplish your goal, which is to be
In relative
competent,
real.
which is to be
In relative
competent
real.
in carrying out your job. Correct? Correct?
In relative real.
Sorry?
Because if you go by the
Relative
in
real?
relative, in the relative real.
What is the
See,
relative real?
No, he's talking about this realm. That's what he's saying.
Okay,
A
yes, okay.
realm.
In this,
no, this
in,
real not. As of now, if you are going by the Newton's laws, you can go by the Newton's laws. But when you go to the molecular scale, Newton's laws don't work, because that is the quantum physics domain. Okay. So every if you go by the speed of light, if you go near the speed of light, then relativity comes to the picture. So there are
How often
limitations
do
to the
you
laws
travel at the
also.
speed of light?
But in our perspective, we can definitely apply, because it makes our calculation simple. We can't apply quantum physics because
Sharad,
they
what I'm
do
trying to
automate
do,
everything.
Sharad,
Free
what I'm
access.
trying to do is I'm trying to establish a principle
I
that
am
we
trying to
that
yeah.
please let me just finish. Let me just finish. I'm just trying to apply a principle that as human beings we all accept without question, I would say. When it comes to professional qualifications, knowledge, and application of knowledge, we all value, without, I would say, without exception, unless you have some sort of a mental disorder, we all value accuracy. Because
Yeah, so
from something
we strive for accuracy. Yeah.
Sorry?
That is it. I will say we strive for accuracy.
Right. So where accuracy now is proven not to be there or not to take place, it is but reasonable then to have a level of skepticism in terms of adopting those beliefs and acting upon them. Would you accept that?
Can you repeat? Because I'm getting
No
problem
problem.
with your
No
accent.
problem.
Yeah.
So
Accent.
so the greater level of inaccuracy, the greater level of skepticism in adopting those beliefs and exercising those beliefs, that would be a logical conclusion, right?
Because I don't apply those beliefs in my particular life, because yeah, I will go to the temple, but that isn't for anything on my material perspective, because I believe in
I
my
don't want the
capability.
other brothers come in there, because to be fair, no disrespect to you, Sharad. You might be a very nice guy, you know, but I just find that if we can't agree upon basic terms and basic definitions of words and of
That is
meaning,
what I am telling you.
then Sharad, what ends up happening is what ends up happening is that we can't arrive at anything fruitful. Everything becomes completely subjective. There's no objectivity.
Hold your thought. Okay.
There's no clarity. There's no certainty. There's no direction. It just literally becomes a cloudy, muddy pool through which basically any man can come, any woman can come up with any decision on things.
Whenever Shastrartha happened, one of the prime tenets of the Shastrartha is to reach a conclusion. Whenever a debate happens, even in Hindu tradition, in India, I will say dharmic traditions, there are many sampradayas. There are many. Whenever there are two sampradayas, when there are shastrarths between them, debates go on, and it is to reach a conclusion. So yeah, we are to reach a conclusion, and I am trying to contribute my point of view. First of all, there is a Purva Paksha, means you say something, and then I will repeat your words in my framework, and will ask you if that is what you meant. Then I am allowed to counter it. Okay, that is the tradition of Shastrartha which we have in India. Okay, in dharmic system. Okay,
I think you need to translate the Sanskrit words like political science. You're talking about Shastrartha, that sort of thing. You need to translate them into
Shastrartha
English.
is a format of debate. Is a intellectual format of debate. It can't be actually. There are many Sanskrit terms which are non-translatable. So in English, there are no appropriate words to describe those.
Okay,
words.
so say something close to it so people can understand.
It's a form of
if you want to call it a debate, That's fine.
Debate, philosophical debate. Okay,
Yeah. So you just
that
mentioned there are many sampradayas. Yeah. You mentioned that term. When I asked you what was
Yeah.
your sampradaya, you were reluctant to tell us. Why is that?
No, I go by the Advaita Vedanta.
Yeah, but
I
even
go
the
by the
Advaita
philosophy
Vedanta,
of Advaita Vedanta.
they follow a particular sampradaya.
No,
You know, for
I
example,
am not affiliated to any matha or sampradaya.
so you're not affiliated to any at all. So that's the reason when I asked you who is supreme from Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, you were unable to answer.
Because I don't go by that. I go by the Advaita Vedanta perspective, which is of the Brahm. Okay, there is a one Brahm which manifests as everything in this physical reality.
Do you not believe in Vishnu and Shiva?
What?
Do you believe that Vishnu and Shiva exist or not? What kind of a Hindu are you, man? Seriously. These are
on the spiritual realm, on the spiritual realm, no. On the physical realm, perhaps. On the devotional realm, certainly.
Okay. So do you give devotion to all the gods?
Yeah, I do devotion.
Okay.
But I am primarily, if I go by the devotion, I go by the
devotion to
by
things that
Sri Ram,
possibly don't
by
exist.
Sri Ram. Okay, I go by the devotion of Sri Ram because I am not a person of bhakti sect, but I believe in Gyan Yoga. Okay, Gyan Yoga means the constant strive for knowledge. Okay, you
Okay.
go,
Do you
you strive
worship?
for your mukti, you strive for
Yeah.
your salvation by the path of knowledge. So I am a knowledge seeker, but knowledge seeker have a problem, because whenever you seek the knowledge, you can become egoistic. So to remove that ego aspect, to be
Humble.
to
Humble.
bring to be humble,
Yeah.
it's very important to be humble. So for that humble aspect, people adapt the devotional aspect to I can devote to some god, and I can be so that I can be humble. But that doesn't mean that I will stop striving for the knowledge. My main path
Okay.
is
No
knowledge. I
problem.
will seek salvation through knowledge.
Let
That
me
is it.
ask you this: do you worship idols, gods in the form of idols? Do you worship? Are you into idolatry? Do you do any murti puja?
uh, Idol is a wrong word. Murti is the correct word.
Okay, use
Because
murti, no problem. It's the
okay,
same thing to us.
I gotta make
because
sujood
it
real
is
quick.
not the same thing. It isn't the same thing,
I
because
said to us, it's the same thing.
but yeah, I will I go to the temple, and I will.
Okay, so you talked about rationality, about logic, and all these things. Do you believe?
Because that is my I am saying that I am devotional, because I have to avoid the ego. That is why I will go to the murti and pray for it. That's
No, but what I'm saying
to
is that
remove
look,
my ego. Yeah,
there
so
are
that I don't
people.
become the egoist.
There are
Yeah.
people who are Brahmins. You're not a Brahmin, I'm assuming, yeah.
Don't you see the Tiwari in surname?
Sorry, it could be. You could put any name there. Doesn't make you a Brahmin.
Tiwari is a Brahmin surname. I am a
Okay,
Brahmin. I am
so
Kanyakubji Brahmin.
the top Brahmins who have studied their books and who have reached that level, they don't need to worship an idol. Do you agree?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
It
so
isn't.
you're
It
lower.
isn't necessary. It
You're
isn't
lower than them
mandatory.
in the status of your devotion to God, because for you an idol is required in order to worship. For them, it's not.
It
Do you?
isn't required. Like it isn't superior or inferior thing. It is by personal preference of individuals. Nobody is superior. Nobody is inferior to anyone else. That is
So it's
our belief.
subjective then, yeah. Anyone can
Yeah,
decide how to worship.
yeah. You can decide. You can even be an atheist and still be a Hindu. Okay. You can say
Yeah,
there is no God. You can be a Charvak and say there is no soul. There is no God. I just believe in this total. The Charvak school of philosophy in Indian school of philosophy is called the Nastik school. Nastik means the
yeah.
one
The
which
Buddhists, the
goes
Buddhists
by
don't
the
believe in God. The Jains don't believe in God. They are
no
spiritual,
Yeah,
spiritual atheists.
Jain and Buddhism is different, because they do believe in the concept of spirit and soul.
That's why I
Okay,
said they're
but
spiritual
but the
atheists. Yeah.
Charvaks,
Hashim,
but the Charvaks,
my kind suggestion would be
but the
that maybe
Charvaks
we'll
even
get
don't
the
believe in soul.
next guest
They
on,
just
because
Yeah,
I
you
think
I
need
believe
to
really
that
don't care
God
about
is
Jains and
ideal.
Buddhists
you've given a
and
lot of time. Sharad, I think, one thing I just want you to leave with actually is that, you mentioned that it is important to have debate and discussion and rationality. These things are important, right?
Because that is my
Uh,
path.
yeah. So what I would say to you, as you're leaving, is that, I explained to you that your own course that you're doing relies heavily on it being accurate, so you can apply those teachings accurately to your job. Okay. Otherwise, you'd probably kill somebody, right? If you
Yeah,
applied
yeah,
the knowledge incorrectly, you might kill someone in your job, right? So it's very, very
and it happens.
important to establish that this is actually truthful and accurate. And where you find these stories
Truthful,
that are
accuracy.
written down.
No,
Now, Sharon,
sir, please.
let me just finish my point.
Yeah, you need to stop interrupting, brother.
When you find that these stories have been written down thousands of years later, oral tradition for 5,000 years before anything is even written down, where you've admitted yourself that things have been exaggerated to make them look interesting, okay, then all I would ask you to do is just contemplate upon that and think about that. Is that something, in terms of your religious belief and identity, is that more important than the course that you're doing at the moment, or is it less important than the course that you're doing? I would suggest that being correct in one's conduct with and connection to the creator is far more important than the course that you're studying currently. And therefore, the importance of ensuring that the information that you're following is far more accurate than actually the information you're studying, I would say that would be a logical conclusion to arrive at. So just think about that before you go, and perhaps think about it afterwards as well. One of the other things that, Sharad, you mentioned that you're part of like the RSS and what have you. Hashim and myself, we're both Indian origin, right? My parents are from India, even though I was born here in the UK. I still have family in India as well, right? And for us, we are genuinely now worried and concerned about our
So
families there,
if you,
because this movement that you're talking about,
yeah,
and this nationalism that you are so proud to be following and establishing and propagating, is ultimately going to lead to a huge injustice being created in India for people.
for what?
Now,
For what?
sorry,
For what?
what do you mean for what?
Because you are trying to say that we should not ask for the justice for the historical wrongs which have been conducted, so that to care about somebody's feelings.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that the Muslims deserve to be killed and they deserve to be wiped
No,
out.
no,
Then,
I'm not in the favor.
oh,
We
you're not in a favor of that.
see,
So what should happen
this
to the
fundamental
Muslims?
should be corrected.
What should happen to
This
the Muslims in India, Sharad? How should the Muslims live in India? What should happen to them? The 200 million plus
adhere by
Muslims.
the law, adhere by the law, adhere by the
Do you
constitution,
think
and
do you think the car Sevaks were
adhere by
adhering
the
by the law when they broke the Babri
adhere
Masjid?
by the civilizational value. That is it.
Were the car
Adhere by the
Sevaks
civilizational value.
were the car Sevaks who destroyed the Babri Masjid, were they adhering to the law? Answer.
Uh, actual Actually, in the civilizational sense, they were.
Okay, goodbye then. Thank you.
In
Adhere
the
by the law.
civilization
Now he goes against
Because
his own principle.
what the
Bye bye,
heck?
man. Bye bye. I don't want
And
people who are
this is the problem,
hypocritical like this.
Hashim, this
You
is the
don't want them
problem,
here.
right? This is the problem, because there's a certain front that is presented, and as Allah says in the Quran, that they conceal far worse in their hearts. What comes out is very little compared to what they're actually concealing.
Mhm.
And the fact that they justify the demolition of a mosque that was there for 500 years, where there's no historical evidence, analytical, empirical evidence to suggest that there was ever a temple there, on superstitions and on hearsay and Chinese whispers and stories that are being concocted up. They're doing all of these, and they're justifying all of these things. And I don't actually. I'm sorry, but I don't actually believe that people apply by the cultural sensibilities. What does that even mean?
Absolutely. By the way, Brother Abbas, it is the Supreme Court who actually gave the verdict that these car sevaks who destroyed the masjid was actually illegal, a criminal offense, and it is something that is punished by law.
Yeah.
To this day, not a single person
course.
from amongst these car
Of
sevaks
course.
were brought to justice after the verdict of the Supreme Court,
Well, not
which
only
just shows that
Yeah, yeah.
even the Supreme Court's value is not there anymore.
It's not there.
They
And
do as they
it's
wish,
just
as the
words.
political leaders,
Yeah.
tell them to. And that's the reason people like him, young people, today are becoming Hindu hardline, Hindu nationalists, Hindutva. That is what they follow.
Yeah.
They don't care about the law, even though they give lip service to the law that
Yeah,
everybody
yeah.
should abide by the law.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
when
yeah.
we ask them, like that guy, I put him on the spot for a reason.
Yeah.
And I knew he wouldn't abide by the law when it comes
Yeah.
when
When
it
it
comes
suits
to
him.
his own personal beliefs and his
Yeah.
his agenda.
Yeah,
Then
yeah.
the law goes out the window.
Yeah. And where was the law when the mosque, not only was it demolished, but without any evidence of a temple being broken, a mandir was built,
Yeah.
a temple was built, and then you have the most elite of India going there for the inauguration, the opening, excuse me, the opening of this temple. Where is the law condemning these things? Where is the law saying, look, this is illegal, the structure is illegal, these people celebrating these things, Modi himself, this is ridiculous, quite frankly. It's just lip service. It's just literally presenting a particular narrative, when in reality, the actual physical narrative, the works are really horrid, quite frankly.
Absolutely. Not to forget all the people who were killed. Thousands of people were killed after the destruction of the Babri Masjid
Absolutely.
because a lot of riots took place. And this is what it is. Ram would not want this. Ram would want justice in reality.
Yeah.
This is what the reason we are discussing Ramayana, because the whole idea of the Ramayana is to instill these moral values in you, to be a good husband, to be a good brother, to be a good son, to be a good king and a ruler. We don't see this kind of characteristics in the rulers of India or amongst the brothers and husbands like this chap who came just now. When it feels like, it is, we'll abide by the law. When it doesn't feel like, we will actually, kick the law out of
Throw it out
our
the window. Exactly.
existence. It's
Maurice,
pick
remember,
and
you have
choose,
to thank
basically.
me, for getting on the stream, because otherwise you would have been stranded back there,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, Arun, I'm going to bring you in next because you got your camera on. Okay, get ready. Hello there, Arun. How are you doing?
Hi guys, I'm good.
Yeah, you need
So,
to close that tab. I hear my
which one?
echo. The YouTube
tab should I
tab. If you
close?
have it open, close it.
Just hold on a second. Is it okay now?
Yeah, I think that's better now. Oh no, I
Yeah.
can still hear myself.
I don't know what should I do then. Should I open my headphone?
Yeah, try your headphone. Right. So those people who are watching the video, please do subscribe, like, and share this stream. We have to make sure this message reaches as far as possible. And don't forget to subscribe to the channels of our panelists, Brother Abbas from EF Dawa. The Muslim Cowboy has got his website on display under his name. themuslimcowboy.com.
It
And
shouldn't
Brother
be
Muris.
allowed, should it? He's advertising on your channel, Hashim.
That's fine. Alhamdulillah. He's a regular.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
And Brother Muris from Dawa Digest. Make sure you subscribe to all their channels and give them like and share as well. Arun, are you okay now? Yeah, I think I can't hear myself, so it's fixed.
Okay,
Can you hear us?
I guess then. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, what's on your mind today?
No, I just saw that your caption regarding is Ram temple did he ever exist something? So
It's about
I should
today
come
is
and
about
have a chat.
today is about Ramayana, the topic.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You can hear us?
Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so today's topic is about Ramayana.
Yeah. Clearly.
Whether it is a fact or fiction. What would you say? The Ramayana, is it factual?
It is a fact.
Or is it just a work of mythology and fiction?
See, the thing is, I can say it is a fact, but the thing is, since it is so old,
there may have been manipulations or additions in some places to make it more justifiable to the this thing masses.
How can something that is
It is
been
fact.
changed over that has been changed over time so many times, how can it be credible?
How can it be credible? See, the thing is, how can it be credible? You say, you asked me, is it a fact? I said yes, it is a fact. Credible and fact are both different things, right?
Yeah, but when you say it's a fact,
No.
how can
Yeah,
you
I said fact.
substantiate?
That
How can you
Ramayana
substantiate
did occur.
something?
Sorry. Rama. Let me just get my point. Ramayana did occur. Ram was
Mhm.
present. Ram was born. So it is a fact.
When?
He made
When was Ram?
the bridge. He made the Ram
When was Ram born?
in the Treta Yuga.
When did the Tetra Yuga happen?
The planetary positions of the planetary positions of the planet when Ram was born is clearly mentioned in the Ramayana, but I
When?
can't quote
When?
you.
I'm asking when. How many thousands or million of years ago?
That is what I'm saying. Thousands of millions of years ago. Okay, this is Kali Yuga. Kali Yuga alone is somewhere around 4.32 billion, 4.32 something, 4.32 billion years or something like that. I'm sorry,
Billion?
I don't. I'm mixing up the numbers. Don't
Oh,
judge numbers.
you
Actually,
don't know. You just freely add zeros because the Indians invented zero.
well, you can say so. I mean, that is the reason I'm saying. Please don't judge me on my numbers. The numbers I can
My
this
friend,
thing.
your numbers are the answer here. The question is, how far in
Do
history
you
do you
little?
need to go to
Yes,
find out
right.
when Ram existed?
See, you can see me, right? Am I? You can see me, right?
Yeah,
Do you
you're
see my? Do
visible
you
and audible. Don't worry about that.
Okay, so do you see see a saffron shawl wrapped around my body? Do you see the? Do
All
I
I
seem
ask
like a
is,
mahant
when
or a
did Ram
yogi?
exist? You're going in 10 different directions.
No.
Remain focused.
I
Focus
just
on
told you
how
the
many years
planetary
ago.
motions.
How many years
The plan.
ago would Ram have existed from today?
The planetary motions of the planets are present in the Ramayana of his time at his time of birth,
That
and
wasn't my question.
as far as I know, it is somewhere around 7,000 plus years.
Okay. Tetra Yuga wasn't 7,000 plus years.
Okay,
1,000,000 years from today.
7,000 years,
A
7,000 plus
million.
years.
1,000,000 years from today. Tetra Yuga.
See, don't go by numbers. Don't
You
go by
guys,
numbers because I am
the
not.
Indians
I
are
am.
known for the numbers, man. Come on. They are experts in
Okay.
mathematics, especially the ancient Indians. I don't know about the ones today. They were experts. That's why they calculate
Yeah,
the astrological values and all that. Now you're saying
obviously,
don't care about the numbers. You know why? You know why
obviously.
numbers are important in history? I'll tell you why. Because when you have something like the Valmiki Ramayana, which was only written about 300 BC at best, yeah. Now, when
Yeah.
you tell me Ram existed like 1,000,000 years ago, and you have such a big discrepancy in the number of years since Ram's time and between Ram and Valmiki, then the question arises: where did Valmiki get his data from about Ram? Where did he get the story of Ram from?
Orally, because we have a tradition to preserve things, preserve our
Okay, so who was the
our epic.
person? Who was the person or the chain of narration between Ram and Valmiki over 1,000,000 years? Where is this chain of narration of oral tradition?
This chain of narration. Well, that for that you have to. I have to go there. Like I have not researched so deeply, but
Mhm.
the fact is that Ram has did exist. The Ramayana did happen. Everything as said in
Yeah, but
Ramayana
these
did
are
happen.
claims. That is the thing. You can make claims. I can make claims that Zeus existed, Jupiter existed, the Roman god and the Greek gods.
No,
Does
there
that
are
make
proofs
it
still
true?
right.
Does
There
it
are
make it
proofs.
true? It doesn't.
There are proofs still today. There are proofs.
Okay, what is the proof Ram existed? Go on.
Ram Setu is still present over there, right?
You've been watching Bollywood movies, my friend.
Bollywood, fuck Bollywood. I'm sorry. The Congress, during the Congress regime before 2014, the Congress did go to the court and said categorically that Ram Setu doesn't exist. Ram never existed. The Congress
Okay,
got
so
defeated in
which
the co-
archaeological proof?
listen to me, please. Listen to me. The Congress got defeated in the court, and they had to accept that Ram Setu does exist. Ram is a did exist in the
Okay,
Supreme Court of India.
which court of India decided that? Tell me.
Supreme Court of India.
In which year?
Before 2014, when I was in the college.
Okay, what was the verdict? Give me the date, something like that. Don't just make
Just
claims.
Google it. Just Google it, bro.
No,
Just
you're the
Google it.
one. Wait. The onus is on you to
See, I
provide
am
the evidence
from a
because you're
phone,
making
right?
the claim.
I can't Google it now.
Why don't you
I'll
Google
get.
it and tell me which court said what exactly? Okay, because until then, I have evidence from the Archaeological Survey of India, which is the official body, which said that
Okay.
there is no historical evidence that this
Okay.
so-called Ram Setu or Adam's Bridge is
Okay.
anything other than a natural structure.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
You
So you
believe
have evidence?
You believe in Archaeological Survey of India, right?
I do.
And this is their verdict.
So you believe, right?
So now
You believe in
now you have to abide by the Archaeological Survey of India, not by BJP or Congress.
Okay. You
Okay?
believe in Archaeological Survey of India?
Well, based on what they said here, then I would say that they did the excavation of the Ram Setu. Do you agree with that verdict or do you disagree?
If you listen to me, if you
No,
agree
you
with
listen to me first. Do you agree with the verdict of Archaeological Survey of India, who said there is no
show me the
historical
verdict.
basis?
Show me
There's
the
no
verdict on.
historical basis for this
Show me the verdict on the
Adam's
screen
Bridge.
then.
What's that?
Show me the verdict on the screen then.
Show you what?
The verdict on the screen. Bring it out.
Why don't you
You have
bring
the
up
screen, right?
why don't you bring the Supreme Court verdict, which you said?
Dude, I am
Huh?
from a phone, right? How can I bring it up now?
You can actually. What you can do is copy and paste the link in the private chat.
Hold on a second.
Copy and paste the link in the private chat, and we'll put it on the screen. Don't worry.
Okay, fine. I'll do that. Just let me ask one question. Okay, just one question. You
Yeah.
said you believe believe the Archaeological Survey of India's report, right, on Ram Setu.
No, you haven't answered
Right?
my question yet. You haven't
Dude,
answered my question.
one
My
question,
question
right?
was, wait. My question was, if you have trust in the Archaeological Survey of India, then will you believe their verdict that the Ram Setu is nothing? There's no such thing as Ram Setu. It's a natural formation, and there's no historical evidence that it has ever been man-made.
Okay,
Would you
fine.
agree?
If you show me the Archaeological Survey of India, listen. If you show me the Archaeological Survey of India, which says that the Ram Setu is not a man-made thing, is in a natural, it is made out of a natural process, I'll believe that.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, based on
Now, one minute.
Your question. If you're going to ask me anything, I'm going to ask you to bring it on the screen as well. Okay.
Okay. Fine.
Good. Go
Now,
on, ask your question.
okay. So, as you have just said that you believe in the ASI's report on Ram Setu, why don't you believe on the ASI report in Ram Mandir case?
Bring it on the screen.
On the Ram Mandir case. You're questioning the ASI report on the Ram Setu.
I'm going to use your same logic. Bring it on the screen. Let's see the verdict.
What kind of hypocrisy is this? You tell me first. No.
I didn't say believe it. I said bring it on the screen.
No.
Yes.
A few months back itself, you said
you asked me to bring it on the screen when I asked you if you believed in ASI. Now I'm asking you the same thing. Now you're calling me a hypocrite when you're the one hypocrite.
Abbas said it a few minutes back. Abbas said it.
What did Abbas say?
That the ASI's Archaeological Survey of India's report on this thing, Ram Mandir, is totally bogus. They haven't conducted any kind of survey. Abbas just said proper excavation.
What did ASI say? Listen, calm down. What did ASI say in their verdict about the Ram Mandir? Tell me. Let's see if you remember.
See, there was remains of temples were found below the mosque.
I didn't ask you.
It is written over there. You tell me.
Remains of which temples?
Remains of temples.
Which temple? Buddhist temple? Hindu temple?
Fine, I'm telling it. Okay, fine. Buddhist temple, Hindu temple. Fine. You're right now. You're sitting in your house, right?
Yeah.
You're sitting in your house. Suppose beneath your house there is already a demolished house. Can you tell me by the remains of the demolished houses beneath your house that what kind of house you had previously?
I'm not an archaeologist. I'm not an archaeologist.
Doesn't matter.
It does matter.
You tell me.
If I'm not an expert, I'm not going to give a verdict of an expert.
If you find a brick beneath your house of a previous time, you can say that there maybe existed some kind of a building over here, but you can't tell the proper design of the building, right?
There are archaeologists. There are Hindu archaeologists who have also confirmed that this could have been.
Muslim archaeologist KK Mohammed, Sri KK Mohammed has
Muhammad
already
was a Marxist. You should know that. He's a Marxist.
Sorry?
A Marxist.
Doesn't matter what he is. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Matters. Why you guys come here, man?
Doesn't matter.
Why do
Doesn't
you argue
matter.
it doesn't matter? Why do you argue?
He's a Muslim, right? He's a Muslim, right?
No, he's
what
a
does
Marxist.
Oh, Marxist. In India, Marxist and
Muslim.
In India, Marxist and
Muslim. You know, there are many Hindus. Sorry, many non-Hindus who have Hindu names, and they don't believe in Hinduism. Similarly, there are Muslims who have Muslim names. They don't believe in Islam. They are Marxist. Okay.
You see a difference between Marxists and Muslims since you are from outside of India. In India, Marxists and Muslims.
Who said we are from outside India? Wait. Who told you we are
hand.
from outside India? Are you saying we don't know nothing about India?
Whatever you know about India.
Our forefathers are from India. Just because we are in the UK doesn't mean we don't know anything about India. Keep your superiority complex to yourself.
I never said you don't know anything about India. I said since you are out of India, in India, Marxists and Muslims go hand in hand. I never said you know nothing about India.
Okay,
I never said that.
Let me ask you this. You know, there are many Dalits who have become Buddhists who have Hindu names. Would you call them Hindu?
Yeah.
So you don't know the difference between a Buddhist and Hindu?
No, Buddhist, Hindus, Jains, Sikhs, I see them as Sanatanis.
Are they Hindu? Are they Hindu?
I see them as Sanatanis.
Sanatani. Are they Hindu?
What is the difference between a Hindu and a Sanatani? Hindu is a name or a term given to us by foreigners.
Do you know what is a Buddhist?
Who follow the way of Buddha?
Do they believe in God?
They believe in spiritualness, not God.
Do they believe in God? Is a simple question.
They believe in spirituality, not God. And since I'm not a Buddhist, I don't know the specific things about their religion. Sorry.
Okay. They don't believe in a Bhagwan like the way you do. Okay.
Yeah, I know that.
They believe in spirituality where they have to reach ahimsa. Okay. They don't believe in a caste system like you do. Do you know that?
That is what I just said. I just said that. You don't need to repeat it, right?
Don't call them all Hindus. They are not all Hindus.
You have a sane audience, right? You don't have an insane audience. You have a sane audience, so you don't need to read what I just said. Understand that?
What are you on about?
Have a sane audience viewing viewership right now. You don't need to repeat what I just said.
I'm telling you a simple thing. The Buddhists and the Hindus are different in their belief system.
No.
Okay. No. You know, let me bring somebody else who is actually sane. Unlike this guy.
Why is he so mad?
I don't know. He got.
I mean, this is the problem, isn't it? The conversation
is this Ram Mandir frenzy right now?
Yeah. The conversation gets nuts, and you can actually see the frenzy of why people behave the way they behave in India.
Man,
quite frankly,
normal, man.
It's almost like a.
It's a frenzy. It's a frenzy.
Confrontational.
That's the mode they're in now.
It is so confrontational. It's so argumentative. It's so derogatory. It's not a sensible, reasonable discussion. It just falls down into ridiculousness, quite frankly.
Because today the reason I'm after the 3 streams on Babri Masjid, I thought that was enough, but I don't think they have had enough yet. So maybe this next guest of ours, what is your name?
You muted. Hey, by the way, I posted the link from the Hindustan Times about how the
do you want to unmute yourself?
Yeah, am I unmuted now?
Yeah, what's your name?
All right,
what's your name?
Yeah, let's go with Jay Sharam for now.
Okay. Okay, we'll just call you Jay. Is that okay?
That'll be fine.
All right. Where are you calling from?
I'm from Toronto.
From Toronto. Okay. You've been listening to the stream?
Yeah.
All right. You are a Hindu, I'm assuming?
You bet. Yep.
You're not angry, are you?
I don't know. For now, I don't know. Well, let's see.
I expected
it's 4 versus 1, so let's see how it goes. Anyway.
No, it's not really 4 because usually it's 1-to-1.
That's fine. That's fine. I.
And in reality, Jay, if you've been looking at the conversation, predominantly Hashim actually is the one who's been speaking, and there's been very little interjection by the other members here. So it's not about ganging up or 4-on-1.
No, sorry. I have a probably. I probably had a bad sense.
We want to have a fair discussion.
Yeah,
but it has to follow an element of logic and reason. I think it shouldn't fall to a level where it becomes completely illogical, irrational, and it's difficult to even engage. That becomes problematic. So as long as it follows what, in the normative sense, what we would all regard as reasonable, then it's great. We can have a lovely discussion. There doesn't have to be animosity. It's not about making somebody look bad.
Abbas, you gotta understand, right? So
You
everybody
understand my point, yeah?
everybody's not cut in the same, whatever, right? So
Fair enough, Jay. So what is
right,
it?
so for example, we got 4 different personalities here, right? So I think the Muslim cowboy, Mr. Muris, you, Mansur, Hashim, everybody looks different, everybody talks different. I have had instances where I was cool, I lost my cool, so you never know, right? So there's a lot of things going on. Maybe you have a good reason why you had to be cool. For example, let's say if you were from Gaza, with what's going on, you might not be happy and you might not be talking the same in a composed way that you guys said right now, right? So what I want to do is kind of kind of benefit it out, right?
You see, Jay, even if I was talking from Gaza and I was having a discussion with, let's say, an Israeli, okay, if I want that discussion to be meaningful and fruitful, I'd have to keep my cool. I'd have to bite my tongue, and I'd have to maintain a level of decorum and respect. And if I didn't do that, Jay,
I can only tell you, sorry, I got to interrupt you, but I said it's easier said than done, right? So sometimes, I mean, like I said, right, so maybe, he has been kind of thinking about this for a long time, but yeah. Anyway,
let's move on, otherwise we'll be discussing.
Is it fair to say you guys are all Muslims?
Yeah, we all are Muslims, yeah, alhamdulillah.
Okay, right.
Jay, let me ask you about today's topic. So far I've asked about the age of the Valmiki Ramayana and when Ram existed. And it seems like there is a huge discrepancy in what people believe about the dates. What is your understanding and your take on this topic?
So let me ask you this, right? So what's your interest in what our beliefs are?
No, I'm asking about...
How's that? Right, I understand. You're talking about Rama. I've been hearing this conversation. I've been hearing a lot of
Sure, bro. Kind of I'll give you an answer.
Muris, just a second. If you,
I'll give you an answer to your question. It's we genuinely care about the well-being of mankind because we were instructed to do so, and we want to make sure that everybody's following the truth.
So you interest in the well-being of mankind, right? So which part of the world's mankind are you interested in?
And there's an additional thing to that as well. And Mashallah, Muris has answered as the primary reason, but there's another reason as well, Jay. And that reason is that our beliefs often manifest actions that we conduct that can potentially have a detrimental effect on other people, or even within our own communities. So it's very important as the primary cause, which is what Muris has actually said, which is that we want good for people. We want people to connect to the Creator in the most holistic way, the correct way, the way that has been dictated by the Creator himself, rather than making it up ourselves. So that would be the primary reason. But the other reason would be that our beliefs often have an effect on other people. So it's very important that if we're going to have a rational discussion, a reasonable discussion, especially because of what's happening in India, where we're having potentially, we're on a brink of potentially an ethnic cleansing or a genocide that's going to take place if we're not careful. So those beliefs have to be respectfully challenged, dissected, in order to understand why this is happening, where it's coming from, and hopefully prevent it as well. So I would say that the two dimensions are very important here.
I agree.
So you're concerned about the well-being of humanity or Muslims? So who in particular are you concerned about?
Everybody, humanity. Absolutely.
I think one of the reasons we are having these streams is because a lot of Hindus actually believe what they read in the scriptures literally, and they take many of these characters from the scriptures as role models, just like the way we as Muslims take Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and all the other prophets as our role models. And in interfaith dialogues, we question about the truthfulness of these narratives, and that is exactly what we are doing. So if the Hindus are going to take Ram as a role model and as a character that they have to emulate and literally worship as Bhagwan, for whom they would be willing to kill people and to destroy mosques, then I think it is only fair that the Muslims question the validity of their beliefs. And that is exactly what we're
Can I,
doing. And that's the
can I,
reason, Jay, I'm asking you the question, when, if Ram did exist, when did he exist, and what proof you have to prove that he existed in reality, in history?
I pasted a link on the chat. Would you mind bringing it up, Hashim?
Which one is that?
The latest one.
Wikipedia?
Yeah. Can you click on
No,
that, please?
no, we are not discussing the Gyanvapi.
No. Can you bring it up?
No, I can't. You need to answer the question that I asked you, because if you're going to sidetrack every time we ask you a question, then you might as well come to the
It's not a
stream
sidetrack. I
when
mean,
it
it's
is
not a
sidetracking.
sidetrack.
It
How
is.
come we can quickly
The
take a
question,
look at this, and
what
we
was the question?
can come
What
back.
was the question I asked you?
Okay,
Jay?
so your question is about Ram, right?
It's about the proof of the existence of
the
Ram.
proof of existence, right? So
Yeah.
to ask, you should be willing to give. Is that a fair statement to make?
Say again, I didn't catch that.
To ask, you should be willing to give. Is that a fair statement to make?
The answer has to be based on the question, right?
Yes, I understand, but you're asking a question. What I'm saying is, if you're asking for something, you should also be willing to give. Is that a fair
Yeah,
statement?
you can ask me a question, no problem. But based on the topic that we are
So,
discussing today.
right. So here's the deal.
No. You don't make deals here, Jay. You're a guest here. Okay?
It's just
What
a
is-
talk, but it isn't. It literally
No. If we are
literally
going to
doesn't
discuss,
mean.
listen, if you're going to discuss everything other than the topic,
So
then we will not have time for the topic. So
I
if you're
understand.
unable to answer my question, just say so we can bring another guest on.
All right,
What
so
is it going to be?
I think the Muslim cowboy probably kind of pretty much kind of used to this way of talking. So when I say here's the deal, right? So it's not I'm saying that we have a deal. Okay, all right. So
It's a figure of speech. I got you. I know.
right. So it's not a challenging in any which way. Okay, just
Yeah.
to okay.
Just stick to
all
the
right.
topic. That's all
So-
I'm asking. Simple as that.
Okay, all right. So you're asking about proof for Ram, Shiva,
Ram's
all the gods that we
existence.
below, right?
No, only
So-
Ram. Only Ram.
Okay, all right. Let's say Ram. Okay. Now, if you're asking me for proof for Ram, you should be willing to give proof
Without for you,
Well,
look.
If you
Look
could,
here,
if you could let me
look,
finish
Jay,
this.
Jay, I'm going to be really fair with you, and I want you to understand the reason I'm asking this question. Okay, there has been a lot of chaos in India recently, yes, and in the past as well, because of this character who is worshipped as God.
So let's
Okay,
not.
and
So
I'm talking about
Hashim,
Ram. Let me finish, Jay. I'm talking about Ram. Now, if you're going to do whataboutery every time I ask you a question, yeah, then this is not going to be a productive discussion. So can you please, without the whataboutery, answer the question, do you have any evidence for the existence of Ram from history?
can I talk now? Are you done with your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
I'm done with the question.
All right.
Please answer
So,
the question
well,
without any whataboutery.
hang on. Yeah, we have evidence, but let me ask you this: show me the evidence for
Okay,
your
that's fine.
prophet.
Thank you, Jay. I'm glad you
I
said.
think we're done with him.
No. Let's bring him up. He seems to be a cool guy with glasses. Jay, it's very interesting to hear that you have evidence. So instead of now talking about football and breakfast and so on, let's hear those evidences. If you don't have historical evidence, yeah, just say so. If you have theological evidence, say so.
Right. So what I'm trying to say is
share, because people are trying to learn. From the very mouths of people who profess this belief, those evidences for your belief. It's not something, we're not questioning it to undermine your belief concept here. It's just to have an understanding of what's the basis of your belief. So I'm glad that you said you have evidence. Please share what these evidences are.
Well, first of all, you need to share evidence for your prophet Muhammad. And
am I talking about football?
See what I told you about whataboutery? That's what he does.
The reason why
I evidence about
because
so you don't have evidence.
About Ram, and then we'll give you.
So your answer is you don't have evidence for Allah, or you.
No, we'll give you about Prophet Muhammad. No problem.
Are we talking about football?
Just one give us about Ram.
Hashim, just one second.
One person, please.
Jay, are we talking about football here?
You had numerous conversations, so one person at a time.
Jay, am I talking about football?
We've been talking about only one thing right since the beginning of Mansur.
No, am I talking about football? I'm giving you another opportunity to actually have a productive discussion.
Well, if you can't show proof for Mansur, if you can't show proof for
Jay,
God on basis of which you're challenging other beliefs,
the whole world to know that you are just
show.
What about waffling?
Okay, Mansur,
am I
think
talking about
lost another guest if he
okay.
doesn't want to answer.
One second. Let me just go through the panel. MC, the cool guy. Yeah, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, Habibi.
Am I talking about football? Yes
Look, man. Look, Jay, you got to, at some point, you're going to have to be real with yourself. Like, you ain't got to impress none of us. You're just going to have to be real with yourself. You have to put everything on the same flat foundation and make a determination on is this thing that you're looking at, the thing that you believe in, right? The evidences that are there for it, like the other past guest said, right? If you believe that it's embellished and you're okay with it being embellished and maybe things you're not that accurate, it doesn't matter what we believe. I'll ask you the same thing I asked him. I'm just going to cut to the chase. If I had something, anything that I could prove was not changed, was not embellished, was uncorrupted, and we can actually prove it is from God, and that the one who brought it to us, I have a chain all the way back, that we can prove that does exist. If there was something, call it whatever you want, would you accept that, or would you still stay upon what you're upon?
So MC, I mean, the whole, the reason why, this discussion has been set up is because based on your belief and my belief, right? You're here questioning my belief at the same time I can question your belief, right? I'm not saying you're wrong and asking me for proof or Rob, right? This was started by you guys, right? So you wanted proof for Rob. So since you started this, right, it's your responsibility to show proof of you and your God first, and then
we'll do that now.
Wait, bring it back up just for 1 second, please. Wallahi, please. Okay, Jay, I'm going to be as gentle as possible. All of us here have channels, all of us. And mashallah, there are some that have up to the 500,000 in subscribers. And we constantly talk about evidences for our belief. You as a guest and the one being hosted today, cordially, might I add, right? Very cordially, we're trying to get to know you. You already have an open book about us that you can explore every single day. And we go into massive detail. Look, dude, this isn't our first stream, man. So what you're doing is paying disrespect to yourself by saying, I don't know a dang thing about you guys. I didn't take a moment to take a look at any of your content, right? And now here I am needing special service for you to justify your position, right? Just drop the act, dude. Talk to us like a normal human being as if you met us in a coffee shop and just level with us. That's it. That's the reason why we're asking you first.
Okay, all right.
Fair?
Muris, let me tell you what, actually, I grew up in India, okay? I have been to kind of a lot of masjids and everything, right? So I spend a lot of time, to be honest with you, my dad's kind of half a Muslim, okay? So I don't need a whole lot of convincing, okay? I didn't spend time going through each and every of your video, okay? So you're making an assumption that you show the proof in some video and I got it. That's not the case. Because if I had the proof, if I know that you guys presented the proof, I probably would have been a Muslim by now.
Brother, I'm telling you the proof is available to you. Now, whether you chose to go through it or not is a different question. What I'm saying is we made it available to you, and we make it available still. We're not hiding behind walls.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. What are you concerned about if you already have the proof, right? So why are you not confident?
Okay, Jay, the other problem here, the other issue.
Maurice, let's just cut to the chase. So
I'm just going to say, Jay, Jay, the other issue here is that Dawa-wise, they do have other streams as well, where they allow you to come in and actually challenge all the beliefs that we have, as much as your heart's content. To your heart's content.
Open Q&A. You can come anytime and ask about this.
The problem, Jay, here is this. Look, logically, if somebody's asking you about your belief, and you say, what about your belief? The problem with that type of thinking is that their belief has no reflection upon the stance that you've taken of whether that stance is correct or incorrect. It has no bearing, because if their belief somehow has some bearing on your beliefs, then this would be very problematic, because it's the beliefs themselves are very different. Hinduism and Islam is very, very different. They cannot be reconciled. They're different beliefs, right? So to make the discussion meaningful, if somebody asks you about your belief, you should be happy. Now, Brother Hashim, Brother Mansur, myself, and I know that Brother, the Muslim Cowboy, Muris, they all have their channels. We go to Speaker's Corner. Brother Mansur, Brother Hashim, myself, we have atheists, we have Hindus, we have Sikhs, we have all different types of religions and atheists who come there and they interrogate us, and we have no problem with that. But this stream has a specific theme, it has a specific set of questions, and those questions are reasonable. Because what we're seeing in India is a manifestation of those beliefs being engaged for political and social interaction with other communities. And so that's why we're having this conversation with you.
Well, I mean, you can pretty much going to say the same thing about a lot of other things, right? So, I mean, it totally depends upon how you see it or how you want to present that. Okay. I grew up in India. I know a lot of stuff. So I think, a lot of this stuff is not something which I agree with. But, coming back to this, the way I look at it is that you guys challenge me on my belief. So it's like you coming me and asking for the proof of, let's say, we're just going to walk in the street and you're asking me, hey, do you belong here? Right. So you're going to ask me to pull out my ID. So logically, if you ask me to pull out my ID, I'm going to say, hey, why don't you show your ID?
Okay, so Jay, shall we do this? And if Hashim and Mansur agree, because you were asked the question first, why don't we have a certain amount of time dialogue in terms of your beliefs, and then perhaps you can ask Brother Mansur at the end before you leave, can you just give me your main reasons as to why you think that you have an evidence-backed religion? And Brother Mansur can perhaps briefly explain that to you, give you some resources to perhaps extend and expand upon your knowledge, and then you can come back on one of their other streams and question them about the knowledge that they presented to you. Would that be something that you'd be open for, Brother Mansur, Brother Hashim? Would that be reasonable?
And that's fine. And if I do want to challenge you about your beliefs, is it okay if I have a friend of mine challenge you, or do you want to only me to challenge?
Bring an army with you. We have no
actually
problem,
have
no issue.
specific
Yeah,
streams.
because I think
we have specific streams where we ask for open Q&A dialogue, which means anyone can bring any questions on any topic on those streams.
Right, because some of the comments that you made, I don't know if it's, I'm sorry,
no, Brother Mansur, not yet. Inshallah, he's going to present his evidence, and then we bring our
I just
evidence.
want to tell him up front, here is the historical evidence in a website that you can go and search if you haven't done so already, about why we believe Prophet Muhammad existed historically. There's enough historical evidence for you to actually look at.
So,
yeah.
Right. So is this evidence that the Prophet existed?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So this is an evidence compilation.
You can pretty much put everything you want in. I mean, for example, if I would say the same thing and show you a Wikipedia page, you will turn it down, right? So how is that?
Your Wikipedia page was about Gyanwapsi, which has got nothing to do with Ramayana.
Well, I'm just saying, if I were to kind of refer you to some website, right? So I'm sure you could shoot it down.
If it is a credible website,
you can shoot it down. What would you take?
Jay, is we're diverting from the format that you just agreed upon, which was that
you
would first explain your beliefs, and then at the end, Brother Mansur would give you some resources and some evidences as to why we believe in Islam. The topic of providing evidences for Islam actually is a huge topic, because there's so much evidence and information that could be presented. It could actually take up a dozen streams, 100 streams in itself. So let's be fair here. If you don't mind, answer Brother Hashim's question, and then Brother Mansur at the end can give you some resources, because the resource that Brother Mansur just showed you is not just Muslims telling you that this is what happened. This is often academic sources from non-Muslim sources, which bring together a lot of historical evidence, both physical and written evidences that support our claim. But we can't just
carbon-dated evidence from the time of Prophet
Muhammad.
We have got scores of dozens of tons of information.
All academic references.
I can't.
Every single one of them is reputable academic references.
So I just wanted to thank Hashim Mansur for inviting
Thanks, Abbas.
Brother
Nice chatting with you, Abbas.
Muslim
pleasure, Abbas.
Very, very cool.
Yeah, looking forward to talking to you again, Abbas. I don't know if you have your own channel. I know Muris.
We do. We'd be happy to speak to you, and we're happy to meet you.
Abbas's channel is EF Dawa. You can go and check it out, inshallah.
Guys, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Jay. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, wa alaikum assalam, Abbas. Take care, inshallah. Always a pleasure. Okay, Jay. So, are we going to still play this footage? Just going around in circles, or are you going to actually answer the questions?
I mean, I believe, to be honest with you, right? So I think that's a bit disrespectful when you say we're going around in circles and playing this game. And Mansur, that was a
It
bit
is actually
disappointing.
because when I asked you for
Mansur,
question, you went
Brother
into
Mansur, it's a bit
another topic.
disappointing because I know, you try to conduct yourself well, but then, when you talk about whether this being a football game or not, right? So I don't think that's the way to conduct, but that's fine. But
Okay,
here's the,
stop. The reason I said football, because it was not relevant to the discussion. So we were not talking about football. We were talking about the existence of Ram. So if you bring, okay, you want to talk about the existence of Ram, tell me the existence of, Hitler and this and that. Irrelevant, because you as a young man has some brain cells which are ticking and working. You're intelligent. Clearly, I mean, look at you, you're an intelligent human being. So when an intelligent question is asked, instead of answering the question that is asked, you deflect it to something else. That is insincere, that is unreasonable, and that is really unjust. So we asked you for something and you go into something else. That's why I'm saying we were not talking about football. And I was going to go through all the panels.
Mansur,
We were not
that's
talking about
what you
football.
want to call
And
it.
then Jay, then you start giving me a lecture like how I conduct myself and I was not fair. I'm not interested in your opinion, which is clearly biased, unjustified, unreasonable, and really clearly, which makes no sense to the topic that we're discussing in the first place. So are you going to discuss any evidence that you said you had? Because now we're going to call you a dishonest
This is your
person.
last chance, Jay. If you
Dishonest
don't
person because you
answer,
said you had evidence.
we're going to bring
So we
somebody
would
else.
like to see some evidence
I have
for
tons
Ram,
of evidence, but the only
either
thing is
historical or anything
you're
that you
not,
will bring on the table.
you
Go ahead.
can't share something that's credible, right? So show me the proof. And
Okay, see you
Bye-bye.
later.
He's a waste of time, this guy.
Wow,
This
man.
guy.
We
Okay,
wasted 20
so
minutes just going in circles. And the guy's telling we are rude when he's not answering the question. Jay, don't come back next time if you're not willing
yeah,
to engage in a discussion. Goodbye.
so let's ban him. Okay.
Right. Anybody else want to have the camera on? We can bring in as first priority. Okay, Kirti. Why you switch it off?
That's
Okay,
all.
if you don't want to keep it on, I'll bring it in. I'll bring him anyway.
I wish Abbas
Good evening,
wouldn't
everyone.
rushed off so fast.
Sorry.
Idris told me to tell him hello.
Okay, who is Idris?
His brother.
Okay.
All right.
All right, Kirti, are you there?
Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone.
Hi
Good
there.
evening,
Where
sir.
are you
How are you?
calling from?
India, from
India.
the southern state, Karnataka.
Okay, good. K for Kirti, K for Karnataka. Good. What's on your mind today?
Okay, first I have few things to. I had a lot of things in mind when the initial discussion took place. Later, there were so many topics flying around, and I kind of lost
Yeah.
track of what I'm supposed to talk. But I have two things just want to address, which is related to the proof for Rama's existence or Rama Setu
Yeah, please
bridge's
go ahead. Yeah,
existence.
we are dying
But
to hear.
before that, I just want to make a small statement, if that's okay with you. I've been watching the Dabawais video for a while now, both yourself, Manzoor, and one of my favorite was also now I can't get his name. Sorry, the Sheikh Uthman. Sorry, yeah. So
Okay.
I've been watching, and I've been an atheist for roughly 14, 15 years now, and recently I've just transitioned towards Hinduism, and that is after watching the videos in terms of discussions where I see you guys having discussions or debates with most people. I don't see a lot of discussions in the speakers corners with Hindus. Mostly, I don't think so. There are any Hindus pretty much out there, and the
There are
ones
many
who are,
Hindus here, but they don't come to Speaker's Corner.
Hold on. I want to make sure I heard that correctly. You said after watching all of their streams, you're wanting to become a Hindu? Just want to be clear.
yes, sir. Yes, sir, that is
Okay.
correct. But there's a different reason, though. Not to be disrespectful. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I'm just trying to explain that, in a way, it put me in a path that okay, there is something more than just atheism and all those things. At some point, there
That's
is
good.
a small change.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I took it, and I was a devoted Hindu at some point, and yeah, I lost track. So yeah, thanks to you guys, pretty much is when I had to make this change, and this is my first debate or a discussion, not a debate. Sorry, I don't want to call it a debate. I'm not going to debate anyone. Just a
You're good.
discussion, and that too international. So please take it easy on me. If I make any mistakes, just give me a couple more seconds to explain myself.
Okay.
No problem.
Right.
Go ahead, brother. Feel
Thank you.
free, feel relaxed. Keep it cool, inshallah.
I think my
Carry on.
voice
Yeah.
is very evident. Yeah, thank you. So, in terms of the statement where Ram Setu bridge is actually real, and also the statement that you made in terms of ASI report, where it states it is not man-made, it's artificial, that is accurate. However, in 2021, there was an article in Times of India which states that the ASI withdrew its report from Supreme Court with that the affidavit, not the report, the affidavit that states that it is it's a natural formation that was withdrew in 2021. The article is found is on.
Can you post the link in the private chat if you don't mind?
Yes, sir. 1 second.
Okay.
You may have to scroll down a bit.
Because I'm quite curious if they made a statement in 2007 and then withdraws in 2021, then something is wrong with their archaeological findings, isn't it?
Possible.
Unless
So I just want to clarify, they didn't withdraw it in 2021. That's the article date. I'm not sure when this happened. Again, this all happened. I was trying to investigate more on this. That's when I found out. So I also want to state that my knowledge in Hinduism or any religion for that matter is around 1% or less than that. So I'm trying to learn at this point. So on this particular article, if you scroll all the way, if you go through all the discussions, it does state that there was a discussion, and the team did inform that this is a coral calcium carbonate related thing, which is a structure which was formed, which is a natural formation and not a man-made structure. However,
it is not a man-made structure.
Yes, that is the initial report which was submitted by the ASI. Later, if you go further down, there is probably a couple of paragraphs below. There is a statement which says that the claim was later withdrew by the ASI team, and I think it was the same 2007 itself. Yeah, in 2007, the ASI had said that it found no evidence of this. Later, it withdrew this affidavit in the Supreme Court. So
yeah, but where does it say? Where does it say this is Ram Setu though? Because that is a claim, isn't it?
The entire article is about the Ram Setu bridge. How was it
No,
found?
I'm asking you, where does ASI claim this is the Ram Setu?
That's the original report that they submitted, saying that this is a man-made.
No, the original report said that it was not man-made.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. The article
But
later states.
the question still remains: where did ASI claim that their investigation led them to believe this bridge was built for Ram to cross from India to Lanka?
Yes, sir.
Where
I'll
does
get to
it
that
say
in
that?
a minute. So I'll get to that in a
Because
minute.
the reason we ask for evidence for Ram is to show some historical or archaeological evidence that he even existed. Now, if I were to ask you for such a proof, and then you say, oh, we have Ram Setu, or as it was known as the Adams Bridge in the past, is the evidence. Now you're saying that the ASI withdrew its report, that it was not just a natural structure, it is actually man-made. But the question still remains, does it prove that Ram existed?
Sure, I'll get to the minutes. So this particular document and another one I'm going to show here is only based on the argument or the idea which was proposed that the ASI said there is nothing, which means it's a natural formation. The only reason I'm having this post here is for that one discussion alone. So over here it states that they withdrew their report. So I had to investigate furthermore to understand why did they withdraw that particular affidavit. So I came into there's another article. Let me share that as well. The same chat. So there's another article which also I think this was somewhere in 2021 as well, Jan. And in that article, at the last part of the last paragraph, it states there was the reason why they withdrew it because on the US-based Discovery Science Channel, they did a test and they identified this was a man-made structure and aging roughly around 7,000 years old, which led them to the conclusion of withdrawing the affidavit in the first place.
Yeah, but the question still remains: is it the Ram Setu? How old? Okay, let me ask you: how old is this structure?
Yes,
even if it's man-made, which we still haven't established, by the way.
We have. There is a proof that the second article just said it states man-made.
No, it says still said. Look, the Times of India article that you sent us. If you read the paragraph after you're saying that it withdrew, it says the historicity and the date of Ramayana remain a debatable subject among historians, archaeologists, and scientists. You know what that actually means?
Yes,
that means
but
they
I'm
have no
referring to
idea.
second.
They have no idea when the Ramayana was actually written, or when did this
I'm not disputing
story
that.
or this particular event take place. They have no idea. So if I were to ask you, how long ago did Ram exist? What would you say?
That's a complex question, though. There are two different
That
answers
is the
I would go
fundamental
with.
question. You know
Yes,
why
but
that is a fundamental question?
sure,
Because the
go ahead.
whole idea about Ram Mandir is based on Ram itself. If you cannot even prove his existence, then how can you prove that Ram Mandir existed or Ram Janmabhoomi existed?
Okay, let me take it one step at a time. So the second link which I posted here, that is regarding the
No,
US
no.
based
Let's.
science channel.
We are. I think we should not just go about things which are speculations now. And
No,
these
these.
most of these reports that you bring
Mhm.
about, it is actually saying that things about Ramayana is not historical, nor archaeological, nor scientifically proven. That's
That's
all.
just
All the
the first part.
reports are consistent on this statement. So,
Correct. But if you could
if
refer
you
to the
don't know when
second one.
Ram existed, or if he ever existed in history, then this whole thing about Ram Mandir is just basically, a myth. Everything is based on a myth.
Okay, if you could give me 5 minutes, I can pretty much tie them together. Will that be fine?
Actually,
Uh,
I don't think I can give you 5 minutes. If you cannot prove even when Ram existed, and I'm not talking about the exact date, give me like even an era, give me like a period, a millennia in which he existed, then we can move forward. But if you don't even have that, then all of these speculations you're bringing is irrelevant.
okay. First, okay. Let me. The approximate time, as per the Indian calculation, would be 7,127 years is when Ram's
Yeah,
birthday,
and that
as
is
of
that
today.
is based on what?
As of, yeah. Let me
That's based
answer.
on what?
I told you I'm a new guy. Just take it easy on me. Let me answer my statement. One. Let me finish a sentence at least.
No, no, all because you see, many people come here and make claims. They waste
I'm
20,
I, I'm
30
about
minutes.
to. Yeah, but I can only make my statement if I'm allowed to make the complete sentence. Get across the complete sentence, right? I can make my claim
Okay,
if
so
you allow
you
me
made
to
your
finish my statement.
statement 7,000 years or
Okay.
whatever. What is this
Yeah.
based on?
So yeah, let me start from the beginning. So 7,127 years around, as of Jan 10th, is the birthday is what it's as per the Indian calculation, and this calculation is based on the constellations mentioned in Ramayana. There was something. I'm not, again. I mentioned 1% knowledge what I have in Hinduism, or less than that. So as per the durations or the constellations mentioned in Ramayana, which anyone who is aware of that can provide you more details. Ram was born on a certain period where a certain planetary alignment was in place, and that's exactly when the birth took place. And that, when you use the method which is used to calculate over here, is based on what do you call that, the modern science, that goes back to 7,000, roughly 7,000 plus years. The second article mentioned over here also states that this was a man-made creation, roughly aging around 7,000 years ago. The land bath, sorry, the mud, the soil, not the soil, what do you call that, the gravel below the stones are roughly 4,000 years, but the stones itself, which is used to construct the Ram Setu bridge, is 7,000 years ago, is what the
Okay,
second.
just hold on there. Do you believe
Mhm.
Ram was born in the Tritra Yuga?
Yes, sir. That's the complex part I have
Right.
to mention.
Do you know when was the Tritra Yuga?
Uh, I've had a small understanding in terms of the duration. That's quite a long time. And based on
How
your
long?
discussion with another person,
Give me a rough estimate. How long?
yeah, based on your discussion with another person, roughly a million years ago from today is what
Yeah,
you
it's
mentioned.
actually 2.1 million years ago.
Correct. There's also
So
another
hold on.
statement. Ramayana happened
Hold
51
on.
times.
Yeah, hold on. If Ram existed something like 2 million years ago, or even let's say 1 million years ago,
Mhm.
and your stones are 7,000 years ago, that itself proves by your own admission that this wasn't the Ram Setu.
Which is again what I mentioned earlier. If there are, it's a complex answer for two different reasons. One, because there is a fundamental belief that in this universe Ramayana happened 51 times. According to Hinduism, Sanatana Dharma, the world is not created once and destroyed once and for all. So this is a continuous process, and this
Yeah, but the
process.
universe, our universe is like 13.8 billion years. So
So yeah,
this universe still existed 2 million years ago. Yeah. So you cannot say this universe was destroyed and another Ramayana took place, another Brahma was born. You can't use that argument. It doesn't work here. Because 2 million years ago is not a very long time ago when you talk about the age of the universe. It's only a
so
fraction of it.
science puts around 14 billion years ago, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
14,
Am I right?
exactly. 14 billion years ago. So that is our current present universe.
Correct. So
Okay.
if Ramayana happened 51 different times is what has been said, then the last
What do you mean
known.
Ramayana happened 51 times? Within
So
the
again,
last within the
this
last 2
universe.
million years, it happened 15 times, 50 times. How many times?
Yep. So again, do not quote me in terms of the historical,
You're the
not
one
historical,
making the
the
claims here.
religious.
I can only
Yeah.
quote you.
Again, a sentence. I'm not even able to get across a sentence here. Okay.
Bro, you
So
got lots of sentences. 7,000
apparently,
years. When I gave you Treta Yuga, which is 2 million years ago, 2 million BC actually, 2.1 million year BC. That is when the Tetra Yuga happened. After that, Krishna came. Yeah. Do you know which
correct.
Yuga he came in?
That would be the Dwarpa Yuga, if I'm not
And
mistaken.
Dwapara Yuga was how many years ago?
Maybe after a couple of thousand years or a couple of million years after.
Also,
800,
if
800,
let's just destroy his.
800,000 BC.
Let's
Not 2
destroy
million
this
BC,
idea.
800,000.
Even if he's trying to say this circular whatever thingy happened 51 times, even in the last million years,
Yeah.
this comes to the last time it would have happened would have been 19,000 years ago, not 7,000 years
Yeah.
ago.
So
So,
look,
I mean,
my
this
friend, the
is
reason
just
you're saying
all
this is complex is
mouth
because it
vomit.
is not something which we can, synchronize with the history that we have. We can't. It's impossible.
With the known history.
Yeah, with the
With
known history. Okay, when
the
did
known history.
Valmiki write Ramayana?
Again, that in terms of Ramayana, that would pretty much be around 7,000 years somewhere. I'm not really sure of that. I
It's
don't want
not.
to make
Valmiki
a
was not
statement.
written before 300 BC,
Again,
not
as I'm
7,000
saying,
years ago.
written, I might not be fully sure of that. I'm going to agree to it. I'm not fully sure.
Yeah.
I
So
after listening to you
some of
guys, I
them,
started reading a few
them
things.
say 300 BC, some of them say 300 CE. So you got a discrepancy of 600 years, either
Yes, sir.
before Christ or after Christ.
I made two statements here, which is one of Treta Yuga as well as 7,000 years as well. So again,
There's
possible.
no
It is
Treta
possible.
Yuga which happened 7,000 years ago.
Like I
That
said,
is
I made two
misinformation.
statements. I made two statements with two different time period as well, which I agree to it. That is my understanding of what information
Yeah.
I had acquired.
So Treta
And
Yuga was
in terms of
2 million
Hinduism,
years.
there is still things are being discovered due to 1,400 years ago. The Islamic invasion pretty much destroyed all artifacts and all other things as well. For example, take the current issue that the current issue which we had right now. This is the Ram Mandir temple as well, and related to it. So I think Abbas was the one who made a statement that the law clearly states it was illegal for the destruction of the temple, which is correct. The destruction of any not the temple, sorry, the mosque. The destruction, illegal destroying anything is wrong. There's no doubt about it. But the Supreme Court also said that there is definitely a temple beneath the mosque, which is why they get permission to build a temple in the
No,
first place.
the Supreme Court, or even the ASI never categorically said there was a Ram Mandir below the masjid. Never.
No, there was a temple, Hindu temple.
No, they didn't even say Hindu temple.
They didn't even
No,
say
wait.
Hindu temple.
Karthi, they did not even say Hindu temple.
KFC.
All they said, and ASI was I think they were extremely careful in their wording. They said a non-Islamic origin.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
so it could be Buddhist, it could be Hindu, it could be something else.
Could be
Which had
Jewish.
Vishnu, the deity worship there was Vishnu, is what was
No.
described.
It could be even Buddhist. I said Buddhists don't
There's no
worship
proof
Vishnu,
that
do
it
they?
could have been Vishnu or any of this stuff. They're
No, but
literally
that's the thing. They did not find any credible evidence to pinpoint exactly this was Ram Janmabhoomi. None of them, neither the Supreme Court nor the ASI said this, because this was the main claim for the Hindus, that this
See, I would
exact spot
disagree
was
there.
where Ram was born. And look at you,
Sorry to
you were
interrupt.
struggling even to tell us when he existed, let alone the exact spot where he was born.
I made
This is
my
the
claim that
problem
I
with the
am
Hindus.
not
They
aware
don't
of
have
it. I made
evidence.
a statement.
They make claims and then they destroy masjids and other places of worship illegally.
Again, in terms of the terminology used, the destruction might have been illegally, but the result or the outcome was legal. The outcome was legal, and there
What
are
was
other
the
places
outcome?
which are the
What was the outcome?
construction of the Ram Mandir in his rightful place.
Okay, the claim.
Islam had
Before we even discuss the verdict, what was the
you
claim?
can't say something is in its rightful place if you cannot prove that anything was there originally in the first part, which is still yet to be done.
So here's the thing: if Supreme Court had ruled something in someone's favor, you think they wouldn't have gone through these discussions and would have
hang
gone.
on.
The Supreme Court judges could come under pressure from the politicians very easily.
That's exactly what
But
happened.
this has
So
been
there was a
going on
political
for
outcry.
roughly from 1990s. how much pressure can someone go through in
Bro,
1990s?
you don't know
bro.
about India.
Absolutely.
You know,
You
Modi can
understand
get a
all
Master of Arts certificate, a degree. Yes, then he can he can prove anything else. Do you
Yeah.
know that? He claimed that
Even
he had
by
an
that
MA.
logic,
Did you know that? He
no, sir, I have
claimed he
not.
had an MA. He was a graduate in MA. This chaiwala made that claim.
Be that as me, even though that is correct, Modi took a lot of time for it to even go through the Supreme Court. Again, this was not done with the government initiative. This actually went through proper channels. Multiple people took
Can you
interest into
let me speak for just a quick second, bud? I'm going to read you
it.
something and I'm going to give you the link. It says right
Can
here
I
in
finish my point if you don't mind? Just a minute.
no, because you brought up a point and then you just
I
kind of let it go under the water. So let me just it's
haven't.
going to
Okay,
take me a
go.
couple seconds, man. It says right here, the center's action came in wake of controversy sparked by the ASI affidavit on Thursday. This is an article dating back to 2007 when you said that they withdrew. When you said they withdrew, you said that the ASI withdrew it, but you didn't understand the circumstances of the withdrawal. And that's the problem of your argument. It says here, Thursday, that forced the government to backtrack on the issue. A bench headed by Chief Justice K.J. Balkirshnan, which allowed the center to withdraw the affidavit, said that the August 31st interim order putting on hold the construction in the Ram Setu area will continue. The court, in its interim order, had allowed the dredging activity. The government said it would examine the entire issue relating to the Sethu Smadram project and sought 3 months' time from the court. So what's happening here is they faced political pressure because of a community outlash, because of the verbs that because of the wording that they said that there was no evidence of it being
you
a mandate.
conveniently left out the second article which I posted, where I clearly mentioned that US-based science channel.
I'm reading from.
He's reading from the second one.
Yeah, man. I'm reading from more into it. I'm reading more in depth into what
the second article
happened.
is the last paragraph, where the video, if I'm not mistaken, the video is still on YouTube, where they the archaeologists and scientists have reviewed it, and it was their claim which pretty much led them to withdraw the statement. I'm not going to say that there aren't any political pressure. That is pretty much obvious given any country, any party that would be present. But in terms of proofs specifically, there has been sufficient proof for Supreme Court to rule in favor of the temple, which is the exact same reason why the Gyanvapi as well took place right now. And 43,000 sites will also happen in the same way as new petitions have been filed in the Supreme Court, which means in upcoming months or years, 43,000 sites would also be rightfully claimed by the community which invaded and destroyed those temples. Again, this is not in a hostile manner. This is just reclaiming the history of India. Again, I'm not trying to offend anyone. Let me be frank. I'm not trying to offend anyone, any religion for that matter. Every country has its own religion.
Are you aware of this particular law that's on the screen?
Place of Worship Act? Yes, sir. Place of Worship Act.
Yeah.
Yes,
what do you understand from it?
Yeah, this is a good one. There's also subcategory for this one. I'm not sure the term. The subcategory which says anything which is.
Before you go to the subcategory, what does this mean?
Any place, according to Place of Worship Act, anything which is a religious place should not be disturbed, which is correct. However, if it extends for 100 years and above,
it's not about disturb. It cannot be changed. So if something is a temple, a structure is a temple before 15th of April 1947, yes, and after that nobody can change it after this date.
But the exception is if it's 100 years or over, the Constitution of India allows it. If it's 100 years or over, the Constitution allows you to.
Where is that? Where is that subcategory?
This is actually an argument made by Supreme Court lawyer Jai Sai Deepak. He made this argument in a news channel where the provision clearly
where is that law? So this act is.
This was an argument by Supreme Court lawyer.
1991. Which act?
He made it on TV. It's an argument on TV.
On TV where he made the statement. It's a TV argument.
Which official act is it?
I'm not sure. That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure because
don't make claims unless you got evidence, brother.
The evidence is a Supreme Court lawyer who made.
India media. Come on, man. That's like.
We discussed a Supreme Court lawyer last time who said Ram didn't even exist. And if it came to him, he would have dismissed the case about the Ram Mandir like this.
Sorry to interrupt. So far, you made a statement that Indian law is not reliable. Indian media is not reliable. So anything which goes against your thought process.
No. We're not saying that. No one's claiming that anything that goes against us is not true.
So that's pretty much the statement here. So I made a couple of statements.
Look,
you're getting emotional.
We are getting anywhere with this. So all I'm saying is that if you have no evidence for Ram's existence,
I have
And you
proven
cannot.
the evidence. You
No,
were
you
not willing to
didn't.
accept.
That
You
is a
didn't bring any evidence whatsoever
claim.
that
Could
Ram
you,
ever
could
existed.
you just
It's right
remind
there.
us what were these evidences that you brought? Just remind us once again. What evidence did you bring?
The existence of Ram Setu Bridge with
And
two,
who said it? This was Ram Setu.
as
I mean,
the only
you read those article links. They say nothing about
Yeah.
evidence.
None of them say this is Ram Setu, except for the Hindus.
And it doesn't even say that
what
these are
other
actually
what
man-made
other bridge
structures.
are they? No, it does say that. The second article of the last paragraph clearly states it's a man-made structure. This is not
Yeah, but
it's
man-made
man
structure by whom? Which man?
So is the question, is the Ram Setu true, or is it which man made it? Is the question. Which
I
one
think
is it?
before you go to the Ram Setu, you have to prove to us the existence of Ram. Which year, which era? So far, we have known Tetra Yuga is 2
See,
million years ago. So if you're going to show me
prove,
stones from only 7,000 years,
Give him an example to show this.
this
For
proves it.
example, say there's a masjid, right, that we find in Jordan, okay,
Yeah.
and you know it was we were like, oh, this is, you know, it's like coming out of the rock, and this is like allegedly the something that Adam built, right? Well, we're like, well, look, see, this is man-made, so therefore Adam alayhi salam, like he built it when he was like traveling throughout the world. But just because you find that something is man-made, it does not this is pure logic, bro. It does not necessitate that whoever you want to claim has a hand in it is the one who has a hand in it. Just because
I agree
something
with
is
the logic.
man-made, it doesn't matter whatsoever.
I
It could have
agree with
been
the logic.
1,000 different people who made this.
So sorry to interrupt. I agree with the logic. I'm not denying that at all. My only statement, from the beginning, I've been stating one thing which is very clear. My argument from the beginning was not proof of Ram. My argument in terms of those two articles were only to prove if the bridge was man-made or it was a natural formation. It's the
But
only
these
discussion I
articles
had.
don't prove
No,
anything.
but you
You see,
presented it as evidence for Ram, not about
you don't
man-made
That's
or.
what
understand.
we asked.
I clearly made a statement that this is regarding the discussion statement you made that
Kirti,
this was
Good.
the
Kirti,
size.
I just want to
Mansur now
highlight
is
something
saying
here.
it's got nothing to do with Ram's example. Oh, sorry,
Okay,
evidence
Kirti,
for Ram.
I just want you to understand the nature of evidence. Nature of evidence does not come from news media articles like this newspaper and that newspaper. These would be published in peer-reviewed journals and academic, books and so on and so forth. They should be established properly, not just some people saying, oh, Discovery Channel, US-based Discovery Science Channel. It proves nothing. So if this is indeed a proof, I suggest you do some homework. Since we are rejecting your evidence outright, go and find
Correct.
out from proper sources where indeed they have established. And now Ram Setu is a historical heritage of humanity, because it's not going to be just for Indians only. You will be humanity's heritage, that okay, we have a bridge made by human beings, or whoever, or, not human beings, made by, in a way, which comes from Ramayana and Ram, or whoever's done it, and so on. These will be historicity. It's a historical thing that will be accepted by everyone. No one will contest, no one will dispute. So I suggest you go and get some of those evidences and come back to us next time, because these news articles are only news articles. They make claims and they make all these things like, look at this. Oh, and the Modi government scrapped this. Doesn't mean it's scrapped because the evidence is there. Where is the evidence? That's what we're asking for. You can't just bring this as a nature of your evidence. Then you don't even know what evidence looks like.
Yeah. So
Okay.
one more question before
So-
you go. Do you believe in the existence of Hanuman?
Yes, sir. Oh, funny you have to ask a question. I am a big follower of Hanuman. He's my Devata. So
Okay, so what the other guy who came earlier, he said they were just some people from the forest who actually wore costumes of monkeys. Is that your belief, or were they really like monkeys?
no.
Which one is it?
So actually,
And I
they
don't
weren't
mean to be
monkeys.
disrespectful. I'm
I
just going
understood.
based on what the Hindus believe.
I understand. That's all right. So yeah, other person who made a statement that was wearing monkey outfits or something of disguise of that sort. I never heard that before. So Vanara is technically not a monkey. So as per Hindu history or Indian history, Vanara means Van means forest. I think if I'm not mistaken, during the second live stream you had last time or the week before that, someone tried to explain this, but he was also interrupted by another person, a Jainis, if I'm not mistaken. So Van means forest. Nara means people. Vanara is a people of the forest, which pretty much states that people of the forest who had distinctive features of human, but at the same time they had some similarities or features of that of a monkey or of that sort as well, which some
So
of them
you
argue.
actually believe they had tails?
Yeah,
Really?
well, I'm jumping. If I have to jump from a scientific point to a religious point, I would say Hanuman had a tail.
Not
Okay, this
Hanuman.
is me.
I'm talking about his entire army of monkeys.
He was a Vanara, and if he's from a certain, he has certain distinctive features, which means the rest would also follow. I mean, all humans
Okay.
would have similar features, is what I'm
So
assuming.
if they were like, let's say, people of the forest with tails and they look
Yes,
like
sir.
monkeys, their features.
Hmm.
The next question I would have is, do you believe, because you're a devotee of Hanuman,
I am,
do you think that he carried a mountain in his hands and flew?
of course.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
No, I said, of course, yeah, I
Okay,
believe that.
you didn't sound very confident. I don't know why. As a
No, sorry,
devotee.
I was actually I'm sorry, my voice is broke for a second.
Okay.
So there is actually, I wanted to make a statement which is regarding Hanuman Charis. There is a passage which says that he took a form, a humongous form, and he had to carry the Sanjeevani mountain to save the Vanaras and other people who were dying out of the, I think one of the weapons from Indrajit, if I'm not
Do
mistaken.
you believe there are footprints of Hanuman now, like this?
That I've seen these footprints. And
Uh-huh.
I've seen these footprints, but I'm not sure if they've been carved by
They are
humans or
saying they're all around Asia. So this
yeah,
one, for
I've got those.
example, they are saying there are footprints of Hanuman in Thailand. I think this is the one in
Mhm,
Thailand,
mhm.
because there is a Thai version of Ramayana as well.
There is Ramayana in every every country
Yeah.
in the southern Asia
So
region.
this
So
this
everyone
one
believes
is
in.
from Andhra Pradesh. Apparently, it's not very large.
Mhm.
Yeah,
This
how
one,
big are some of them? Are they the same size or are they different sizes?
I
I
think
believe
they're
that
different sizes,
they're different. Yeah.
Okay, that's
because
okay.
Hanuman could actually take a really gigantic form, and he could
Okay. Well, if they have
he
an
would take a
Well,
explanation,
gigantic form, flying in celestial airplanes. I mean,
well, it
they
sounds
had
like
weapons,
Jin can
powerful
fly.
weapons. I don't know how Sita got kidnapped with with that kind of technology, and I mean it
they were in the
seriously.
forest.
Like,
It's
if
quoting
that
the
was the
Bible.
case,
Now this falls in a line of mockery. So your question, which you said, how did Sita get kidnapped, and that
yeah,
they were
absolutely,
literally.
because it's logical, isn't it? If you have
This,
such
but
technology, then Ram wouldn't take 1 year to go and rescue Sita from Ravan.
yeah, but if you read Ramayana, they were at a forest. They were exiled. They had no means. They pretty much had to hunt to
So
survive.
where
So
did
they
this
would
technology
carry
come from? The flying planes.
Rama. Yeah, that Ravana had technology because he carried Sita in the Pushpak Vimana. So he was using the technology. Which, by the way, there's another history channel which also describes the same thing. The story of the Vimanas, which
This one's
Nutten
in
Bolt system, which
Botswana,
we
so he's in
established.
Africa. Wow.
He could.
So
So
every
Ramayana states
footprint is
another
now
thing.
gone to Hanuman for some reason. Okay,
But they're
anyway, look,
quoting
It's
Genesis in
also
that. I
explained.
saw they were
good.
quoting
If you,
Genesis and other
by
stuff.
the way, look, if you believe
I
that
mean,
Hanuman could take a gigantic form and
yes, sir.
actually was capable of carrying a mountain, my question would be like, why didn't he just carry Ram and Lakshman and the army in his palm and take him to Lanka, instead of building that bridge and waiting for a whole year?
I think the bridge was built in 5 days by Nala
Yeah,
and
why wait
Nula.
5 days when you can do it in a blink of an eye?
Because this again goes to the statement was when he reached Sita, he said he can get her back to Rama, and she said, "No, I
No, no,
want
I'm saying if Hanuman
Yeah,
could carry a mountain,
yeah,
I'm sure he
I'm
can
about to.
carry. I'm sure he can carry a small army in his hand.
Yes, I can. If I can explain that. So Sita clearly states that she wants Rama to come to Lanka and destroy Ravana and then say, rescue her herself. That was her personal request. And Hanuman did damage as well. So he didn't want to cause any damage because he didn't want to have an empty place for Rama to come and claim victory. So he did cause damage in a way that it was noticed that you
He
shouldn't be.
burned. He burnt it down, didn't he, with his tail?
Yeah,
His
this
tail was set on fire by Ravan,
yeah.
and then he burned out his entire palace and his gardens and everything.
Yeah, little damage. That's what I'm saying.
Little
His
damage.
army, his army was still intact. I mean, if he wanted to destroy Lanka, he could have done it with a snap of his finger.
Yeah.
If you also recall to the capture before that, he has
Okay.
a boon that nothing can destroy him, including the Brahmastra. Brahmastra, if you have to put it in modern, in the idea, would pretty much be somewhere as a nuclear weapon. right? And we have multiple astras, target lock system, and all those things are mentioned way before they even came into idea. By the way,
Okay,
I
I'm
don't think we have
surprised
time to
you
listen
you
to it.
actually believe all this literally, don't you?
Why not? So see, you believe in a religion and you believe all the spiritual, magical, or anything
You know,
related to
we
that as
we have
religion.
we have evidence for Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Do you have evidence for Ram?
But I'm not believing the followers of prophets. I'm believing the God Himself, right? So if you're talking about Allah,
No, no, wait. Ram was not Almighty God. He was an avatar of Vishnu.
correct. But
Avatars are not supreme God.
yeah, but I was referring to the Prophet Muhammad argument, though.
Okay,
So
well,
I
that's what
believe
we're
in God
saying.
because
We're
He is
trying to
God.
compare apples to apples. Allah is He's uncomparable to any of this, not this stuff that you're talking
Not
about.
Yeah.
necessarily. So if you have to, if see a
ليس
Hindu,
كمثله شيء وهو السميع البصير. Like
yes, sir,
there
but
is
you see,
nothing like unto him, but he is the all-seeing and the all-hearing. Like you can't.
I
There's nothing compared to Allah, to the Creator,
see
to God
that's your
Almighty.
belief system. That's your belief system, and I'm not going to say
We're
it
not
is
talking
not
about,
the
okay,
same.
Allah, say the necessary existence, the Creator, not my belief system, that which is logically proven. Like we can
Again,
logically prove that there are
logically
no
proven and
avatars, that
understood.
God can't have an avatar, He
So,
can't
so Kirti,
manifest. It's
what Brother
literally
Brandon is
impossible.
trying to say is that, look, if you talk about someone who actually walked on earth and he's a person from history, then we
Hmm.
should have evidence for him. We are not
Yes.
asking you to provide evidence for Brahman, who is
Hmm.
Nirakar. Yeah.
Okay.
So we are not asking you for that. We are asking you for evidence of a historic figure. That's all.
Mhm.
It's to be fair with you, you can ask us for evidence for Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and
I
we got
would not
tons of
do that.
evidence to prove that.
I know. Yes, sir. I've seen videos. You have evidence. I'm not going to display any of those things. For now, I made my statement, which is I am not fully aware of. As I mentioned earlier as well. Out of 15 years, I've moved to Hinduism. I'm still learning, and I just read 2 books, literally 2.5 books so far. So I
Okay.
have very less knowledge. I'm learning. Maybe someday I would come here with more answers to your questions, but that day is not today for sure.
Okay,
But
no
in terms
problem.
of belief, I firmly believe in Hinduism, Sanatana Dharma as it is called. I believe in because yeah, Hanuman has always been mentioned Devata. I've been a fan of him since I was a kid.
Mhm.
He is one of the most powerful and the most cool. I could even say he's the most coolest god there is. And in terms of your belief system as well as anyone's belief system for that matter, everyone is in the understanding that their god is their superior god and the best god and the perfect. And Hinduism is the only religion which accepts all that as same as well. I can come to a mosque and also have any offerings. I know you guys don't have offerings. Sorry for that. So as in anything related to Islamic, and I can go back home and I can still be the same without any insecurity or anyone punishing me, anything of
It's
that
not
sort.
about insecurity, it's about consistency. It's about non-contradiction.
Sorry,
Once you
I don't want to sound rude.
Thinking.
That's not what I'm trying to mean. What I'm trying to say is that I don't have that guilty feel of that. Sorry if I
Yes,
going to
but
offend
what you're trying
anyone.
to say is that it's okay. Like it's not oppression. It's not the greatest. So we actually need to break this down. You're saying that it's okay. I don't feel bad about this. Like I can go be okay with everybody worshiping as they worship. I can go in their mosques. I can go in their temples. I can go in their
Mhm.
synagogues, and then I go home and I feel good about myself, right? But I would say that that's like the guy who goes out and murders 20 people, and he says, "Oh, I can go murder. I can go, rape
But the
and do as I
comparison
wish."
does not make sense whatsoever, right? I mean, the
Yes, it
comparison
does,
between
because
so
polytheism, worshiping other than the creator, like worshiping a monkey god, worshiping all of these avatars, giving devotion to them, that's actually worse. It's
see,
actually more abhorrent. That's not
no,
my
it is.
opinion.
No, it
It's
isn't.
logically, we
It
can
is
break
your
it down
opinion.
logically.
So actually, that
Logically,
is
it's
your
more
opinion.
abhorrent. It's not an opinion.
It is actually. So you are claiming that it is not logical to believe in a monkey god. First of all, I don't agree it's a monkey god. Hanuman is a Vanara and he will remain a Vanara. The monkey god concept is of that of China. If I'm not mistaken,
Okay.
there is a
Well,
god.
even as an avatar, as a Manara, right?
Uh,
This is
but he's
something
the
that has
avatar of
deficiencies.
11th Rudra.
You're giving devotion to something deficient, right? That
How?
in of itself is abhorrent. It's something that is kind of repulsive. Do you understand?
To you. To you.
It's worse
So,
than murder. It's
so
worse
that's
than
to
murder.
you. See, that is to you. You feel that way because you have been tutored
No,
in
no,
a
no.
certain
Think
way,
about it.
certain thought process. To me, it
Everything
is not.
about your existence, everything in your existence is due to who?
To the god.
To the God, the creator, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you think something else, if you say, "Hey, thank you for everything you did for me," and that thing didn't do anything, and you're being ungrateful to the one who created you,
But
This
I am
is
being grateful to
this
the
is
same
in and
person.
of itself. This is unjust.
No, but I am being grateful to the same person. It's just that you
But
call him
Hanuman
because
is not the creator, so you
what
can't
says
say that
who?
you are being just. You're
No, I
worshiping.
am
You're giving your devotion to other than the one who deserves
okay.
devotion.
So if I'm calling you MC or the Muslim cowboy or the cowboy, it's the same thing. Doesn't change who you are. The same way,
We're not.
gods can.
That's
Let me
different names, but no. That's completely different. This is a
same
red
thing as
herring
well. God
because
can be.
the necessary existence, the creator, is not the avatars that come on earth. So don't say these are different names. This is a straw man. It's a completely
What
false.
is your understanding of an avatar, by the way? Avatara. What is the understanding of avatara, by the way?
It's a
Oh, by the way, sorry,
manifestation.
I'm not trying
A
to hijack.
manifestation
I'm
of
just
God in this physical world, which
yes.
is obviously not the creator. It's obviously
Okay.
not God.
Okay.
God
So
does
do
not
you believe?
manifest himself in any way.
So that is according to your faith and your belief
No,
system.
not according to my faith, according to logic, because then it wouldn't be the necessary
Logic set
existence.
up by whom?
No, not logic based on everybody who accepts logic in the entire world.
Correct. But the logic and okay. Let me ask this question. If I ask you to point towards you're right. You could point towards a different direction, and I can point towards a different direction. That's both are right. No one's wrong here. But my understanding of logic defines that I believe in a supreme being. You believe in a supreme being. Both agree to the same thing. And I also say my supreme being would like to interact with me in the form that he chooses, in the form I understand him better. And
Yeah,
you
but
say he cannot do
your
it.
definition of supreme, you know what is your for example, if I were to ask you, can the supreme be cursed by its creation?
Good. So I think I've seen these arguments before. I think we're going to go a little bit here and there,
Yeah,
but I'll come to it.
I put the
So
spanner in your works. I'm sorry.
sorry, no problem. I told you I'm new, but I thank you
You
for
don't need to
letting
be
me.
new. This is a logical statement
It
No, no.
has
which
nothing to do
anyone
with
can understand,
experience.
new or old, doesn't matter.
You just
So
have
you
to be
need to have
sincere
that
to
knowledge.
answer this question, dude.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Can
sir. So
can the supreme be cursed by its creation? Simple question.
so yeah, if I may, there is a rule. The law of nature is anything born of Prakriti will have to abide by the laws of Prakriti. To give
Okay,
a simple
I asked you about the
Then
supreme. I didn't
then
ask
God
you
is
about
no
the
longer God.
Prakriti.
Do you
I
understand
asked you
like
about the
the
supreme being.
yeah,
paradox here?
supreme being is if he's born of Prakriti, if he is manifested in the Prakriti, he'll have to abide by its law. In a
Okay,
simpler way, if
Then
I have to
it's
you know,
no
give you
you asked.
longer the supreme being.
No,
Let me
no,
ask you.
Brandon, I'm
Let's
going to
go.
ask him the same question he asked you. So, you know, Brandon can be as MC or the Muslim cowboy. You said, is he still the same person? So now the question is this: when he is Prakriti, when the supreme being becomes like it comes to the earth, is he still the supreme being?
so the supreme being does not interfere in the daily activities of anyone. So there's always let me
That
go
wasn't
back
my
one
question.
step
Just
behind.
answer the question I'm asking you. Is the
Yes,
supreme being, when he comes to earth in Prakriti, is he still the supreme being?
he's still a supreme being, but he
Okay,
would not
good, good,
manifest
good,
in a
good.
supreme being form.
Hold on. If he's still the supreme being, then
Mhm.
can it be cursed by its creation?
Since he's abiding by the law of Prakriti, he can be or she can be.
Okay, so
Since he's abiding
supreme
by the law of
being,
Prakriti.
then
It's
that
not
means the
supreme.
supreme being can be cursed by its creation.
And therefore it's not supreme. Look, it's so simple. I'll just put
Exactly.
it down to just a simple analogy.
It
What is
actually it
what
is
is a vegan? What is a vegan? You know the definitions. All language has definitions. Everything in language, we can't communicate. We can't have good conversation unless we have agreements on language. What is a vegan? Someone like a Hindu who doesn't eat meat. You know what it is, right? A vegan, someone who doesn't.
doesn't consume animal products whatsoever, anything
Okay.
related to it.
So if I go to California, okay, to
Mhm.
the with a bunch of hippies and they're all vegans or whatever you want to call them, and they're not eating meat, and I show up and
Mhm.
I identify as a vegan, but I
Mhm.
show up and I've got double beef cheeseburger
Mhm.
dripping with cheese. Am
Correct.
I a vegan? I'm claiming to be vegan. Am I a vegan?
No, you aren't. Let me
Okay.
give you another analogy if you don't mind.
No, but what I want you to understand is that, okay, so in language, you can say I'm a vegan. I can say it, but the reality of a thing never changes other than what it is. So if
Okay.
you're going to say the supreme being is the supreme being cannot say, oh, he's the supreme being, but he's also cursed by his creation. He also becomes part of the creation. He also turns himself into avatars to communicate with us and so on. So the supreme being can become weak. Like these things are just things that people can say. It's the same things that Christians do, the same thing that Jews do when they weaken God, right? And say that he is stingy, that he forgets, all these other things that they say about God. If you're going to have something defined, if something has a meaning and in its existence, it has sifat, which are attributes. Those attributes are there defining that thing. And the moment you say these attributes don't exist, then that thing is no longer that thing. So whenever at any point in time you're talking about an avatar, you're no longer talking about the supreme being. This is why the necessary existence, the creator, God, the only one, Laysa kamithlihi, he said, there's nothing like it, can never have avatars, can never come down into human form, into animal form, into any kind of form, because it goes against its nature of what it is as the uncreated creator of everything. Does that make sense?
I disagree for most of those things for one reason. For example, let me give the California logic, which you just put across, right? So, California, let's just say I go to a yoga studio in California. I see a couple of females with pink yoga pants and a couple of white guys saying namaste would be there present. But does that just mean what yoga is to anyone else who knows what yoga is? He is also referring to the same yoga, other person also referring, but the identity of yoga could vary vastly depending on the knowledge of that individual. If a person who, let's just say someone who follows like Patanjali form of yoga, who has complete knowledge of that, versus another person, it is still yoga, but it's not the same for multiple reasons. In the same way, the supreme being, so which is again the Brahman as Sanatana followed, he doesn't get directly involved. So he has Narayana. Nara means lotus or water, and Ayana means a boat. So Narayana is the person who naturally has a water boat, and that person is the one who gets involved into the creation of the things and all of those. So Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva come from that part of it. What does not define supreme being's ability or attribute change in any matter. So if I have to make a statement in terms of Vivekananda's discussion in Chicago somewhere 1800s, he clearly makes God, if world has to be created at some point, there has to be some kind of energy which is required for it to be created. If the energy never existed, then there is no way of creation to happen. If energy remained in God and God was muted, which means it's a kinetic energy, or is it a potential energy? That's a discussion.
Do you believe energy is created?
Energy can either be created as a science, but in same thing as what Hindu would say is a soul can either be created nor be destroyed, can only be moved one form or another.
No,
We are part of Brahman.
That's the first law of thermodynamics. We are not
So
talking about.
that's exactly what Hinduism says as well. A soul is neither created nor destroyed.
First law of thermodynamics only works in a closed system, like the universe which we know exists, our current universe that we know. It's more like a closed system, so that law will work there. Before the existence of the universe, yes, how do you know that the laws of physics work as they are now in a closed system?
It has to, because before the existence, what happened?
You can't say, you can't speculate it. It has to be.
No, what causes
the law,
existence?
I'm going based on the law of thermodynamics itself. It says energy can neither be created nor destroyed in a closed system. Okay, because
but
most people, what they do is they leave out the last part where it says in a closed system. So this law doesn't mean that the law of physics works everywhere. For example, at the very beginning, during the singularity, even the laws of physics wouldn't work in that condition because the universe didn't exist as such at that time. So now the question is
I want to get Kirti to the concept of supreme being he was talking, because I was listening quite patiently to understand. So do you understand, Kirti, that the supreme being who possesses attributes, and the attributes, of course, are not deficient, they necessarily would be perfect and absolute. So if we talk about the attributes of knowledge, for example, there won't be any limitations or restrictions or deficiency in this knowledge. That means the supreme being would know everything without the restriction of time, of past, present, and future. It would not apply. The supreme being would know everything and will always know. And always know. There is no question of not knowing. Do you now see a concept in which the avatar comes along, the supreme being becomes represented with avatars, and they become ignorant? Is that possible?
Okay. It is okay. I'm not going to say it is possible or not possible. Let me just give you a small synopsis on that. I'm really sorry for taking time. I just want to explain this in the way that I can understand and explain it to people as well, because I see this because the entire panelists as well as your audience is mostly of Islamic belief, so I might have to explain myself. So here's how it goes. When this pretty much resembles what Christianity has Jesus, when he has the Father, Son, the Holy Spirit, where he has taken his birth as a human, where he forgets certain things. I remember this video of Hashim asking clearly, can the son forget the time of death? I've watched the video, by the way. So the similar discussion, where when a god takes a form in the Prakriti, the matter of Prakriti, when they abide, there are certain rules they have to follow, and those rules which has to be followed at any cost. So the question is, do they forget it? Not necessarily, but they are limited in they limit themselves in what they are to express what they shouldn't, which goes to the fact when Rama clearly states that he does not know where Sita is in Ramayana, but he's looking for Sita. But at the same time, end of Ramayana, there's another story where Lord Yama, the Lord of Death, who comes to take Rama to his place because his journey ended on planet Earth. Yama was not happy. Kind of worried because Hanuman, my favorite god, the coolest, most powerful. So he was outside waiting. So Yama was afraid of Hanuman because of the potential damage he could cause, because he is more devoted to Rama. So what Rama does is he takes his ring, drops in a crack on the ground, and says, "Can you go fetch this one?" And by the time he comes back, Rama and Yama have left the place. Again, now the question comes in: Hanuman didn't know this. Rama didn't know his wife. But when Hanuman goes to the Patal Lok, when he finds out, he sees a heap of rings, same rings. And the question arises, and I'm not sure who exactly told this, someone from there mentioned, this has been happening constantly. Every time when the Ramayana happens, there's a stage where Yama would come in to take Rama, and you would not let him. So Rama would send his ring here, and you would come to collect it, and he would leave. So this is a constant process. So we're here talking about this thing happening multiple times, and Rama was aware of this fact. But what he wanted to disclose has to be part of that. The entire concept of Leela, gods take form on planet Earth to only retain and save Dharma. If Dharma is in question, gods would intervene and change it. But the amount of intervention gods would have would be very limited, because this would still be on a human narrative where humans can reach the spirituality.
But
Yeah,
when you
I mean,
talk,
I heard what you were explaining, but still, you haven't touched on the question that I asked you. It's like asking, can you believe in the infinite becoming finite while remaining infinite? This is a nonsensical question. The whole idea of the incarnation, and through incarnations or avatarization, having been an avatar, while you were something initially and then you became something different, it makes no sense to change your nature. If we were unknowledgeable, you cannot not be unknowledgeable. You cannot be ignorant. So if the Supreme Being is all knowledgeable, there is no question of an avatar who is ignorant. It makes no sense, because you're supposed to be all knowledgeable. There's no restriction. There's nothing that can restrict, because a Supreme Being is not bound by someone else's law. Supreme Being is supposed to be the sovereign. There's no other greater being than the Supreme Being. So you have to understand, when we're talking about the greatest conceivable being, the greatest being, when you say Allahu Akbar, there's nothing greater than God. There's nothing greater than Allah. So the Supreme Being means there's nothing greater or more supreme than the Supreme Being. So nothing can overshadow him, nothing can overpower him, nothing can even restrict him in any way, form, or shape. So whenever you believe in this idea of reincarnations, like in Christianity, or the concept of avatar in Hinduism, it's simply nonsensical, because you cannot have this taking place. The infinite, by definition, is not finite. So the question of can the infinite become finite is nonsensical. The infinite will never become finite, because by its very nature, it's infinite. So when the Supreme Being is all powerful or knowledgeable, it cannot be other than that. So the question of you watched our videos and then you became a Hindu seems to be very strange to me. I mean, you should have really left polytheism, pantheism, panentheism, all these isms of deism and so on and so forth, because these makes no sense. A logical, reasonable, rational person would not believe in these things. The only acceptable, which is to a human rational mind, would be absolute strict monotheism that Islam offers. So I don't understand how your journey to this belief that you have, it cannot be based on intellectual realization and affirmation. It's simply an emotional thing. I mean, you're just an emotional believer in this belief system. It has no rational basis.
I think
But are you limiting God in that description?
we
Can
can
God
we can
not do
let
something?
we can
Yeah,
let
yeah. Let me
Kevin go because
let me answer that
I
question.
gotta
Limiting
go.
God.
But he said it when he said the coolest God.
Yeah.
Like
I
he's
stand by it.
picking. It's like the Hindu Avengers, right? You get to pick which one you like the best.
Yeah.
So
The idea of
is
limiting
that
God.
too
Look, when we use language, when we use language, when we say someone is all powerful, we limit this understanding by rejecting the opposite, which is being not powerful. When we affirm, in one hand, something is all knowledgeable, omniscient, we limit this definition for what it entails by rejecting the opposite, which is not all knowledgeable, omniscient. So limit is not deficiency here. Limit is actually regarding the rightful position of what we are affirming. If we say the Supreme Being is sovereign, the sovereignty is maintained. If we say the Supreme Being is almighty, the almightiness is maintained. Anything that is rejected is not limitation, because what we are saying, when God, the Supreme Being, is perfect, you can't say, oh, doesn't it not be imperfect? No, by definition, imperfection is not a worthy attribute of the Supreme Being. Supreme Being has to be perfect. So Supreme Being, by being perfect, will never be imperfect. So the idea of coming down as an imperfect entity ruled by certain prakritic laws, some rules of prakrit and whatever, it's nonsensical. Do you not get this?
So
Yeah, it's a
there
law
are
of
two things wrong in
non-contradiction.
it. First, it isn't an imperfect being, and that statement is not the right one. It isn't imperfect. If you look at Ramayana, the Rama is meant to be the ideal human being, the ideal son, the ideal husband, the ideal king. That is the whole point of Ramayana.
That's
Is
questionable,
he a
actually.
perfect,
Ideal
is he a
king.
perfect being in entity in his reality? Not perfect human, not perfect animal. We're talking about, is he absolutely perfect? Is there any deficiency in any way, shape, or form of this individual, this entity?
Okay, this is again a Western concept. You're limiting.
I'm
So
not
you
talking
want
about
certain
something.
things
I'm
to be.
giving you something which is sensible. It has
a
No,
nothing
you're
to do with
wanting
the West and
something
the
to
East.
fall into
You're
the box which has
listen.
been created.
You are just bringing an artificial divide of the West and the East. My explanation to you is, regardless of the East and the West, North and the South, it's a universal concept of perfection where there is no imperfection in whatever way, whether in the West or in the East. I don't know why you bring this, artificial divide of geography in. Perfection means perfection, no imperfection.
Okay,
Sovereignty means sovereignty, not being so
let's
humble
hear
as someone else.
Mansur. Let's hear his side because he's been dying to tell us why what you said is not logical according to his
Yes, sir.
perspective. Go on,
So
tell us.
here's the thing.
By the way, do you
Okay.
understand the law of non-contradiction?
No, I do not.
Okay, so the truth cannot be contradictory. It has to be free of contradiction.
Okay.
Okay, do you believe in that concept?
Yes, sir. I do.
Okay, good.
A slight variation. Though. There are truths that could be subjective to people, but they're still truth in a certain way. For example, you claim that. I don't want to make this will again take a different turn. I'll just jump to the topic. I know you want. I'm people over here
Yeah,
want me off,
let's stick to, because the
so
thing
I'll
is,
stick
the
to the topic.
reason
Yeah,
we
yeah.
want to bring it back to the topic, because what Mansur was trying to
Some
tell
other
you is
time,
that
maybe I'll finish the statement.
if
But yeah. So to answer that question,
yeah, go
the
on.
concept of a religion or a god to have a certain way, this is again an Abrahamic faith where a certain guidelines set and God has to abide by these. He knows all. He's the most perfect. He's all forgiving and all those limitations. So, and he's ultimate, and there's no one worthy of him, no one equal to him, no one anything close. There's always the concept where you're comparing someone with someone. That's how things are. In the concept of the Vedic religions, almost all religion over here, they do not consider that way. There is a different approach to it, which is nothing but everything, all of the paths which you take leads to the same destination, and that destination is God, and doesn't matter which religion you follow. Which is another reason why you don't limit certain things. For example, can God not do this, or can God not do a circular square, and all those questions. We don't know what God can and cannot do. All the understanding of God we have as human beings are a human interpretation of what logic is and what understanding or what definitions we set up. None of us over here have any direct discussions with God to understand what are their abilities or disabilities and all those things. So
Actually, hold
I
on,
just want
hold
to
on.
leave.
You need to speak for yourself because we have a direct communication from God, unlike you.
You have a communication with God through someone else, Again, I
Yeah,
wouldn't say
that
you
is
had
a direct.
personal
So the
discussion, but
Quran, we believe and we know that the Quran is the
if I
exact
have to
words
validate that,
of
that'll be a different
Allah. You
topic
can't say
altogether.
that about your God, can you?
No, if I have to validate, if I have to discuss about that validity of that discussion, that'll be a different topic altogether. I don't think so.
No,
You're
no,
going to
but
allow me time for that.
you said you don't know, but that's why I said speak for yourself. Because if you don't know about Islam, yeah, you hardly know about Hinduism. You said you've only been like studying for two years or something like that, or two
No,
books.
not even that. It's just two books. That's all. Two and a
Yeah,
half
two
books.
books. So that doesn't give you, any. That doesn't make you the spokesperson even for Hinduism.
I agree. I agree. I'm not.
So
I'm not
if I were
disputing.
to ask you, do you practice murti puja, idolatry?
I have it right next here, right next to me. By the way,
Okay,
I have
so
one of Adi Yogi.
have you read the Vedas?
No, sir. But after discussing, as I'm listening to your videos, I've
Yeah.
got the Rig Veda, Yajurveda, Samaveda. I have it right in front of me, but I
Do
haven't
you
read
know
any of those.
none of the Vedas advocate or teach the worship of God in the form of an idol? None
Yes,
of
I'm
them.
yet to find that out myself. Once I think some other time I might come on this channel with more knowledge
Okay.
on those things.
All
But
right. This is
All right.
nice
much
having-
Take care, Karthi, and we'll bring
Kirti.
somebody else in. But really appreciate your civil discussion. At least
Yes,
you
sir.
were not emotional like the other guy,
Yeah,
No,
So really
I
appreciate that.
just want to thank all of
I just-
you first and foremost. Yeah, sorry.
I
Go ahead.
appreciate it.
All right, Karthi.
We just invite you to that which is better, whether it's whatever it is. Like, I always ask yourself the question: if I have two things in front of me, what is the best thing in front of me that I could move to? Don't just settle just because something feels good or you think, oh man, this is really cool, right? I can relate to this guy. Like, who cares about any of that stuff? Like, follow that which is the best thing that makes the most sense.
So I'm just making this the entire belief system based on one thing, which is Indian history is one of the most superior histories we have. Any other culture, religion out there,
You
traditional.
haven't read the Indian history, trust me. I can tell
No,
you for guaranteed that you haven't read Indian history.
I'm talking about the contributions to the
So
society.
you haven't
in
read
terms
it. By reading 2 books, you don't become an expert.
of, religious books. There are other things which I've come
Even the
across as well.
historic books. Well, which book have you read on the history of India?
That's a good question. I
Goodbye.
haven't many. I have just regular ones.
Don't make. This is a problem. Many young people like yourself, they become so, I don't know, confident, and this is a false confidence that you start making grand claims, and then when you're questioned, you fall apart like a pack of cards.
Okay, let me
Please,
ask you this. In terms
remain
of classical
humble,
languages,
my friend.
have I not
Remain
been humble?
Educate
Have I not been
yourself,
humble?
and just speak from what you know. No need to speculate. All right.
I have. I
Anyway,
think I've made
thank
that
you very
very
much.
evident. I've
I
been
think
humble
we
the
are
whole
done for
time.
today. So hope to see you again in the future. And I'll tell you what, keep an open mind. Try to read the Quran as well and the Hadith, and then we can have some more discussions on interfaith dialogues, maybe. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Post all these books. I will look into Quran as well.
All right.
Thank
Take
you
care.
for the time.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you.
Right.
All
He
right,
was a
guys.
good
Jazakallah khair. Love you all.
Jazakallah khair, brother. Yeah, I know it's quite
brother,
late
if you
over
don't
there.
mind, I'll leave you to this interesting discussion, inshallah. I'll see you another time, inshallah.
All right.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Ahibukum fillah. Salawat on the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam and Surah Kahf. Peace.
Inshallah. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum. Oops, did I remove somebody else? Who did I remove? Mansur? Because when what's his name? When Brandon moved, my cursor moved to Mansur's and I kicked him out. Mansur, come back, please. We didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Okay. Who's next? While Mansur is joining. Okay. Yeah, is it Shaswat? Satya, you're next.
Hi, brother. How are you?
Very well, thanks. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm waiting for long, but
Yeah, I know. Thanks for your patience.
yeah.
Really
I
appreciate it.
need
There are a lot of
to.
people waiting, and
Yeah.
we need to give everyone a chance. And obviously, we're taking them in the order in which they joined. And like I said, those people who have the cameras on, we'll give them priority. So yeah, you're next in line. What's on your mind, Satya?
Okay. Yeah. First of all, I would like to say hello to all your viewers and you people. And I'm from
Sorry, I got
India.
the
I'm
two
not.
Satyas confused. There's another Satya in the background. I was going to take him first. Apologies for that. I got the names.
No.
He's called Satya Anveshi. This guy is called Satya Sanatan.
Shashwat Satya Sanatan.
Okay, no problem. He's okay
Yeah.
to wait. Okay, carry on. Yeah.
So First of all, I would like to discuss about Vedas, where you just my English is not too good, but I'll try to make you understand that you misunderstood that Vedas are not having Murti Puja and all. So I would like to show you the references like
Okay.
Rig Veda, 16 chapter 1 to 6 verses. These all verses are all about the Rudra, the Shiva, the
Okay,
Parvat worship, the Giri
give me
worship.
where Shiva can be worshipped in the form of an idol. Go on.
Yeah, it can be worship in the form of the idol.
Where does it
Shiva
say that?
is the Swarup. We
Yeah,
can what we
he's
can
one of the Trimurti, I know. I'm
yeah.
asking, what exactly does the Rig Veda say about Shiva being worshipped in the form of an idol? Go on, read it for me.
See. You just not restrict anything in a verse.
I'm not
You have
restricting
to
anything. I'm just asking
see.
because you made the claim
Rigveda,
that the Rig
you
Veda
know,
says you can worship
in
them as idols.
in
I'm asking
Yajurveda,
you to provide the evidence. That's all I'm asking.
I'll give you the in your way I'll go in Yajurveda Adhyaya 32 verse 65 Sahastra Pramasi Sahastra Pratimasi you know infinite pratimas, infinite idols can be worshipped in this
Where,
particular verse.
read the
Rig
verse
Veda
for me.
Adhyaya 32.
Read the exact verse and tell me what it says.
Allow me my screen. I'll show you the verse.
No, you
The
read it.
exact.
We can hear you. No problem.
So mark my reference that Rig Veda Adhyaya 32 verse number 65, and
Yeah.
in this full Adhyaya all about idol worship,
So
and
read it.
Rig Veda 1090.
No,
Again, I
read
am
it.
giving you
Read
the
the bit
another.
that says you can worship them as idols. Read that bit.
Yeah. And Sahastra Pratimasi, Sahastra Pramasi, Sahastra Pratimasi, it means Anant, infinite idols. The God is having infinite idols,
No,
infinite
infinite
Swarup.
images, not idols.
Idols, Pratimasi. The exact word is there, Sahastra Pratimasi. So
And
for this,
pratimasi means idol?
Pratima means idol. Yeah.
Pratima means nature.
So, idol. So let me clear you other
Can
things.
you post the link for the
I
for that
have
particular verse
I have
in the private chat?
I have the hard copy with me. So I made a PPT by showing the page of that particular chapter.
Okay,
So allow my
post the reference
screen
in the
will show
private
you.
chat. Post
Sorry,
the reference in the private chat, because I've seen this many times.
I can
As soon
write.
as we
I
go to
can
the
write this
interpretation of
reference.
those passages, the meaning is not what you claim it is. So if you
No,
can post
no,
the
no. I
reference,
can show you. No,
no,
allow
post the
my
reference.
screen. I'll show you.
Post the reference clearly.
There is no link. I can write the reference number.
Yeah, write it.
I can write the reference number.
Go on, write it.
Yajurveda.
I thought you said it's Rig Veda. You went to Yajurveda now.
Rig Veda is also there. Rig Veda 1090 is the very famous Puru Sukt of Rig Veda. It's in Wikipedia also.
Type the reference in the private chat and we'll bring it up. No problem. Okay.
I'm typing. Just hold on.
If there are any non-Hindus in the back studio, can you please leave and make space for the Hindus? We'll call you guys later. Don't worry. There is no 3265. Are you sure you give the right reference?
Yeah, it's a right reference. I can show you. Let me see. Allow my screen so it will be better to explain.
Yeah, but this is something you put in a PowerPoint. Yeah, it is not the actual.
No. It's a page of. I can show you the original book also.
Why can't you post
screen.
if it is something like that? Why can't you post the link?
It's a physical form, no?
Exactly, it's something that you have in your PowerPoint. I want to know from something which is available
Yeah.
publicly.
Let me try. Wait.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, I'm posting the things. I would like to tell you the concept of God is in Sanatan is very simple.
Really?
It's
On.
which I'll explain you in deep. Sahastasya Pramasi, Yajurved 1565 also is there. So I'm
Just
writing
post the
the
link in the private chat. As simple as that.
link. I'm not able to post the link. Allow my screen so I can show you.
No. Why can't you post the link? If you have it with you and it's available publicly, why can't you post a link?
It's a very famous verse. You
Okay,
can
so
also search.
then you should be able to post the link then.
I'm not actually. I'm not very familiar about this process. That's why I'm not able to. But I'll try. Wait.
Okay.
I can post a complete Yajurveda. So you have to find all that.
posted in the private chat. You said God is having form. That wasn't my
Yeah.
question. My question is not whether God has a form or not. My question is, does it state anywhere in any of the Vedas that you can worship God in a form of a statue or an idol or a picture or whatever?
I'm giving you from the Vedas only.
All you're giving me is God as a form. That's not what I asked you.
So God as a form. It's like
Yeah, I'll tell you what. When you say
in
God,
this particular verse, Yajurveda 1565, the mantra drashta rishi is talking about the worship of pratima, worship of idol. This last
bring the evidence.
1565.
Post the link.
What
How come
what
you
do
don't
you
have
want to?
links for the Yajurveda 1565 if you say it is?
I can make a screenshot and send you. Where should I send you?
Just if you can do a screenshot, you can post the link. Trust me, you can.
Link how to post? I don't
Just
know
copy
actually.
and post the link from the URL that is on the top of your browser.
Wait. It's quite difficult for me actually.
I don't know why it's difficult for you to post a link.
But even the thing that you put in the back chat, bro, the 3265.
1565.
You posted 3265 for Yajurved. You posted
3265 about Pratima, about the Devatas, Devi Devatas, and 1565 about the Murti Puja, Sahastra Pramasi. And Rig Ved's 1090 is about
You know
God.
what? I'll tell you what.
Everything is God.
Why don't you join again when you have the links, okay? And we'll take it from
No.
there.
Please wait.
Real quick. How do you reconcile 32.3?
Wait. I have my channel named Shashwat Satya Sanatan. I have made this entire stream.
By the way, you're not allowed to promote your channels here.
Okay. No. I'm just giving you the. You can go through my channel and where I have given all the details.
He understands clear instructions.
The reason why I ask is when you look at 32.3, it literally says that he transcends spirituality. Therefore, he does not have any material form. And it says his form is Satchit Ananda. That means he is made of eternality, knowledge, and
that's
bliss.
what I thought.
Yeah,
you know, this is usually the problem. Every time we ask them for evidence, they make us
Yajurveda 1565. Read Yajurveda 1565 first.
I understand what you're saying.
I wanted to explain you.
My question to you is, how are you reconciling the two? Because it literally says it means of that Almighty God, there is no pratima, image, painting, or idol. Exactly. There is no likeness, thus all idols are false. He is beyond representation, thought, speech, description, imagination, and conceptual fabrication.
So it's the exact opposite of what you're claiming.
Exact opposite of what you're saying.
Listen to me. I deliberately posted these two verses, 1565 and 3265, just because of Natasya Pratima Asti and Sahasrasya Pratima Asti. This is the simple concept of God in Sanatan, that God is unmanifested also, and at the same time, God has infinite idols, infinite, form of,
Forms. Okay, so
murti.
let me ask you this: have you ever seen God?
That is why I posted these two things.
Yeah.
And
Have you ever seen God?
see, in Dhyana Mudra, anyone can see the God. In Dhyana Mudra, we
What does
have
that mean?
to Jagrat the Kundalini and 7 chakras in the body, and so many rishis have been seen the God in their in spiritual progressiveness
Okay.
in the
So
Himalayas.
what does the creator God Brahma look like?
Brahma is Anant. Brahma is Anant. He has each and everything within him. He's a form.
What does he
The
look like? If
form.
he has a form, what
Let
does
me
he look
explain.
like?
Let me explain. The form which the everything, every manifested things is come out from that Brahma, which is Anant form. Virat. In Bhagavad Gita, Sri Krishna said 8 attributes. The मैं ही विराट हूँ, यानी I am the biggest, I am the
So
the
everything
creator
came. Are you saying
from which
everything
everything
came
is
from
come out.
everything that
Let me
exists came
complete.
from Brahma? Is that what you're saying?
Let me complete. If 8 things, I am trying to make you understand
No,
that.
but you are all over the place. When I ask you a specific question, you don't answer that. I
See,
asked you a simple question: have you ever seen Brahma in your life?
I have I have felt that Brahma in my
Okay, goodbye. This guy's a waste of time. Honestly, I don't have patience for people who don't answer basic questions. Okay, Zero, you're next. Oh, sorry, it was the other Satya, right? Satya, you're next.
Hi, thanks
Sorry,
for
I get
taking
mixed up
me.
with the
I
Satyas.
was, yeah, understandable. So really
Yeah.
sorry to maybe I started munching actually. So yeah, sorry. How are you
Well,
guys?
yeah, we are good. Are you calling from India as well?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for patiently waiting in the back studio. I know there are others waiting as well. Trust me, we want to take you on, all of you, and give you an opportunity to say your piece. So please bear with us and be patient. And God willing, we'll bring you in one by one. So yeah, Satya, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I was actually, I'm still learning. I'm raised in a family which is not really very dharmic, but I have lived around people who are. So I'm sort of on a starter level of Hindu. I have started reading a couple of scriptures. I had curious questions. So my understanding is very rudimentary. So don't take me as a scholar or something, please.
Okay, none of us are scholars
I was
either.
here because I hope so.
Yeah.
So
So yeah, feel free
the
to
question was,
share your thoughts. Yeah.
yeah, I'll make it a very pointed one. I saw the name of the stream, actually, the title about whether
Mhm.
Ram actually existed or not, and
Yeah.
I
So
have shown
our
references
our
here, but
stream is
I
actually
was
about Ramayana, about the story of Ram in
that's all
particular,
right.
and we want
Correct.
to
Understood.
establish whether Ram was a historic figure or what was he just a mythological idea or a story to give us some idea about what the author wanted to convey about morality.
Understood. So just one clarification needed. What would qualify as a good evidence?
Anything archaeological, historical, even if it's a testimony by someone who is contemporary, that would do.
Astrology and astronomy would work.
And testification from someone who lived in the time of Ram, who can collaborate from his writings, of any historical data, that'll do.
No, that's right. So I'm gonna give you a like sort of a crash course of what I understood, so that we are on the same page. If you don't mind, just a
Yeah.
minute. Would be so you have to understand the ways in which various cultures actually started dating the periods in their eras. So one of the ways that Indians actually, I'll call them Indians, I won't call them Hindus. Indians at that time, they started dating because they studied astronomy, stars, the position of the stars across the multiverse.
Yeah.
Sorry, universe, not multiverse. Sorry, MCU effect. My bad. So that's what we call nakshatra. So जब आप sorry again Hindi spills out. When you actually read nakshatra, it's a very scientific method of actually dating. It has been proven. It has been used by NASA as well. So there is an article I can actually quote it if you want.
Okay,
There are books
just
referring
for
to
the
it as well.
brevity, can you just, based on the astronomical evidence and the calculations, can you tell us when Ram existed?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to actually get at. So first, I would like to point out where the astronomy basis evidence is actually coming from. That's coming from Valmiki Ramayana. I have the actual verse. I would like it to be actually quoted on your stream at least so that people can actually verify in case they want to.
Yeah, you can share
It's
the
in
link in the
Balkand.
private chat. Share
Yeah,
the link.
I can. I actually have a PDF on my own. If you want, I can show you the book itself.
Yeah,
Would that
we
work?
we honestly
I'm on PC.
prefer something that is publicly available instead of sharing your own
So
personal
you,
notes or PDFs. I
in
would
case you,
prefer
so
something.
I'm not.
But look, read from your PDF,
Just
no
hold.
problem. As long as you can answer the question
Sure,
about the period in which Ram existed, because I think you're trying to say that he existed in the Tetra Yuga. Am I right?
No. I'm not going in that direction. Yugas,
Why
I'm
not?
not really profound. I'm having knowledge about because I don't know the knowledge about it. So I'm not
Because
gonna quote it.
this is in your
What I
scriptures,
know,
that Ram was in the
that's
Tetra
all right,
Yuga.
but I'm not aware of it.
Okay, so what are
Hashim,
you
I
aware of?
can't even talk about something I don't know about.
No
I
problem.
read Ramayana.
I'll tell you what, just based on your PDF or whatever evidence you have there, in which period did Ram exist? Can
No,
you
it's not
tell
PDF.
us?
It's not PDF. It's Valmiki Ramayana available on internet.
No, I'm asking
Internet
you, when
archive.
did Ram exist
Not-
based on that?
So the actual answer would be, just hold on. I think it's somewhere in the vicinity of 5,700 BC, 7,000 years ago. That's the
Sorry.
estimate that I have.
So 5,000 BC.
5,700, yes, roughly quarter to
Was that
6,000 BC. Yeah.
was that when Ram existed, or was then when was Valmiki? When did Valmiki
It was the date
write
of
the
birth of
Ramayana?
Ram. It's the date of birth of Ram, according to me, my research.
Okay, no problem. When did Valmiki write about Ram?
I'm not sure.
Okay, it's around. They say it's around 300 BC. It's between 300 BC and 300 CE. Okay, or something around that date. Now, how many years after Ram's existence did Valmiki write based on that?
Hashim, when I actually make that connection, this question would matter, frankly, according to me.
It does matter.
It doesn't matter. It can be a compilation of. I'm just saying it can be a compilation of various historians between that period.
Yeah, but
and
if
it's
you
a
have no
compilation
names,
nonetheless.
if you have no names of any of those historians, then we cannot say that Valmiki, the source that Valmiki actually got all this information about Ram from, were a chain of historians. Is a speculation.
May I make some scientific points as well in this regard?
Scientific points about the discrepancy in the ages?
Yeah, no, I'm trying to point out if astronomy is still used in modern dating
We are not.
system, then it has
I'm
been
not even
verified.
discussing astronomy. I'm saying, let's say, for the sake of argument, we accept your data which you got based on the planets and the stars and this astronomical calculations. No problem. You have derived the date to be around 7,000 years from now. Yeah. If Valmiki was written, say 2,500 years, I'm being generous here. Okay. You still have a discrepancy by a few thousand years. Are you with me? So you got like 5,000 years of discrepancy. How will you fill that gap of 5,000 years, that void? How will you fill
That's
it?
what I'm trying to tell you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. If modern science actually has a way of dating that exact date given in Valmiki Ramayana, it doesn't matter whether what happened in 5,000 years. If that
No.
age is specific,
You only
because
get
you
the
can't
date.
say,
Hold on.
I'm saying you can't, Hashim, let me complete, please. I'm saying if you have an astronomical date coming and verified from NASA stating that this particular
NASA.
constellation was available, and just hold on, please. Let me
NASA
just
doesn't believe
clarify.
in Ram. Come on, man. Don't you
It
even go
believes in
there.
it believes in stars, bro. Come on, please let me complete. I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to help you how this
You're not
dating
helping.
actually
You're
has
making
been
it
derived
worse
at.
for you. You know why? Because
No.
I'm the one telling you, let's say for the sake of argument, we accept all your dates. No problem. But you still keep banging on about the dates. We have already moved on. You need to understand this.
I'm saying don't rely on my dates. I'm saying let me quote the verse at least.
Quote
So
what
viewers
verse?
know about it.
What does the verse prove?
The verse coming from that's what I'm trying. Let me just quote it, please.
Okay, go on.
It's Balkand Sarg 18. Verse number, the shlok number is 9 and 10. That gives the exact nakshatra on the date of birth of Lord Rama.
Okay, and that is
I hope that
7,000
makes
years.
it
Yeah,
clear.
is that 7,000 years something? Okay, let's move on,
Yeah.
shall we?
Sure.
Good. Let's say Ram was born 7,000 years ago. Yeah, that is 5,000 BC, roughly. Yeah.
Okay.
Valmiki Ramayana was written in 300 BC.
If you
So
say
you
so,
got
okay.
you got 4,500 years of discrepancy, of a void which you cannot fill.
It's not
Are
a
you with me now?
discrepancy. You keep calling it discrepancy. It's not discrepancy. Please don't
Okay, where
use
did
that term.
Valmiki get the information about Ram from?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
Because he doesn't
The
understand the
possibility is
discrepancy.
that
I have to spell it out for him.
let me just. Shall I make my point, please?
Yes,
You
please,
have
go
to
ahead.
understand the dates were recorded by various historians at that time. It's not one guy recording everything. It is
Yeah.
various people
We
recording
have
those
moved
dates.
on
If
from the
Lord Ram
dates.
was,
Hello, Satya.
because it's important.
Is
The dating system is
there a
important.
hold on?
You're trying to skip over the very point I'm trying to make. You want
No,
me to move on
Satya,
from that point.
I think you are misunderstanding the entire picture here. We have already established that for the sake of argument, we will take 7,000 BC as the date when the period when Ram was born. We have moved on from the date now. Now I'm asking about the Ramayana is about the story of Ram. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes. So this Ram Katha, this Ram story, this epic of Ram, and the Ramayana, which was written as a poetry by Valmiki Ramayana around 300 BC. Where did he get the story of Ram from?
I'm trying to give that answer. It is based on various dates only. Please let me complete.
Guys, on date still. I don't understand. Satya, I'm going to have to let you.
Because it's not just
The question is
one
not
date.
about
It's
date. The
not
question
just
is about
it is
what
about
happened
date.
to
It is
Ram,
modern science
what
which is
happened to
proving my
Sita,
dates.
what
Yeah.
happened to Lakshman, what happened to Hanuman. How did Valmiki get all this information when he wrote something like 4,000, 5,000 years after Ram?
Yeah, let's change the.
I am
change
trying
the
to tell you that sorry, Maurice, you were saying something. I don't want to disturb.
It's not about
okay.
the date.
Let's try to rephrase the question. When did what was the lady's name again?
Sati, Sita.
Sati, thank you. When did Sati ascend to become a goddess?
Sita,
What's the date for that?
You would have to understand, is that relevant to the question here?
It is, because I want to know when the story was complete.
I'm just trying to explain that it is not just one date. You're talking about multiple dates, historians recording various dates across periods of time. We are not talking about 1 year's story.
Right.
It's like
Okay,
20 years into the past or the future.
Yeah, who are these historians over 5,000 years?
Valmiki actually consolidated those facts. Is it such a bad thing to
This is your
realize?
claim. Where is the evidence for this consolidation?
The fact that Ramayana has those dates and they are verified by modern science is the.
Bye-bye. Another waste of time. Seriously.
The guy wants to use
He
dates.
keeps banging on about the dates. I said we have moved on from the dates. Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, Zero. Let's see if we can try to be a hero.
Nice one. Please confirm if you can hear me well.
Yeah, sorry, where are you calling from?
Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Is my voice audible enough?
It is, yeah. Where are you calling from?
India.
Good. What's on your mind?
So I've got a statement that is roaming in my mind that you just gave a few minutes back or few hours back, that Buddhist and Jain are not Hindus. So are you still standing with that statement?
Yes, I am saying that they don't believe in God.
No, I'm saying you said that Buddhist and Jain are not Hindus.
As a religion, no.
Are you still standing with this?
Yes, I am. I'm saying as a religion, no. Because I see Hinduism as a religion. And if Jainism is a different religion and Buddhism is a religion, then surely they can't be the same.
And what is the source of your information that
Regardless,
you are
by the way, are
saying?
you going to answer some questions based on the topic?
I'm just going to talk about the statement that you gave,
It's
because that is
irrelevant to this topic, to be honest.
exactly, this is
Okay.
relevant because you are
It's
live
not
streaming.
relevant to the topic. The topic is
It
about
is
Ramayana. The
it
topic
is
is about
violation of
Ramayana. You have to
constitutional
prove to us.
values.
Listen, I know you have been waiting in the back studio. You were really like eager to come on. Now you're here. It is your opportunity now to present your case about the evidence of Ram's existence. Can you do that? Unlike the other Hindus,
I would love to do that, but I would like to
without
mention,
without changing the topic, can you do that?
why do you sound like a dictator?
Okay, bye bye.
What's it-
You know,
you wanna
seriously,
talk
these
about
people
dictatorship
are
now?
okay. Zero, I'm going to ask you one more time. Are you going to answer the question, or shall I bring somebody else in?
You violated the constitution.
I don't follow the Indian constitution. Bye bye. Seriously, they're making fools of themselves. Okay.
I've
No
never
wonder he
seen
calls himself a
somebody say
zero.
you violated my
Maybe that's
constitution.
the highest marks he scored in his exams.
Yeah, serious. That is.
Okay, Akash Thakur, you're next.
Yeah, hi everyone.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going good. Thanks for asking. So before I start, Hashim, we met earlier also, if you remember me. I think
I think so,
1st
yeah.
of February. Yeah, thanks for remembering. And we had a discussion. We had a couple of things exchanged, and I promise you that I'll come back and I'll bring some evidence, not evidence, but some study about this Ram Janambhoomi. And two things we discussed over there. That was the existence of Rama, and second thing was the Ram Janam Bhumi. So I'm going to start with my Ram Janam Bhumi talk, which
Okay,
is
so
very
we had 3 streams on that topic already. Today our topic is on Ramayana, and I think Ram Janmabhoomi is included in this topic. So before we start about the birthplace of Ram, can you prove to us Ram actually existed?
no, okay. So last time we had a discussion. I told you that I will not be able to bring you the existence proof, if you remember, because that's the story is like way back. It's in Treta Yuga. So today's time it is very very difficult to prove that. So I will
Okay.
not be like anyone else wasting your time, because if you remember our conversation, I said that it is difficult to prove Adam's this thing, and then you gave me that you have 6 principles in Islam, and among those principles, there's one principle was that you have to believe in the message, the Jibril and the God and Muhammad, and then you take the Shahada. You will ask everyone that, and this is how you will bind the whole
Yeah. No,
thing.
actually, let me
If you
remind you
remember.
what I
I
said and
don't
what.
remember exactly, but
Yeah.
yes,
So
something like
let
that
me,
you said.
because what you said was actually not fully correct. So let me just correct you on that. The way we believe in Islam is based on what Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, taught us about Islam. Yeah.
Mhm.
And that's the reason we believe in the angels, in the previous prophets, in the previous messages, in addition to the Quran. And that's the reason, because our connection is with someone who actually had a direct connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala himself. Yeah. So that's how we believe, because we know that Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, existed in history. He lived 1400 years ago. So we have ample evidence of his existence. And similarly, we would like to ask you, what do you believe when you believe in Ram? On what basis do you believe? Okay. And like I said, there are certain things we can use as evidence. We can use historical evidence. We can use
Testimony
archaeological
was one.
evidence. We can even use testimony of someone in his time, if it can be proven. Then that would be sufficient evidence for us. If you have none of that,
There is-
and then you're going to discuss about the actual birthplace, when you're saying he actually existed in Tetrayuk, if I'm correct, is that right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. By the way, when is Tetrayuk according to you? Do you know?
See, I don't have the exact dates, but it is like somewhere around 2-3 lakhs years
Yeah.
story.
So it's like
Okay.
2.1 million years from now.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
And Dwapara Yug, which is when Krishna came, is 867,000 BC. So
Yeah,
we are talking
fair enough.
about like millions of years ago. And you're absolutely
That's
right. Actually, you're being honest and I would say upfront about it, that we cannot have evidence, historical evidence of an individual who existed that long ago.
Mhm.
Now,
So
I'm
what?
curious to know how you know about the exact birthplace of Ram. Go ahead.
No, exact birthplace of Ram. So that's what I was saying. The Supreme Court decision, because like I promised you last time that I'll study more on this content and I'll bring you, and we'll come back to your question also. So
Okay.
the Supreme Court decision is basically based on four things. One is your ASI report. Second is your travel logs. You discussed travel logs, I remember. And
Yeah.
third is your adverse possession. And fourth is your cross-examination of the witness. So the court decision is for ASI report, which tells that there was a non-Islamic structure, which you are
Yeah.
correct. It doesn't say that it was a mandir or it was a like Buddhist temple, but it was a non-Islamic structure was there. Okay,
Absolutely.
and
Thank you.
fair enough. Okay, so the claim made by so what it proves, like the claim made by Sunni Waqf board was that it was built on a empty land. That was Sunni Waqf board said. So with the this ASI report, it says that there was structures and there were some artifacts that were found. So that actually this proves the Sunni Waqf board judgment. The second thing was that travel logs. In travel logs, there was the notes which were written by some 7 Britishers came at that time, and they were talking to the people, which actually forms the written evidence in the court, which you also know. And among them, if you really want to know the names, I can give you the names of those
It's
people
not the
also who
names.
were
Tell me
there.
what they said about the Ram Mandir.
So that's what I'm saying. So they had a discussion with the people at that time when they travel, and how they were worshipping at that place, and the people told them that there was a mandir which existed over there. So this exactly
No,
you
no, no.
can
Hold on, hold on,
check.
hold on.
Mhm.
What do you mean there was a mandir that existed there? Tell me the exact wording of theirs.
So for exact wording, one second. Nothing but just
Because
one
we know
second.
we know that this structure was built in the 1600s, or
Mhm.
sorry,
I'll
1500s.
just come to that.
So you need to
That is
know exactly what was there before that, in order to find out from the travelogues.
fair enough. So you can read that in William Foster book, Early Travel in India, 1583 to
Yeah.
1690. You can find the same in the Supreme Court judgment in
What did
page
he
number
say? Just tell us
663.
that, man. If you research
I
this, you
have no, actually, I didn't went on that. The
what's the
books,
point of bringing it
what
if
the
you haven't
travel
even
law.
read it, man? Come on. I thought you were
No, I
presenting
didn't
some
have it.
evidence.
No, this is not exactly. This is one of the written evidence that was promoted in the
Yeah, I know, but
this
I
thing.
thought
But
you
what
actually had
exactly
the
was there?
evidence. I thought you were going to present the evidence from the travelogue, the exact wording, the exact quote, what was mentioned, not
No,
just some.
exact wording. Anyone can do Google. The two travel logs
No,
that were
no, hold
taken,
on. No, it
Joseph
doesn't work like that.
Hen.
When you
Mhm.
make the claim, the onus is on you to provide the evidence. Don't tell us to go and Google something.
Okay, I didn't read it, but two
Okay,
people were there, Joseph Fair and
that's fine.
William
I'll tell
Finch.
you what.
Those.
Next time,
Mhm.
bring the evidence and we can examine it. Okay. Now, with
Okay.
regards to the topic at hand about Ramayana,
Mhm.
do you believe Ram literally existed in history, or is this like was he a mythological figure like many Hindus
See,
even believe that?
okay. So when it comes to the belief system, yes, I also believe like many other beliefs. But if you want to substantiate with an evidence, it will be difficult. But for
Okay.
me, I just want to check it. I just want to check it whether I can reach to that Tetra Yuga or not, whether that date existed, because Muslims have a distinct belief that Adam was the first man, which we had a discussion. And when I asked you for the proof, you presented me something, this six
Yeah, I
articles
told
where
you
you
our
built.
testimony. I told you our
Mhm.
testimony is from
I know that. I know
Muhammad
that.
peace be
So
upon him.
for
Okay.
me, yeah, so yes, sure, peace be upon him, no problem. So, but for me as a Hindu, I just want to check whether I can travel that far, whether I can bypass Adam or not. So, for that, I just like to highlight one evidence which is presented in Antola in Turkey, which says Gobli Tepe. If anyone can type Gobli Tepe, it dates back to 8,500 to 9,500 BC. So,
So,
which proves me yeah, absolutely.
by the way,
So, which proves me
when do you think Adam existed?
8,000 years. That is what
Who told
it
you
is
that?
being told about.
Who told you
Who
8,000 years?
told? No, no. Who told me? Actually, whatever I have, I don't know exactly where I have got that
Definitely
this
not the
thing. That I
Muslims,
can
because
come back.
the Muslims
No,
will
no.
not
It's
tell
not
you the
about
exact dates
Muslims.
or the period even. Because look, for us, we don't believe in this young earth theory like the Christians do.
Mhm,
This is a
mhm.
claim from the Christians, not from the Muslims.
Fair
Okay?
enough.
So
Mhm,
no, from the Christians. The
mhm.
Christians believe in the young earth theory. So some of them say 6,000 years old is how the earth was. And that's when Adam came and so on. We don't believe that. So please,
No, nobody said that Earth is a 6,000, but it is a claim for Adam that he was 8,000 years.
yeah, but not
If
from the
you see
Muslims.
the
That claim is not from the Muslims.
okay,
And even if
okay,
it is,
I'll,
even if
I'll,
some Muslims do
I,
claim that, you can never find this evidence in the Sahih Hadith or even in the Quran. For us, those are the
I
primary sources. Everything else can be speculation.
fair enough. So if you even see the timeline, 1400 years back, we have Muhammad. 2000 years, we have Jesus. 3500 years back, we have Moses. And then you have Noah and Noah's great grandfather. If you see,
No, hold on.
it's
Why did you go
somewhere.
straight from Moses to Noah? What about Abraham?
Okay, Abraham was also there. I'm
When was
not
Abraham?
denying it. So
When was he?
Abraham, 5,000 years. That's what
Where
it
are you
says.
getting all these years from? This data?
So
It's
see,
not from the Muslims.
dates I can.
No,
No,
these
no. It
are
is
not from
from
the Muslims.
my Muslim friend. No, no. I am. I talk. I have a lot of Muslim friends. They
Yeah,
told
but
me,
when you
and
say
that's
Muslim
where.
friends, what I meant not from Muslims is not from our primary sources.
So see, I will only go to my friends only. I don't know what
Yeah,
primary
but
source like.
look, if you were someone who actually valued the truth, yeah, you wouldn't just go
Mhm,
to your friends. You would go to some credible sources, which the Muslims consider as credible, and then base it on that. I can go based on many of the Hindus who might be my friends, and
mhm,
they can tell me a lot of things which are completely out of this world. I'm going to believe them, am
mhm,
I? That's the reason we always bring evidence from your scriptures. So when I discuss the caste system, I go to Chandogya Upanishad, open
mhm.
chapter 5, and give you present you the evidence from that. And
Fair enough.
Upanishads
But Hashim.
are primary Hindu scriptures. They are Shruti. They are valued and respected by Hindus as being their Dharma Shastras.
Mhm.
Okay?
Fair enough.
So I would
So
I would
what I
expect the same standard of you know fact finding from yourself.
I will definitely do on these dates as well because I was
Okay.
not known that you will ask because you
I
have an
can tell
open
you
box.
now that we don't have the dates, we don't have the eras, even because this is something which, like Allah Subhanahu wa Taala and the Prophet peace be upon him, if he hasn't mentioned this to us, we can't just speculate about these things.
Fair enough because he was not born on earth. Everyone knows that. Adam, I'm talking about. He was
Yeah,
born in the Garden
Adam
of
was created. By the way, he wasn't born. Allah says in the Quran
um,
that He created him, and this is
with
our
his
belief.
hands, with the soil,
Yeah, why
with
not?
the mud.
Yeah.
I'm not denying it. I'm
No,
not
with
denying
clay.
it.
He was created with clay, and then Allah fashioned him in His own image, not in the image of Allah, in the image of Adam alayhi salam. That means he wasn't a baby, and then he became a teenager, and then he became a matured, grown man. He was created
He was
as
born as a man only.
he was created as an adult. He wasn't born.
Mhm.
Okay, he was
Fair enough.
created
Fair enough.
as an adult, and that is how Allah created him. And this is
Mhm.
the first man. We don't believe there was any other man before him. This is our belief. He's known as the father of humanity, and we believe that.
Mhm.
However, how do we know about Adam alayhi salam? Again, we go back on to Prophet Muhammad peace be upon him and his testimony, because he got the information not from himself but from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala directly.
Mhm. Fair
Okay.
enough. I don't disagree with your belief.
So when we
But
examine Ramayana, and when we see
Mhm,
a huge gap between the author when he actually authored the Ramayana and
mhm,
the time when Ram existed, like 2 million years ago, then
mhm.
we cannot say that Valmiki knew about Ramayana about someone who existed like 2 million years before him.
So it is a hearsay story only to Valmiki also. His forefathers must have told then his forefather, and finally he might have jotted down. That
Yeah, but
I will
that's
not disagree
we don't
because
have
there was
any
a
evidence
time
for
gap
that, do we?
between.
We
No,
don't
no,
have any evidence. You see,
no, no.
the
It's very
hadith were
difficult.
recorded in a similar fashion. You know, like
Mhm.
there were
I
hadith.
know that. I know about the
Yeah,
hadith.
exactly. So we have a chain of narration for the hadith, and that's the
Yes,
reason
yes, I know that.
our scholars are able to categorize them as fabricated, or whether they are weak, or whether they are, sahih. That is how
Mhm,
our scholars categorize it based on the evidence. So the ilm al hadith, the science of hadith, is actually quite complex. They identify each person in the chain. We have something called the ilm
mhm,
al rijal. So we know each person in the chain, not just the names. We know about them. We have a bit of a biography about them. We have a bit of stories about them. Just like you have stories of Ram and Krishna and so on, we have stories
mhm,
about each of the companions who narrated the hadith, and that's how
mhm.
the scholars are able to categorize the hadith from being authentic to weak to completely fabricated. Do you
So
understand?
just one small, I understand everything. I
Okay,
have
good.
read it, so it's not like that I don't understand what you're saying. I've
Mhm.
heard it also from my friends and I've researched it. But we
Okay.
just want to substantiate at this point. We don't have a date for Adam, that is what you said. But do we have a date for any of the prophets that came existed over here? Because then
Okay.
only we can go
We have
back
the
to
date
the
for Prophet
previous
Muhammad,
prophets.
peace be upon him. Yes,
1400 year.
he was born in the year 570, and he passed away in the year
Mhm.
632. And we have
632.
artifacts, we have manuscripts of the Quran even from his time, like the Birmingham University manuscript.
I
You
have
can,
seen that Quran. I have seen
yeah.
that Quran.
So these are actual physical evidence from archaeology, from history that we
I
have,
have my
that we
question.
can present.
My question is different. I'm not talking about Muhammad because he's the last prophet. His
Mhm.
chance should come at the last to evaluate. I am over here, Adam. Now, if I talk about Adam, uh, do we have anything? No. Like I gave you a date for 8,000 years. You said that we don't believe in date. But
Yeah,
are
we
there any other prophet? Because I'll just come back.
mhm.
Because we have who's Musa. Musa is like Moses. So
Yeah.
Moses existed at the time of when pyramids were there. So we know it is close
He
to like
existed in the
2000
time
to
of the pharaohs. Okay,
pharaohs for pyramids,
one of the
pyramids
pharaohs,
only.
not all the pharaohs. But look, I've already answered that question. I think we base our evidence on testimony of Prophet, peace be upon him.
I am not denying the testimony. See,
Okay, so why are you
I'm
asking
not
evidence
denying
for
the testimony.
Adam, for Moses, and so on? I
No,
don't
no.
understand.
For me, it is. See, if I have to go and get the this thing evidence, first I have to see whether I can. If Adam is the first man, then whatever tetrayuk might not have existed. You understand this? Because
Yeah, I
whatever
understand.
evidence I can bring, you will say that Adam is the first man, and it cannot. My claim will be zero. So first I
Right.
have to see whether I can jump on Adam and I can go to tetrayuk, but I don't
Right.
want to
And
jump
that's
on
why,
Adam. So for
yeah. So
Mhm.
what we're asking is we're asking for you to validate your source, and you can see how we validate our source.
Yeah,
So if our source, which is vetted and validated, is actually communicating with the creator of all worlds, and he is indeed a prophet, and he did indeed receive revelation, and the product of what he received claims that Adam was the first man,
Mhm.
then you can see how our vetting process takes place. The date of when Adam was created doesn't necessarily matter. What does matter is that the Prophet ﷺ is vetted and was indeed receiving revelation. Now, what you're doing is you're trying to look at it, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you're trying to look at, the poet
Christian
as a
theology,
source. I'm sorry?
from the Christian theology, the dates and all that you're saying.
You're trying to look at it from a source, and you're cross comparing the theologies, and what you're trying to say is, well, I have 8,000 years ago of this one particular event, And that's my kind of reasoning, because this poet said that this particular event took place. And what we're trying to show you is two things. The first thing is that the time that the actual poetry, the epic, was created, and the time that the event took place in reference to other historical events, such as the one that happened several million years, right, ago, is a conflict. And the second thing that's a conflict is the Quran is claiming that the first man was Adam. And we have evidences for that. So you have two things that you have to solve, right? The first is the conflict within your own internal scriptures. And the second is the conflict of the oppositional scriptures, which are claiming that they are the truth. Do you understand now?
Yeah, so that's the reason I am going side by side both the scriptures, because even if anyone brings the scriptures, like if you have heard it, like how Brahma and all these things, they'll just give you this word. It happens as a lila, okay, which I don't think so anyone will be able to prove it, and neither you will believe it. So for me to know the date is very important, because for my knowledge, I know Adam was not born on earth. He was on the heaven. What do you call it?
How
Jannat
can I give you a
Firdaus.
date then if he's not of a terrestrial?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
Right.
coming.
So all we have
Because
to look at
not
the thing.
only no, we have a date. We have a date. Why? I'll tell you. Because if not for Adam, then Adam didn't give any childbirth in the heaven. Otherwise, they would have also been a sinless person before Adam ate the apple. So the
He's,
first boy
he's,
that
he's
was
reading.
born.
He's reading too much from the Bible, I think.
Yeah, you're reading a lot.
You're
From the
mixing
Bible.
up all the religions here. But anyway, look, I really want to steer you back to the actual topic at hand, which is the Ramayana. So let's forget about about Adam and all that for now. Let's focus on the story. You said you believe in the story of Ramayana. What do you think about the character of Ram?
See, the character of Ram is he was a prince. He was like a very noble person, and he came to Earth for one specific mission, that was to defeat Ravan. When we speak about Ram, there is always we have to speak about Ravan also, because
Yeah.
that is where the story will come into picture. That was his prime motive, to come and defeat Ravan, because Ravan became actually very a strong demon, and to destroy Raman, Ram came into existence, and that is where this avatar of Ram took place. That is what it is.
Okay. In terms of Ram, and his after, let's say, after Ravan was defeated and he rescued Sita, who Ravan had abducted, why did he put her through a fire test? The
Okay,
Agni,
so
they call it the
I got it.
yeah,
I
that
got it.
Agni Pariksha,
See,
yeah.
the fire test was never an important, but there was speculation in the kingdom of Ram that since Sita was there for more than approximately a year or so her purity was being in question. So in Hinduism, there are 2 points, like I am your father, that is my first dharma. But if you're a king, then you're a father of the complete nation. So you have to take care of everyone. So that's why, to prove her purity, he knew in his heart that she is pure, but just to prove and make people, because there was a lot of dialogue that was happening, that she has stayed in Ravan's palace, and she might not be pure. So in order to justify in front of people in his the praja that you say, he asked her to give this test, and if she would have failed, the speculation that was arising would have corrected. But since she cleared the test of that Agni, she that concludes that she was not being taken literally physically taken by Ravan. So to prove that that she is pure, that was the reason for that Agni test that happened,
No,
not
I
because for
understand
his
that.
own satisfaction.
But for you to say the event has no significance when there was 2 of the same events that took place, to me, that's a pretty bold claim, man. I think that
No,
part of the whole
I didn't get your question. Too significant.
the event
I didn't
happened
get it.
twice. She had to prove her purity twice.
Yeah.
Right. So
When was that?
the
Twice then?
when
the
when she
purity of-
was banished to the forest when she was pregnant. Do you remember that?
Okay, when she already came back, that means pregnant was when she has already came back to the
No.
palace.
No. So she came to the palace. Then the
Mhm,
Agni Pariksha, or the fire test, took place.
mhm,
She was
mhm.
proven to be pure because she came out
Pure.
of the fire unscathed.
Mhm,
But then
mhm.
they still didn't believe her, you know. So Ram had to actually exile her from the
Exile
kingdom,
her. Mhm,
yeah, to the
mhm,
forest while she was pregnant.
mhm,
Now you tell me,
mhm,
look, if you were the king and
mhm,
your queen is the one
mhm,
people are raising the doubts of her chastity, would
mhm.
you not want to save your wife and the one that you love and also the queen of the country or the kingdom?
As a human, I will be. But when you are a king, when you are a king,
I
all
said,
the people, like
if
if
you were a
I'm
king, remember in the example I gave you,
Mhm.
if you were the
Okay.
king, would you not want
Mhm,
to, that tell the people, look, she's been through this test already. What more do you want?
mhm.
Yes, instead of
Yeah,
that, Ram
definitely.
actually banished her again in the forest while she's still pregnant. Can you believe this? How can someone be known as a good husband or a good king
Mhm.
when you do not even respect your own wife?
No, no,
When
there
she
is
has
no
when she
respect
has
concept.
proven her purity through an Agni
Mhm,
Pariksha, through a fire test already.
mhm, mhm. But that's what I'm saying. The people over there were still not able to get convinced. So that's the
Who
reason
is the
he
king?
has to exile.
Who is the
No,
king?
no. So king, he is not a king. Doesn't mean he is a dictator. That
No,
this
no,
has to
no.
be done.
I'm
She is
not
my
saying
wife, and
dictator.
she has to be done.
I'm
Mhm,
saying a king with a conscience, a king with
mhm,
morality would not do that.
mhm. No, king with the morality and king with the conscience should not have done that. But again, if just to please one person, or she's my wife and I have to, I
It's
cannot
about
take
justice. It's
account
not
for
about pleasing
everything.
you or me or anybody. You see, in the
So
Quran, we
at
have the
that time, the
principle of justice,
justice.
where it
Mhm,
says even if it goes against your own kith and kin, you should maintain justice. You shouldn't be unjust to anyone. In this case, this
mhm,
was his own wife, whom she loved dearly. She wanted
mhm,
to leave the kingdom, the palace, the comfort of the palace. Initially when Kaikai, stepmother of Ram,
mhm,
exiled him for 14
mhm,
years, she was the
mhm.
one who stuck with him, in addition to Lakshman, his stepbrother. Yeah.
Fair enough.
So, which shows that
Fair
she
enough.
loved him dearly, and she was a pious woman
Absolutely.
who did not
Mhm,
even, when Ravan wanted to marry her and approach her, she actually denied him. She rejected him, which shows that she is a pious woman who respects her husband and she respects her
mhm,
modesty and chastity. So the question
mhm.
now is on Ram. Why did Ram not see her as a woman, as a human who deserves justice? Yes, let alone as a wife.
Yes, fair enough. So this is actually, I don't know the exact reason. I can search for that also, but it is a man-made, like if I say, because to my knowledge, it says that there were voices that were coming and he was not able to satisfy it even after the Agni test. And that's where he
He doesn't
have
need to
to
satisfy anyone. He's a
leave.
king. He should be the authority. He should be the
No,
one who
no.
says, I'm the sovereign and I will
Mhm.
establish justice in this case. But
Yeah,
what we
that
see
could
is that,
happen in the Western world, but in our
are you
part,
saying
it
there's no
doesn't happen.
justice
We
in
have
India?
to.
Seriously?
No, no, there is a justice. Who said?
So,
I didn't said there is no justice.
what do you
What
mean
I'm saying
Western
in
world? I don't
India,
understand. What do you mean by Western world?
I'm coming. Let me answer. So
Yeah.
what happened is like in India, we take everyone in account. Like say, if I'm the king for and you all both exist, so you are also my son, and Muslims are also my children, and Hindus are also my Christians are. So I have to do justice for everyone. So if I'm the king, okay. So just because half the people are saying we are not convinced with this test, and other half says we are convinced. So for their sake, I have to. He left his wife. That is actually happened
Do you
over
do
there.
you not
But
see the
for
discrepancy in that? He's trying to please these doubters in his kingdom. Yes,
Mhm,
after Sita had gone through the Agni Pariksha already. So she has already been, the whole idea of the Agni Pariksha was to establish her purity. It was the same people who were doubting.
Look, Akash, bro.
Yeah.
You said that an Agni is like the fire god, right? The flame god. Am I understanding that correctly?
Agni just means fire. Yeah.
Okay, Agni just means fire. But there was now in the to my understanding of the story that the actual god of fire came down and vetted for this person. Is that correct?
No. I don't know exactly the
When
event,
she
how
passed the
exactly
fire
it happened.
examination, didn't the fire god vet for this person?
Yeah, I think it did vouch for
did.
her.
So now here's the thing. If you had a god come down and say, hey, this person is pure, what more evidence or what more proof do you need for this person to basically be let off the hook for those people that are in denial? So what Hashim is trying to tell you is, what sense does it make to take your pregnant wife and exile her from the kingdom after people have witnessed a miracle and then witnessed the vetting of a miracle from the god of fire?
Yeah,
No,
the goddess.
so all
goddess of fire, yeah.
I understand that. I understand that, but allow me. See, I got your point. So, if the God has said this has been done, she is pure, everyone should have agreed. But since some have not agreed, that's what I'm saying. That's where he has to send her to exile. I can't accept it. I can't accept her.
Does that make sense
So
to you?
there's one. No. It absolutely makes sense. I'll tell you why. Because there have been many. You can say, Injil has come, Torah has come, Zabur has come. They have done their purpose at that particular time. Similarly, I will not give you the detail, but I'll just conclude both the simultaneously, because you will understand from that perspective only. You will never understand from the Hindu text. So I have to bring like Muslim text and Muslim history. So there was Injil, there was Torah, there was Zabur at that time, which got corrupted. They were also the word of God. Once the this Torah was given to our prophet, what he says, Musa, he came down. And then also there were people who didn't believe at that time. Some left with him, some didn't left with him. And over the period of time, they have destroyed it. So there will be people who will never understand, no matter what proof you will give.
This is
Secondly,
a wrong. This is a false equivalence here. It's a
very
logical
bad.
fallacy. You cannot compare someone's belief with someone establishing justice if they are in authority to do so. For example, if you were the judge and somebody came to you and say establish justice between these two people, one is saying he's a thief, the other saying he's not a thief. Yeah. So you find evidence that he's not a thief. Yes. But some people wanted to convict that person of theft without evidence. Just to please them, will you actually give a false verdict? Or would you establish
no,
justice?
I will not.
Exactly. So this is exactly what we expect from Ram. Once the evidence was established, then I don't think Ram should have cared about the feeling of the people who did not agree with that.
No, Hashim, see, he has to care about, because he is not only husband of Sita,
No,
but
we are
he is
talking about
also
justice. We are
the
not talking about
father.
husband. We are not talking about husband or a king or a son or anything like that. We are talking purely on the basis of establishing justice without caring about anyone's emotions.
Okay, so for that I will require some more time to research on why exactly what was the event that happened.
I appreciate that,
because
think of the times, man. Think of the times. Were women capable of tending to themselves? No, they needed like serious protection. They needed a supply of food, and then doubly so for someone who's pregnant, right? So, and then the other thing, what you did was, in regards to your example, it would be like me saying Moses came down, and then there was like, take for example, probably the closest event that you could use as a comparison is when Musa alayhi salam went over to Pharaoh, and Pharaoh summoned his magicians, right? But the Quran tells us what actually happened. The Quran told us that the magicians right then and there said that we accept the Lord of Moses, and that they went against Pharaoh, right? So these people witnessed an event, a miraculous event, and they accepted. And Pharaoh, even though that he knew that he wasn't God, denied, but he knew he wasn't God, right? So now where we have a false equivocation, or where you can kind of make a bridge to that, is the people that were there and witnessed the event that transpired, as far as her being purified from the flames. If they still denied, then it's those people are committing a serious injustice, right? And those people need to be addressed in a just way. So me as a king, I wouldn't exile my wife and unborn child. I would deal with those people and say, what more evidence and what more proof do you guys need than physically witnessing something like this, right? And then accepting it. Yeah, I think that the least justifiable course of action is to say, you know what, maybe those people have a point. You know, that I would start questioning the mental capacity of that king. I would be like, dude, this guy's gone insane, because now he's even doubting himself. Now, I understand where you're coming from. You're coming from a very family aspect, and everybody needs to be respected, and life is life. One is equal to one, you know, stuff like that. But you have to understand there is a hierarchy. There's a reason why this particular person is a king. There's a reason why the king has queens. There's a reason why the royalty bloodline back in the day was considered special, right? So you have to put yourself in the mentality of what's happening with these people. You know, if the story were to be relevant to that time, it would be a very, very unjust act by a king to say, you know what?
For us, because we are humans, we are not supernatural people. We are very much humans. Everyone have doubted Christ. Everyone has doubted Musa, and similarly, everyone would have doubted Abraham.
Not everyone, right? I think that's kind of a tough.
Maybe some might be there. So I also said that the part of the court of Rama agreed the test, and some part didn't agree. But since I told you he's the father of all the kingdom, he will take it in that way. Since my people are not happy, I will not accept that decision. Okay, I'll tell you one small example. Let's say this fight is happening between Gaza and what is the other one? Israel. So when Hamas dropped the bomb, Israel attacked. Okay, so 90% of the population said that it is a rightful act because it is against terrorism. Now, first day, second day, third day, fourth day, fifth day, sixth day, seventh day, when it happened, children were getting killed. Okay, now there were some people who were getting shifted towards Gaza mentality also, because they knew that something wrong is happening. Everyone know. Till date, now US is also supporting, and everything is supporting. Okay, they stand in their belief, but you will always have those section of people where you will have half the people will agree with you and other half will never agree with you. In story of Rama, what I'm trying to say, he exiled her wife just to satisfy it, so that everyone, whether those who agreed or those who don't agree, even if 20 people would have not agreed, he would have still exiled. For him, one single person should also not disagree.
Let me respect your train of thought then, right? By your logic, when he exiled her, then half of the people would have agreed and the other half of the people wouldn't have agreed. And now you're back to square one.
Square one in a sense, he has exiled.
You're back to not being able to please everybody. So if you're thinking that he pleased it, see what's happening is you're going under the presupposition.
So there are two. No.
So look, hold on,
Muris.
Okay. Just hear me out, right? When half of the people that saw the event agreed and said this is sufficient, and the other people that saw the event and said that we disagree, this is not sufficient, right? That's what you're saying. Two scenarios.
Everyone saw the
I understand. Everyone saw the event. Half the people agreed, half the people disagreed that it was sufficient, right?
Fair enough.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Two scenarios out of that. The people that did agree, when she was exiled, now you're going to have agreements and disagreements in that group. And then the people that disagreed, you're going to have agreements and disagreements within that group, categorically different. Here's how. This group is going to say, we've already been satisfied and she doesn't need to exile. Okay. This group may say the exile is satisfactory for 50%, but we want something else as well. And now you've got not one, but three problems. So if by your train of thought, what's happening is you're assuming that the 50% that agreed are also agreed to the exile. And the second 50% that disagreed now consider the exile satisfactory and only the exile satisfactory and nothing else. And you're going to run into problems.
No, for say at that time, this is what the decision he took. So I'm not saying whether the decision was absolutely correct or not, but this was the decision he thought it could be better because he is not only a king, he is also a father to all the people, and that's what he took this decision, which to exile her because people are not agreeing. Even see, he could have very well asked Sita to come back, but he didn't choose that. He chose to exile her. And secondly, the purpose of
but remember, your reason for his choice of exile was to appease to the people, because the people are considered like family, you know, like
yes. So those who when she was exiled, and those who think the exile is wrong, there would have definitely voices and they have cried. But that is how exactly the fate. It will be like that. So you can't choose everyone.
So now here's the problem. The problem is you've just recycled the problem. That's the issue. And I think that's what we're trying to get at. We're trying to get at that this person's character, because, you know, Hashim had originally posed the question of, does this person have sound character, right? This is the issue.
It is a sound. I'll tell you, you will not understand like this. So I'll give you another analogy, which will be now.
I don't think I need another analogy, dude. I think
what it is very important. I got your point. Now, when the Quran will come, or any book from the God, it will come. It will never satisfy everyone. Quran is here for 1400 years. Injil was there for 2000 years. Then you have Moses' book, Torah, and then you have Zabur also. It never ever satisfied the complete earth.
This is a fallacy which you keep bringing on. It's called a false equivalence fallacy. When we are talking about justice, whether it is in the time of Moses, or whether it's in the time of Indra, or is the time of whatever period you want to talk about, justice remains constant. And you know, this is what the Quran says about justice. And when the Quran says about this particular ayah, it is justice whether it's a believer, it's a disbeliever, it's a family member, it's a stranger, it's with everyone. And this is the standard of the Quran. Allah says in the Quran, stand out firmly for Allah and be just witnesses, and let not the enmity and hatred of others make you avoid justice. Be just, that is nearer to piety. This is in chapter 5, verse number 8 of the Quran, in chapter Al-Ma'idah. Okay? And this is called universal justice, regardless of who it is, believers or disbelievers. We should be establishing justice with anyone. In this scenario, it is Ram. It is his own wife who loves him dearly. And I think a great injustice has been done to her by exiling her after she's been through a lot for 14 years of misery in the forest, you know, when she could have been easily living in a palace in Ayodhya, in the kingdom where Ram was exiled from by stepmother Kaikai. So it's something that I think Ram should have taken on board, that she has suffered enough. Now it's time to establish justice. Once the fire has, the fire test has proved her purity, then that should have been the end. But no, it carried on until the end. Do you know what happens at the end to Sita? Akash?
She goes into the yes.
Yeah. Why does she do that? Why does she call upon the earth to take her alive, to basically for the earth to swallow her? Why do you think she did that?
That reason I exactly don't know, so I don't want to make up any story on that.
Let me tell you the reason. Because she had enough of this pointing fingers at her, at her chastity, at her purity, doubting her. You know, she had enough of that. So she said, I'm done with you. I'm done with Ram. She didn't say those words, but that's what she meant. She said, I'm not going to be exiled again. I'm not going to be taken away to again and left on my own without my love, who is Ram. So she, said, okay, earth, swallow me alive, take me alive. That is the reason, because she had enough of this injustice.
Fair enough. I agree on that. But
Okay,
exactly what
so
you people
Sita
are saying, the
herself,
injustice of Ram,
she
I have to
recognized,
study on that a little more.
yes, Sita herself acknowledged the injustice that was upon her by her own people, her own family, and her own husband, who's supposed to be this Maryada Purushottam.
Maryada.
Yeah, what happened to that character who's supposed to be the ideal husband? What happened in this case? I'm
So
pretty sure
that's
this
what
is
I'm
not
saying. For
ideal
that,
from any standards. Okay, but anyway, thanks for your
no,
time,
no.
Akash.
Give me
Really
just 2
appreciate it.
seconds real quick with him, Hashim. So
Yeah,
Akash,
yeah.
I just want to conclude on this, bud. When you say things like, every single messenger brought a message, and that not everybody believed in it, and all that other stuff, brother, we and as a brother in humanity, right? We fully believe that not everybody will accept Islam, right? So,
Fair enough.
and just like you believe that not everybody will accept Hinduism, okay? But understand that only one of those can be true. Either Islam is true and everything else is false, or Hinduism is true and everything else is false, okay? In the Quran, it tells us that there's no compulsion in religion, and it tells us that hellfire will be fueled with men and stones, okay? So point being is, people are going to have the opportunity to accept Islam, but there's a request of you from the creator of the worlds, which is be sincere and do your due diligence and use your reasoning faculties to come to a conclusion. Okay. So if this book is indeed from God, and if this message is indeed God's message, which the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is making a claim that he was speaking to God. If you use your reasoning faculties and you come to the conclusion that it is from God, none of the Hindu scriptures matter. None of these stories matter. None of these events matter. The character of all these people don't matter, because it's not authentic. Do you understand where I'm getting at? So just because someone isn't going to accept something to be true doesn't invalidate it, right? It's your responsibility to actually crack it open and put it to the test yourself. And that's what I really want to invite you to do, because you seem like a person that is very reasonable, and you're very pleasant to speak to. So I really want to commend you on that, right? And I hope and I pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that he continues to guide you. If you need a copy of the Quran or anything like that, please let me know. I'm happy to send one your way. But
I will have it, no problem.
Great. I really encourage you to pick that thing up and read it, man, because it seems to me you're on the right track. And instead of wasting time on figuring out, trying to bridge impossible things of whether or not these characters and these stories actually existed without having any historical evidence of it, with having these massive gaps, with, all these evidences that are against you, I really encourage you to just go take a look at that Quran and read it with sincerity and reflect on it, man.
Sure. I have just small one thing. I will just before I conclude. See, I believe in certain faith. You believe in certain faith. Absolutely fine. I have no problem with that. But if I read Islam also, and whether I accept it or not, there is one belief which my God says to me. It comes into your conscious only. My God has asked me to, like, it will come into the second coming of the Christ. Everyone knows what is the second coming of the Christ, and in Hinduism it is called Kalki Yuga. So when that second coming of the Christ will come, I'll just say for the Christ only, not for the Vishnu, or even if I say for the Vishnu also, what will happen? Not even a hair of your eye will be different. So what Christ will look exactly same, the Antichrist will look. So those who believe what has been sent to you. So if he has sent me as an Hindu, and he has asked me to believe in the stone. So if I divert from believing from the stone, when the final time judgment day will come, I have to stand for him. So if I have not believed in what he has made me today, it will be very difficult for me to recognize the Antichrist, because there will be not even an iota of a difference in a Christ and Antichrist.
Where did you
Only
get this
those
from?
Where did you get that from?
Akash, where are you getting all this from? Even the Christians don't believe this.
No, that's okay. I'm not
What do you mean
talking
that's
about
okay?
Christians. This is
You're using Christian terminology, Christ, Antichrist. Okay?
no.
And you're saying it
That's what
doesn't
I
matter.
say. Even so, it is Christ, Antichrist. Whether it is what do you call it, Dajjal, something
Yeah,
like
we
that.
don't believe Dajjal
Muslim
and
also.
Isa alayhi salam, the second coming, they are going to look alike. Absolutely not. In fact, there's a description of Dajjal in the Hadith, and one of his eyes he actually can't see. And Isa
No,
alayhi salam is not defective like him.
absolutely. But you tell me
So
one
you're saying
thing,
there's not
Hashim.
iota of a difference? What do you mean absolutely?
I'll tell you
I think
that
I
you will
understand
come
what
to
you're
know
saying.
in
Gosh, let me
just
correct
no
me
no
if I'm
just
wrong.
one second, just one second.
Mhm.
You know what will happen in the last battle. Christ and Antichrist will fight, and Antichrist will lose. Christ will defeat Antichrist. You know it, I know it. Don't you think the Antichrist will know it? Why exactly he will come on this earth? For what? To get
Well,
defeated?
no, he
man,
came
we're
to
For what
save
he
agreeing.
will come?
people.
Look, we agree that he's going to get defeated. Here's where
Yeah.
we're drawing a difference. Where we're drawing a difference is you think that your scriptures are the truth, and you think that your understanding of the Antichrist, whatever you want to label him, is the truth. And you think that your depiction of the day of judgment, of when you're standing in front of that idol and you're saying, hey, this is the reason why I believed, is going to be accepted. And we're telling you it's not. That's the difference, dude. We're telling you that the version of what you consider belief is the farthest from the truth, and that's the devil's plan.
Yeah.
That's it.
Because if
Okay,
you
fair enough.
know, the biggest sin in Islam is actually shirk, and
Shirka,
what
I know that.
the Hinduism being primarily polytheistic, it's the greatest sin, which is committing shirk, you know, associating with Almighty God, the other gods. This is something which
Exactly.
Allah will not forgive if you die upon it. But before you die, you have the opportunity to seek forgiveness and believe in the oneness of God. So if I were to ask you, Akash, do you also perform Murti Puja?
I do.
Okay. What do you think the Vedas say about? Does it advocate Murti Puja anywhere in the Vedas? Because somebody earlier tried to prove it, and he was actually saying, when we looked at the actual Rig
No,
Veda and the Yajur
there
Veda,
is
it
a
was saying the
clear.
exact opposite of what he was saying.
So that statement, what he made, na prasista, I don't know the Sanskrit, but yes, it doesn't promote Murti Puja. But there is like, since I have believed in Hinduism, so if you see when Ram killed Ravan on the Rameshwaram, Rameshwaram is a place in Tamil Nadu. There is a famous temple, Rameshwaram temple. So he sat over there and he built this shivling, and he prayed to the shivling, saying that because Ravan was a Brahmin and he has killed a Brahmin, so there was a sin that he has committed. So because he has committed a sin, and he created a shivling. So that itself, if I believe in Ram, I will say he says that it has to. He prayed. He did the idol worship. So since he is an epitome of perfectness, I will take him that yes, we can do Murti Puja.
So you're saying because Ram did it, you're going to do it. Is that what you're saying?
That is just one example that came into my head.
Okay.
That's the reason I'm saying.
Ram also did a horse sacrifice, or Ashwamedha Yagna. Do you do horse sacrifice?
Absolutely. I'm not a king, so I can't do it.
Okay, if you were a
That
king,
is
would you
for the
sacrifice a horse?
Chakravati king. No. Horse sacrifice is like a symbol, like when you become kings of kings. Like
No, but
when let's say
why did Ram do it? Do you know? Why did he
no,
perform the
it
horse
is actually a
sacrifice? Ashwamedha
it is a
Yagna.
Ashwamedha. It is a ritual where you just send that horse to everywhere, and once nobody challenged it, and once nobody challenged that horse will come back, and then you have to do some puja, and in that puja you have to sacrifice the horse. Whether the horse
That wasn't the only reason.
uh,
That wasn't the only
mhm.
reason. Why did Ram
There
do
are
it?
many.
Do you know?
No, that's what I'm saying. There are many, but whether the horse sacrificial is the correct description in the this thing, because this Ashwamedha, I don't personally believe the horse was supposed to be sacrificed, but the scriptures that mention, I have to check for you original scripture whether original scripture says or not. I will not go by any internet one. There are certain
Do you
publications who
believe in the
publish
Valmiki
the
Ramayana?
original. I have read it. The belief is there. It's not like that.
Yeah.
It's not there.
So
Belief is there.
if Valmiki
All the kind
Ramayana
of.
mentions it, would you believe it?
So I don't know whether Valmiki. Absolutely. So I have to check that Valmiki Ramayana
Yeah.
also whether
It's
the
it's
horse
actually
sacrifice is there or not, because
it's
Dashrath
actually
and both.
in the first chapter, number
Mhm,
14, and then 34 to 35. Go and check it out.
mhm, mhm.
Okay.
Sure. Can you repeat the chapter one more time?
Yeah. So 1.14 from
1.14,
34 to 35.
34 to 35. Okay,
Yeah.
I'll definitely check on that. No problem.
So basically, this is something that is mentioned in your scriptures, and I think there's some scholars of Hindus. They say the reason Ram performed the horse sacrifice was basically as a penance for killing thousands of humans during the war. You know,
Okay,
with the Lankans.
his bow and arrow. I got it.
Yeah,
I got it.
and
So could be that reason, but I'm not
because
sure of the reason,
he
to be
felt
honest with you.
uneasy, he felt remorse, and he wanted to redeem himself from that sins committed during that war. You know, so
Fair enough.
this
Fair enough.
once again, this is like the ideal, what do you say, man who is committing
Man.
sins, you know, and he's
No,
feeling
no. So
he's
every
feeling.
god who has come to earth, there are certain sins that has been committed. Like if you go with if you remember, I told you that there are false god also, and I gave you example of Jalandhar. And if you
Mhm.
see the story of Jalandhar, there was Vrinda. And
Yeah.
since to defeat Jalandhar, it was very important to like whatever Vishnu did with Vrinda. Apart from that, because I don't know the complete story, so but something wrong
Whatever
was
Vishnu
done over
did,
here.
Vishnu did something which was vicious. He
No, no,
actually pretended to be Jalandhar, and he
Jalandhar.
stole.
Yes, 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 yes. I'm coming on
Yes,
that only. I was coming on
and
that
he
only.
violated the rights of Vrinda, you know, Tulsi.
Absolutely. Yes, I know the story. I know the story. I'm not
I mean, this is
denying
not
it.
whatever. This is like a major adharma committed by
No,
Vishnu
no, 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 no.
in
I'll
your
tell you,
scripture.
Hashim. I'll tell you why. This is a
It's
dharma
not
for
why.
you,
Look,
but you know,
the ends. Sorry, the ends do not justify the means, and you should
no, no,
know
no.
that. Remember, I told you about being just with
Exactly, exactly.
anyone and everyone, even the disbelievers. So Jalandhar is actually a creation of God. Vishnu is supposed to be the Almighty Supreme God. Why is he having the inability to kill him or to destroy him? But instead, the only way he can destroy Jalandhar is by sleeping with his wife, with
I'll
Jalandhar's
tell
wife,
you why.
not his own
I'll
wife.
tell you why.
I know why,
Yes, I'll
because
tell you why.
he had the boon from Brahma. I know why.
Absolutely.
I know the
So,
story. I've read it.
yeah, okay, okay, very good, very good. So, so when let's say you are a god, and if you promise me, and Musrif is an avatar of you, he has to respect what Brahma has said, and then has to make out
Why
some
did Brahma give him the boon
way.
in the first place?
No, if you also pray that one speaker said that you have to open your seven chakras, and if you can open it and if you can pray for that particular length, you will be also given, whether you are a pure man or, because the person who will pray, he will get what he wants. That is what the concept is.
Yeah, but
So,
do you not see do you not see the flaw in this? Every single war or every single immorality is happening in this Hindu scriptures is because of Brahma giving boons left, right, and center to anyone who prays to him. The same thing with Ravan, the Rakshas. He was given the boon also by Brahma. Am I right?
Brahma, fair
Yes,
enough.
it's the
Brahma, he
same
was
God.
a
Does this God not have foresight? Does he not know that these villains will misuse these boons, and then the gods will be in trouble,
they
and then the gods
and
will have to
that is
commit
where
immorality and
fair,
sleep with other people's wives in order to break that boon? Come on, think about it, man.
very correct.
The whole thing is
I'm
like
thinking, but
it looks like the gods don't see the future in Hinduism.
no, no, I'll tell you. So this is what it is. Like what I said, God knew what is going to be done. So in that boom, they will keep one aspect that let's say for the Ravan, he said, no man can, no astra, no shastra, no firing can kill me, not snake, not man, not God, no one. But he left humans in that thing.
I'm
God,
asking
just
about the immorality, the adharma of the
Him,
Hindu gods. I'm talking about that. You're saying every time there is some sort of evil in the world, these gods come as avatars and they try to rectify the situation. But the problem is every time they come to earth, they commit sins, adharma. Do you not see the problem here?
and not to mention, not if all this stuff is still taking place, like if the avatars are still, spawning up, then nothing was solved. I mean, Akash, bro, stop, dude. Just there's so many things in so many different directions in so many ways, and then boons are given to them. What about the guy who wanted to just have his wife and not have his wife taken away, or not have? Come on, man, just take
Okay.
a step back,
One
bro. Just
second.
take a step back.
And
Just
by the
one
way,
second.
Maurice, do you know that this wife who got violated by Vishnu, she was actually a devotee of Shiva, and she used to be a pious
Yes.
woman. It was not her fault at all what Jalandhar did. The fault is the fact that she wanted
Subhanallah.
to protect her husband, which any wife would do, and that's
Subhanallah.
why she used to pray for her husband. That was her only fault. And Vishnu said, no, the only way to defeat Jalandhar is to, come and violate this woman. Yes, take away her chastity by pretending to be a husband, have passionate sex with her, and then only this boon, this protection that Jalandhar has will be broken. I mean, come on, think about it. What
SubhanAllah,
was
bro.
the woman's fault?
Nothing.
Just like it wasn't Sita's fault there,
Existing.
it wasn't her fault. And you know what? When she found out that it is Vishnu and not her husband, she actually was furious, understandably, and she curses Vishnu, and he turns into a stone.
Allahu Akbar. I can't. Nah, we gotta move on to the next guest, man. I'm sorry, dude. Akash, I love you,
Hashim,
bro, but this, hey, man.
Okay,
Hashim,
Akash,
listen,
you want to say
we will
something before you
definitely
go?
have a discussion on this, but
Yeah.
my this thing headphone battery is gone, so I
Okay,
might
no
not be
problem.
able to continue.
No problem,
We'll
man. My
definitely have to
brain
come again
battery is
with some
also
more
depleted
studies.
too,
Slowly,
so
slowly, I'm studying. Both of you are doing a very good job. May Allah smiles on you and you have a blissful life.
May Allah
Thank
give
you.
you hidayah
may Allah give you
to look
guidance,
at the
man.
truth and come to the truth. Many Hindus believe that they'll be given a second chance after they die. This reincarnation thing is also from the shaitan. Imagine this: you don't have a second chance, and now you're stuck, and you're in front of Allah on the day of judgment, when you will, literally plead with Him to go back to the earth and rectify your case, and you will not be given another chance, because this is one life, one chance, one test. And so make the best of it, brother.
Sure,
Use
sure,
this
definitely.
opportunity in
And
this life.
I'll
Look into
come
the
with some
Quran,
more studies and
look into the Quran as well. Keep an open mind, and then come to the conclusion, as if this was your last life, and there is no life other than the life after
Mhm,
death. Yeah.
mhm.
And that will be the day when you will be resurrected one day, at the day of judgment, and you will be standing in front of the Almighty God, who will question you, what have you done in this life, when you had ample opportunity to use your faculties of reasoning and to see these discrepancies in your own scriptures? Why didn't you look at the Quran? Why didn't you look at the truth? Why didn't you come to the conclusion based on these other books which are out there, like the Quran, the Hadith, and so on? This will
No,
be
no, I'm
questioned to you on
reading
the day of
slowly,
judgment,
slowly. It's not like
because
that I'm not reading, but
yeah, yeah,
I'm reading from internet only. Some like I studied for Jannat Firdaus and all those, the end times, what will happen
Just read the
one day
Quran
of
first, man. Read the Quran
this
first.
thing.
Start with the Quran, bro. Start with the Quran and email
No, no,
me.
I will
Drop a
definitely study.
comment.
It's not like that I don't want to study. I'll study everything. Then I will see if there is something I have to go or I don't. But as if for now, I am a Hindu and I would love to be like that only. But let me study more, and there
No
will
problem,
be
bro. We're
I'll
all
be
like
joining
different
more
parties. We're all
with
with
you
different
people.
things.
But I don't have a battery, so both of you, thank you very much, and
all right.
may God bless you
Take
and
care, brother.
Allah smiles on you both. Okay,
Okay, Akash bhai, may Allah give you hidayah. Take care.
thank you very much.
Right. Alhamdulillah, that was a pleasure. Okay, I'm going to take X convert Rajat because he's got his camera on. If anybody else wants to come first, keep your cameras on. How are we doing, Rajat? Rajat, is that right?
Yes.
Oops, we saw you already.
Do,
That's
do, do you remember me last time I came and questioned Islam, some of the
I
beliefs of Islam? Do you remember?
I don't remember you, but today the topic is about Ramayana, so please stick to the topic.
Oh, if you don't remember, I will just ask some, make you remember.
No need for that.
Okay.
That's fine. No need.
Um,
You got something that you want to discuss on the topic of Ramayana, Ram,
yes.
Sita, Hanuman, any of those
You are
characters?
asking about whether Ramayana is fact or fiction. My take is that what's the point in my English is not so good. if I'm talking, if I'm making grammatical mistakes or
That's fine.
wrong
We
words.
understand you. No problem.
You are asking about questioning others' beliefs and insulting. See, this is immorality and insulting others' beliefs. So, what's the point in asking whether their beliefs is fact or fiction and disturbing their emotions and hurting their emotions? What is the point in that? After all, every religion has fictions and mythologies of their own.
No.
Okay. So I
Yes.
think what you have misunderstood is the purpose of this particular stream. Our stream is not to mock Hinduism, or when we discuss Christianity, to mock Christianity. We are critically analyzing what you are claiming or what your scriptures are claiming. Do you understand the difference?
No, I'm not a Hindu. I basically I was from Hindu family, but converted to Islam 5 years ago.
Are you a
Then
Muslim?
You're Muslim?
previously I converted to Islam, but
What are you
about
now?
7 or 8 months maybe I left Islam ago.
Okay. What are you now?
I followed Islam for more than 5 years. I believed that Islam was the absolute truth, and
No, no.
now I understand that
Yeah,
Quran also has
what is
some.
your religion now?
Now, basically, I don't believe in any religion, but
Do you
I
believe in
believe in
God?
God. Yes, I believe in God.
Okay.
God may exist, about whom we don't have much knowledge about.
What
God,
knowledge do you have about God at all?
God is the intelligent creator, maybe intelligent designer. God
That's it.
exists. That's it.
What does
That's
God expect from you?
I don't know.
Okay. What do you
Maybe
expect from God?
I don't know. One
Okay.
thing I know is that every religion has their own fictions, and there is fiction and mythology,
Okay, what
and
was the
there is.
fiction in Islam?
Huh?
Why did you leave? What was the fiction in Islam? What do you think is fiction in Islam?
I came to your stream and asked you more than 5 questions last time. I was the one that asked the throne of Allah over water, even before the creation of universe, heavens
By
and
the way,
earth.
how long were you a Muslim for?
More than 5 years.
Did you practice?
Mm, uh, like most Muslims, I was not so much praying and all, but I used to pray, not regularly, but
Did you
uh,
pray? Did you pray like how often?
whenever I wanted to pray, I used to pray, and whenever I was feeling some difficulty in life, whenever I wanted some help, and whenever I wanted to pray, I
Did you
used to pray.
actually learn? Did you learn how to pray from someone or yourself?
No, I learned from Islamic scholars, and I used to go masjid also.
So what do you say in Attahiyat when you sit down just before the salams?
Oh, last time also you asked me this
And
same question.
you didn't know it, did you?
I told you, Attahiyatu lillahi wa salawatu wa tayyibatu, assalamu alayka ya ayyuhan nabiyyu wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, ashhadu an la ilaha illallah
You
wa
made the
ashhadu
same
anna
mistake last time as well. Forgot
maybe
Assalamu alayna wa ala ibadillahi salihin. You
assalamu
forgot that.
alayka.
You made exact same mistake. I remember now.
No. Ala ibadillahi salihin.
And then
This
what do you say after that?
No, this line I told correctly last time,
Okay,
but this time I forgot. More than 8 months now.
no
I
problem.
left.
What do you say after that? After Assalamu alayna wa ala ibadillahi salihin.
Assalamu alayna wa ala ibadillahi salihin. Then ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasul.
Yeah. Welcome back to Islam.
No, I don't believe in Islam.
He didn't see that coming, did he?
Nah, that was a good one.
Okay, so anyway, Rajat, look, I think I don't know how old you are. Just remind me, probably in your 20s.
25 years.
Okay, all right. So you're still young, you're still exploring, you're still looking. What was the main reason you left Islam?
because I saw many. I was researching. Basically, at first I believed that this is the absolute truth, but later I found many things in Quran, and there are a lot of evidence that Quran is complete. Maybe some of the things in the Quran are true, and some of the things in the Quran are false, and it has also some fictions, mythologies, and it
So when
if
you
you research
when you
if
you
you
know when
research
you
more if
yeah,
you
yeah.
research more, it will become very clear to you that Muhammad basically whatever stories he heard during his time in the Arabian Peninsula, that's what he made the Quran.
No, I
It's
don't
very
think so.
clear.
I think your idea about the Quran is very superficial. For example, one of the
No, no,
stories
no. It's
in the Quran is about the Ashabul Kahf. You read that story?
Ashabul Kahf. Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes.
It's about the people,
Seven sleepers
yeah,
in
the
the
companions of
cave.
the cave, the people of the cave. This story is not found in any other previous books, neither the Christian nor the Jews or anyone. It is the first time the Prophet, peace be upon him, was given the story about these people who lived like centuries ago from him. So you cannot say something that he heard from other people or something. And by the way, there are many things in the Quran.
1 minute, 1 minute,
There
1
are,
minute.
wait,
In this
Rajat,
1 minute,
wait a
in the
minute,
same
wait a minute.
story.
Let me finish, and then you can say your piece. There are many things, for example, even from the scientific perspective, which you find in the Quran, even though the Quran is a book of science and not science. Okay, for example, in Surah At-Tariq, you know the term Tariq, what it means like a knocking on the door, like a
Okay.
knocker. Yeah. So
Yeah.
Allah actually, when he revealed the Surah At-Tariq, at that time, the people did not have any idea about the pulsar stars. Now, recently, like probably a few decades ago, when they found out about this from the radio telescope, the sounds coming from the pulsar star, it is like a knocking. Yeah. And there are quite a few videos you can look on online. Just look for pulsar star and At-Tariq, where they make the connection between that. So when Allah says was samai wa tariq, when wama adraka ma tariq and najm thaqib, yes, and this is what it talks about, that the knocking, the knocker, At-Tariq. Now, how did the Prophet, peace be upon him, know this 1400 years ago, when there were no radio telescopes, let alone telescopes at that time? So we need to understand that many things in the Quran are something which are beyond the comprehension and the understanding at that time. It was
No,
unknown.
no. Basically, At-Tariq is also in the classical translations. Many scholars say none of them told that At-Tariq means knocker. They
Yeah.
said it's the night comer.
No,
Night
what
comer.
we are
One
talking about the term At-Tariq itself.
Hold
In
on.
Arabic,
Hold on. And this is great. Okay, so what does the night comer do when he comes over?
He
night
knocks,
comer.
knocks on your door.
He knocks on your door.
No, in Arabic language, they have a particular star which is bright and piercing. They call it At-Tariq, and Muhammad
Where
is
did you get
saying
this
about
from?
that.
Where did you get this from? Which tafsir is that saying that?
You can
Which is
read classical tafsirs. None
no,
of them
don't
say
just say
that this
classical
is a
tafsirs. Give me
knocker.
the name of the mufassir.
Read Tafsir Ibn Kathir. Read the
Okay, what
Tafsir
does it
Ibn
say in
Tabari.
Tafsir Ibn Kathir? Go on.
None, but where did you get this
No, you made
interpretation
a
from?
claim, so provide your evidence.
Read any tafsir. None of
Don't
them
say any tafsir.
explain.
You're the one making the claim, so bring the evidence. If you don't have it, say so.
Yes, they say that Tariq means it is a particular star which comes at
Tariq
night,
means
bright and
the knocker. A Najm means star. You don't even know Arabic, so stop it, please. You're embarrassing
An-Najm.
yourself. A
But
Najm
At-Tariq
means
means
a
okay.
Najm means star.
At-Tariq is a
Tariq
At-Tariq
means the
is
knocker.
a At-Tariq is a particular name given to a particular star.
Which star is
They
that?
call, I don't know. They call that
Bro,
star At-Tariq. It's a bright piercing star.
stop embarrassing yourself, because you are not getting anywhere with this.
Why
The
why
question
any of
the question is this: if you're actually basing on accepting and rejecting a religion based on your own whims and desires, and you're calling it fiction
no,
because
not
of your misunderstanding or because of your lack of understanding? I don't know
No,
which one.
it's because of the evidence which shows that Quran is a fiction. It
Okay,
contains
okay.
fiction
What
and
is the evidence
mythology.
God exists? Let's see. What is
What?
the evidence God exists? Because you claim you believed in God. What is the evidence God exists?
What is my evidence? I think no one can for surely say that God definitely exists, but for me, the argument of design
What do
and
you mean argument of design?
means it's I think argument of design means there is a designer means
Designer of what?
everything.
Designer of what? Because the atheists, they say that this all came from by chance. It's a natural phenomenon. Something happens naturally. That is what they say. They don't believe in God. Most of the scientists actually would discard the belief in God because they try to explain everything naturalistically.
For me, another
So what they will say to you, just like the way you're saying, they will say you believe in fiction.
no, the
Would that be
argument
a
of
fair analysis from their perspective? Because you're making a claim of the supernatural, yes, an intelligent designer. They're saying this is a fictional claim you're making.
no,
Just like the
just
way you're
look.
saying about us, they say the same thing about you.
No, just look at your body. Your entire body works like a mechanical machine. You eat, it will
Yeah.
get
They say
digested, and you
this
can
is all
absorb.
this can all
And
be explained from evolution. They will tell you that. And you believe in fiction.
even if the evolution is true, it doesn't disprove God.
Oh yeah, why?
How?
Where is your evidence for God? That's a question. Because what you're doing is you're using the same I'm using the same argument against you that you're using against us. That is fictional because you don't understand it or you cannot comprehend it. Which one it is, I don't know. But probably one of them is there.
The argument of necessity.
Yeah,
That is also a strongest one.
okay. So necessity of what?
Necessity of existence means
Because
basically.
the Hindus will tell you that the all of this already existed, that the universe is eternal, for example. They'll give you this
No,
argument. So it's not
universe is not.
necessary. The necessity part doesn't come in when they
Universe
claim the universe is
basically,
eternal.
universe is not as eternal. It is the scientifically proven that universe has a beginning.
No, I'm talking about certain Hindus. They believe in in this creation and destruction because they believe in Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. So Brahma does the creation, Vishnu does the preservation, and Shiva does the destruction, and this cycle continues. So this is their belief. They say that so there's no point in using the argument from necessity. I mean, I'm just telling you what they would consider it as fiction from their perspective, because you're saying that what we the Muslims believe is fiction, what the Hindus believe is fiction. Like that's the reason you're stuck between a rock and a hard place. You think that everything you do based on your own whims and desire is the truth. So today you're Muslim,
No,
tomorrow you're
no,
Hindu,
not
on the third day you become a Sikh maybe. You're
not based on
experimenting
whims
here.
and
This
designs.
is trial and
I
error.
I follow evidence. When I followed
That's why I asked
evidence,
you, where is the evidence for God? Where is your evidence?
argument from necessity, argument from even if I think how can universe come into existence, there is um, beginning is necessary, means universe
not
began.
not for,
That
not for
means
some not for some scientists who actually say it is not necessarily that the universe had a beginning. They say it's a cyclic universe where they expand and collapse. This is an ongoing cycle. Like if
even
you
if
if you read the works of Roger Penrose, have you read it?
Roger Penrose
Yeah, so Roger Penrose believes in such a model, and
if
he's actually a well-known scientist. So
okay,
my question to you is that this is
even
not
if
something.
no, even if such a model exists, where
Yeah,
does the physical laws come from? If the
sorry,
universe
where
has
does
to
what
work
come from?
properly, physical laws have to come from. Where does the
What
physical laws
physical
come
laws?
from?
What physical? You're talking about the laws of physics?
Yes, laws
Yeah.
of physics come
No,
from.
but he's saying the universe never ends. It's eternal. The cycle is
Even if
eternal.
Okay, even if the universe is eternal, where does the laws of physics come from?
They are within the universe.
No, I mean, someone has to maintain that, right?
Someone has to. Yeah,
For
look,
example, for
they
example,
they
in
say this happens naturalistically. Okay,
for
just like
example,
they say the stars are created and destroyed. You know, the planets move in their own orbit. Oh, according to them, all of this is naturalistically explained.
no, for
I'm not
example,
saying I
if
believe this, by the way. I'm just saying from their perspective,
wait,
what
wait,
you
for
believe would
example,
be fictional.
no, no, no,
You're not
no.
basing your things on evidence only. You're basing, for example, look, if you believe in this crater, yeah, then
Yes.
do you believe the crater can communicate with you?
I think maybe yes, he can communicate. I think
And how will he communicate with you?
through maybe I don't know much information about the creator. I only know that the God exists.
Yeah, but that's not enough, right?
Previously,
If
previously
it's
I
not,
believed in
it's not
Islam.
enough. Look, if God exists, then God must have a purpose for you. What is your purpose of existence then?
I don't know. That's what I'm telling you.
Exactly. So this is what I'm saying. You see, what you're doing right now is that you are saying, I'm going to stay on the fence and just believe in God, and that's enough for me. That's not enough. There is consequences for every action of yours. So even the
Yes,
Hindus,
I
they
know
believe
that.
in the karma system, yeah, which by the
If
way, it's
yes, I
flawed.
know that
Is
if the
flawed
God
because it is
exists, if the God exists, if I
mm,
believe the God is good, then he will be just. And if he is just, then he will surely, mm, surely I will have consequences of my actions.
Yeah,
absolutely. So
absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
one
And that's
one
the
of the
reason
one of the
why
consequence would be if you do not abide by the laws of God, yes, what He has communicated to you through revelation, through His prophets, then the consequences will be terrible. Yes, if you disobey that. By the way, shirk doesn't just mean that you associate others as partners. Shirk also means that you start making your own laws. Yeah, you start believing that what I believe is right. So in other words, you
Ilahuhu
make
hawa.
you Allah says in the Quran, you make your own
Ilahuhu
whim.
hawa.
Yes, exactly. You make your whims and desires as your Lord.
In
And
the
that is
Quran, he
exactly
in the Quran, yes, yes, that's
that is
what
what you
the
need to be
Quran.
aware of, you know. So
In the
what I
Quran,
would
in the
suggest you
Quran,
do is you need
okay,
to
in the
re-examine.
Quran, Muhammad says that Ilahu Hawa, someone has taken his nafs as a god.
Yeah, so you do not take your whims and desires as your Lord. And that is
Uh,
what many people do actually, like yourself.
yeah,
Because you're saying that
previously,
for
no,
me
no, no,
it's
no.
enough just God exists. That's not enough. If you do not know the purpose of your existence, the purpose
Are
of
you
your life,
sure? Are you sure that the purpose that you believe in is truly from God?
of
That's
course I believe in God, so I
100%.
believe in in the purpose He has told me about. And like I
Are
said,
you
if
sure
God is,
that it's from surely from the creator of everything?
yes, I am pretty sure.
Previously, I believed so, but now it's clear. It's Quran is a fictional book, and it also contains some mythology. Yes, maybe some of the things in the Quran is true, and some of it is
Yeah,
false.
and that is
Okay,
where
let
you're
me
following your
explore
whims and
that because
desires.
I think that's why. I honestly, I think what happened is he went on some Islamophobic channels, looked at
Yeah.
some things, and now all of a sudden he has all these shubahat and
No, no, no. It's not
I think you
based
left
on
Islam
that.
for nothing logical, and I think it was purely emotional why you left. I think it was
It's
from your
not.
own misunderstanding of things, and your thoughts got to your head, and then you left. So let's explore why did you leave Islam?
I believe that defending Islam is purely emotional. It's not based on evidence and research.
We don't need to
I
defend
was
Islam.
yes,
Islam is
defending
there,
Islam is
whether you
purely
believe or not,
emotional.
is going to remain there. We don't need to defend Islam, you know.
Defending
Okay,
Islam is the emotional thing.
No, but
okay.
we
So
don't
Uh,
need to defend
why did you
Islam.
leave
Whether
it?
you exist or
Why
not,
did you leave it?
Islam is going to be there.
Why did you leave it, bro?
I came with you last time. I questioned you 5 questions. How can water of Allah throne was over water even before the creation of anything? How can water exist even before the creation of universe? I asked this,
Okay.
and I also asked you. How about Yajuj and Majuj fiction in the Quran, which says that Yajuj and Majuj are behind somewhere on the earth, somewhere big iron wall is there, and behind the
Okay, so let's
behind
pause
that
for a
wall.
second. Let's pause for a
He
second.
was the one who said about the Google Earth. You can't find.
Oh
Yaju.
yeah, that's right. I remember this guy now. So okay, so let's get something straight. So do you believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can create things outside of this universe?
Yes, I do believe.
Great. He created the water outside of this universe. Next question. Yajuj and Majuj.
Yeah.
You good with that?
Yes.
Okay, great. So that's one
No,
down.
no, no. Yajuj and Majuj. So basically, according to you, Yajuj and Majuj were not from this planet, right?
No,
they are
that's
from
not
this
what I
planet.
said.
In fact, they are
Okay.
human. In fact, they are human beings. You know that.
Yeah.
What?
So I'm talking about the water, the throne and the water, right? You're good
No,
with that.
no.
You're good with that being outside of this universe?
Yes, I'm good with that.
Perfect. Okay, now Yajuj and Majuj, what's your hang up?
They were behind that big iron wall, and there were large number of Yajuj and Majuj behind that. According to this fiction in the Quran,
No.
there
You
are.
keep labeling it as fiction, and you got to stop right there. It's your understanding of it being fiction. It's not fiction itself. So just say, my understanding is that this is, and I believe that this is fiction. And then what we can do is we can explore why you believe it to be fiction. But you can't label it as such,
No,
right?
if there are such a large number of Yajuj and Majuj behind that Yajuj iron wall, which Dulkarnain locked them behind that wall, and they will come out before the judgment day. Why can't we verify that? Why can't we see them?
That was the whole purpose of the wall.
Yeah. Can you see Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala?
No, I can't see.
Can you see angels?
No.
Do they exist?
Yes.
So what's the problem? It's the same principle with Yajuj and Majuj. If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants to conceal something from you, he's going to conceal it. What else do you need?
So basically,
double standard?
No, the angels and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they are metaphysical and not a physical one.
Can you see Prophet
Yajuj
Sulaiman?
and Majuj are physical beings.
Okay, can you see Prophet Sulaiman?
No.
Okay, can you see Prophet Musa alayhi salam?
No, they are maybe they are dead if they really existed.
Okay, so were they concealed from physical existence in your lifetime?
No, yes.
Okay, great. So same principle. They were human beings. They were there. You couldn't physically see them, but you believe in their existence. Okay, what's the issue?
If Allah wants
they existed in the past.
If Allah wants to veil something from you, can He do that?
Right, that's what I'm trying to show him that. So, if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala chooses to veil something from you.
No, right? Wait a minute. The Yajuj and Majuj are still existing according to Quran. They are behind that wall, stuck behind that wall, which Dulkarnain built.
So Allah wants to veil these people until the Yawm al-Qiyamah approaches, and then the people will see them physically. But you do not see them now. What you're doing is, because I cannot see them, they do not exist. Okay, have you seen a black hole yourself?
Black hole exists outside of Earth.
I know that, but have you seen any? It's a physical existence, right? It's not metaphysical.
And it's still here. It's present.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
so
because
there are many things that you haven't seen, but you still believe in this physical world.
Yes, that.
Okay,
but
so why can't there are many things in the ocean which haven't been explored yet. Are you aware of that?
There are
many things we are still discovering. So,
that's okay. But
one day when Allah wills, we will discover Yajuj and Majuj. Right. And in fact, if I were you, I would pray not to be in that time, because it'll be a time of fitna. So the fact that Allah has veiled them from us is actually a mercy of Allah. This is from the blessing of Allah that you should be thankful for, instead of calling it a fiction.
No, it's a fiction, because
no.
Whatever is on the earth, Yajuj Majuj are on this earth, and we have the complete picture of earth. Means every corner.
No, you don't. You don't have the complete picture of even the oceans. Forget about the whole earth.
We have all the technologies.
No, you
No,
don't
you
have.
don't.
In fact,
Explore.
they haven't explored the entire oceans yet. They're still
Okay.
finding,
Even
That you have the
they're still
technologies.
finding these trenches which are deeper and deeper in the
I
oceans.
mean, this is what I call emotional dependence.
No,
But
no.
okay,
You're the one who is
Okay,
emotional.
hold on. No emotions. Everything's going to set aside. Prove it. Prove to me that you have the technology to see the whole earth.
Yeah.
okay. For me, listen to me. The logic is, if God says we can verify the Quran, right? How can we verify the Quran? Some things we cannot verify. For example, angels. When Quran talks about angels, shaitan, we cannot verify that because that is not a physical entity. But if the Quran says that there is a hole in your shoe, you can surely verify. If God says in the
You
Quran,
believe, are you saying
wait,
you
wait,
believe?
wait a minute, wait a
No,
minute,
no,
wait a
Rajat,
minute.
I get your
Wait a
point.
minute.
You're just repeating yourself. So let me cut to the chase. Are you saying you only believe in the physical existence of anything?
No, I'm not saying that I only believe in physical
What's
existence.
your point then?
You're not understanding. That's
I
what
am
I'm.
understanding because you're saying we know the whole earth. When Muris asked you to show us evidence that we have explored every inch of the earth, you had no answer.
You're not even allowing me to make complete statement. Please
Okay, go
listen
on.
to me.
I can guarantee you're going to repeat yourself. Go on.
Quran, if the God says in the Quran that there is a hole in your shoe, you can completely verify that. If you take the shoe and look at the sole of the shoe and there is no hole, then the one who is saying that there is a hole in the shoe is not God, right? He is false.
Is that the best you could get? Seriously?
If there are some things which we can verify.
But I'm asking you, have you explored and every inch of the earth? Have people done that already?
I mean, every inch of the earth means we have the satellite pictures of every inch of every corner of the earth. But when Yajuj Marjuj, according to Islamic
Wait.
scripture,
When you
they
have the
are in such
satellite
a
image,
large number.
no, hold
They
on.
are in.
When you have the
They are
satellite
in.
image of something, and that something has been concealed by a barrier, in this case the iron wall which you keep talking about, then how can the satellite picture or image capture that what has been concealed by the barrier?
How can the
Okay, and
Think logically. Think
let
logically.
me put
Come
it in
on.
context. Put it in
the
context.
iron wall, the
Hold
iron
on,
and
hold on,
copper
bro.
wall,
Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro.
it is built between the two mountains,
Yeah, I
according
got it.
to.
I understand. Hold on. So you read Surat al-Kahf, right? You believe that those people, the cave dwellers, the people that were in the cave, right? You believe that story?
No, you are taking the out of the track. 1 minute.
No, I'm not.
1 minute.
I'm giving you a comparison. You believe the story of the cave, correct? You believe
Yes.
Surat al-Kahf.
I don't believe in that. I believe that is also a fiction.
Do you believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has the ability to sustain people in miraculous ways?
Yes, maybe God. If God wills, He can.
Great, because God is all powerful, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So if there's a barrier, let's say there's an iron barrier between two mountaintops, and let's say that this barrier is 7 million miles long, like literally like one of the biggest barriers that you've ever seen. Okay. And historically, there was people that were put behind this barrier. Obviously not 7 million miles, verbatim, because the earth is not 7 million miles, right? But there was people that were put in this barrier, this massive encasement between two mountains, huge encasement, and there's a barrier. And now there's tree shrubs and rocks and everything, dust and winds and rains and all this stuff fell. And these people are still in this barrier. And they're sitting over here knocking on the barrier. And right as they're about to get close to it, the chieftain says, hey, we're gonna stop. We're gonna continue tomorrow. Right? That's how the story goes. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is sustaining these people through miraculous means on the ways that He deems fit. Meaning, if you were to ask me right now, how is He doing it? I can't give you an answer. I'm just going to tell you because He's God. Right? So you believe that there's unseen, you believe that there's angels, you believe that there's a devil, you believe that there's an all-powerful God, but you now all of a sudden question Islam when this all-powerful God is saying, I put a people on this earth and I put them in the barrier and I'm sustaining them in the way that I see fit. Now all of a sudden everything comes crumbling down. You're saying, why haven't we discovered this barrier? We have these satellite images and all this other stuff, all this crazy technology. And I'm telling you right now, the crazy why don't you go call Google up and say, hey, there's these two categories of people, Gog and Magog, and I'm really interested in the end times, and I want to use your guys' satellites to find these people right now. What do you think they're going to tell you?
I mean, your argument is very, it's not so good.
Okay, so I'm going to retrace the argument. God is sustaining these people in a miraculous way, in the same way that he's keeping the barrier up in a miraculous way, in the same way that he created the angels in a miraculous way, right? So why is it that when it comes to Gog and Magog, all of a sudden your entire foundation in the belief of miracles and in the almighty power of God fades away, just poof, gone?
That is just because it's completely verifiable. Means if we have any such people, if we really has any such people with such a large number stuck between two mountains and iron wall is built between those two mountains, we could easily find that.
Okay.
With
And
again, what
Brother
you're
Muris, let's just leave it there. This guy's going in circles.
I think
By the
he's
way,
really trolling me at
Rajat,
this point.
on the topic itself, do you believe Ram existed in history?
Maybe he existed or may not be. My point is,
but you seem to be wait. So far, everything in Islam seems to be based on evidence. What happened about Ram? Do you have evidence for his existence, or is he fictional?
Basically, I don't believe he is God or avatar.
I
I
didn't
don't
ask you if he
believe.
was God. I asked, did he exist in history?
Maybe he existed or may not be. I don't know.
So where is your evidence if he existed in this? Maybe.
If he existed, maybe the evidence would be the Ram Setu would be the evidence.
Okay, you're a Hindu. Goodbye. I knew this guy was a fraud all along. Seriously, he asked us for evidence about everything, and he goes with the most despicable thing, the thing you have no evidence at all, neither ASI nor NASA nor anything, that Ram Setu was even built by Ram, let alone anything. And this is what they do, the reason they come as ex-Muslims or as atheists or whatever it is, it's to show us that we shouldn't question their faith, let them question our faith. This is usually the intent behind this. So yeah, they can learn about Salah, they can even learn about, because some of them they live in Muslim communities, they grew up with Muslims, so they can learn these things. It's not a big thing, not a big deal. But anyway, he has these double standards. For Islam, he needs explicit evidence for everything, but for Ram Setu, something which even the scientists deny, the ASI denies as being evidence for Ram's existence. Subhanallah, this is the double standards. Right, I think we have time now to invite the Muslims, inshallah. It's been over 5 hours already, time has flown. So if there are any Muslims who want to join, please do so, inshallah, we'll let you in. Let's bring Brahm Rakshas. This is the same guy who came last time with some evidence.
Hi Hashim, how are you?
I'm
Am
good.
I audible?
Yes, you are.
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good.
So yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, how are you doing? You all right?
Yes, awesome.
Okay. Did you find Ram Janmabhoomi location yet?
Yes, I did.
What is it? Northwest of where?
It is exactly in the place where the current temple is being built.
Really? And what's the evidence for
Yes,
that?
sir.
Skanda Purana?
Have you read the judgment?
What's that?
Have you read the
No.
judgment?
Is it the Skanda Purana which you mentioned last time?
And there's another ASI report, right?
Right. So first tell us, did the Skanda Purana give the exact location as you claimed last time?
Yes, I did, and we have talked to your brother Sam Stallone on it, and he has accepted his mistake. He
You
said
spoke to
that
Sam Stallone on this. When?
the debate is available on my channel. You can watch it.
I don't watch your channel. I don't even know what it is.
Okay, no issues.
Okay, so
So I
anyway,
could give you the
today
link if you want to know.
the topic is about Ramayana.
Can we
I was
continue that
asking.
topic? You were talking about, right, the ASI report?
Yes, we were talking about the ASI report. What about it?
Yes, sir. Have you read the judgment? Page number 1019.
What does it say?
The court, it says that ASI has confirmed that the Babri Masjid was built on a Ram Janmabhoomi Ram temple.
Did it say Ram Janmabhoomi?
Yes,
Or did you add that?
did.
Or did you
Yes,
add
sir,
it
I
in
have
there?
it. No, sir,
By
I
the way,
didn't.
are you streaming on your channel this stream?
No, I'm not.
Because you were stealing our stream the last time.
No, I wasn't. I
You were.
did a
You
review on
admitted
it.
it on live. You admitted on live channel.
Okay,
that
no
you were doing
issues.
it.
Can I just
No,
ask
it is an
you if
issue.
I can
Look,
review this debate on my channel with your
it's not
permission?
about a debate. It's about you being, in a way, you're a thief if you're stealing something
Okay,
without
so
our permission.
let's not call each other names, right? The ASI report.
Would you
Should I
not?
give you
Would
the
you
link?
not consider? Wait. Would you not consider it theft if you take something without permission?
So is it so? I was involved in that debate. I am reviewing my debate. Is it really theft?
It's very important because if your character is of someone who is a thief or who lies or he's someone not to be trusted, then why should we take you seriously?
Okay, if you want to talk to me, you can talk to me. We were on the ASI report. If you want to see it.
No. First, I want you to admit that you were stealing without permission.
So why should I? Was I really stealing if I was reviewing my own debate?
No,
Is
you
that really
can't do that. This
stealing?
is our stream. It's not your stream. You can't just steal it.
So, but I'm the guy. I'm one of the debatants. I'm
I don't care
putting
if you
my
were one of the
points,
debaters.
additional points,
It is
which
our
I
channel.
wasn't
This is
allowed to
our
show on the
channel.
screen.
This is not your channel. It's our channel. And when we stream,
And
we have
I
clear
did tell you that
instructions.
I'd be reviewing this debate. I told you in the debate
No.
itself.
It doesn't. You never sought our permission to stream it on your channel.
So I did. I told you that I'd be reviewing this debate on my channel.
We had to ask you because somebody informed us that you were streaming and taking super chats on your channel.
No, we do generally go on live debates on other channels when we are live
And you
streaming.
steal
But
that. You
right
steal their
now, I'm
content
not doing
without
it.
their
That is
permission.
not stealing. I'm
That is
entering
stealing.
you
If you
to.
don't,
I'm entering your stream to
I
debate.
don't think you understand morality at all. If you think
Okay,
that
I'm
is not
so
stealing,
sorry.
then
Can we
it is
get back to the
basically
topic, please?
like saying Vishnu did not commit adultery.
So can we get back to the topic?
Yeah, you
ASI?
can after you admit that you stole the stream without permission.
That's what I didn't. Okay, with your permission, can I continue the debate
No,
on ASI report on Ram
only after you
Janmabhoomi?
acknowledge you were stealing our stream without permission.
So is that how you want to hold the debate?
No, that's how I want you to come forward and admit your mistake and your immorality.
So that is not
Are you man
immorality.
enough
I
to do that?
told you. I
Are you man
already
enough
told
to do
you
that?
that I'd be
Because last
showing the
time,
references that you're not allowing me to show on the
no,
screen,
look,
right?
are
I told
you
you. I
man enough
clearly
to
told
admit?
you.
Are you man enough to acknowledge your mistake?
I am man enough to say what I said in the last stream. I said that I'd be reviewing this debate and showing the references that you're not allowing me to show on the screen.
You
DSI.
didn't have any references.
ASI.
No, you didn't have references on that page which you shared. That's
So
a
you
lie.
weren't allowing me to share the screen, sir. I
The
showed you
reason
the
is because
Skandapurana reference.
you know why I didn't allow you, if you remember correctly. I asked you specifically that have you got reference on that website, and it did not have a reference. It only had a quote.
It did have the exact shloka.
No, it didn't have the
And you
reference.
didn't allow it.
Do you understand?
You didn't.
Wait. Do you understand the difference between a reference and a quote, or you don't?
And when I showed you the exact shloka number, did you allow me to share the screen then?
Okay, so first admit that particular page which you shared in the private chat, the link you shared, did not have the reference. Are you man enough to admit that?
But when I showed you the reference, did you allow me to share the screen, sir?
You see, you're avoiding the question again. When you shared the
That
link
page,
with me,
when you showed
let's
the
do this one
page,
at a
it
time.
did not have the shloka
Ram
number, but
Rakshit,
it did
wait,
have the
let's do
shlok.
this one at a time.
Okay,
First,
go ahead.
answer the question which I'm asking you specifically. The reference which you shared in the private chat with me, did that page have a reference number on it?
No, it did not have the reference number. It had the
Good.
shloka.
So why did you go on your channel? And this is also I heard from someone that you made a clip and you said that he did not let me share the the page which had a reference on it. Why did you lie to
Because you didn't
your own
let
channel?
me, when I was sharing the shloka with the reference, you didn't let me share the screen. You said, because the earlier page didn't have the shloka number, I'm not going to allow you to share the screen now. When
Okay.
it did have
So what
the
did you share with
shloka
me
number.
that had the reference? What did you share with me?
So the shloka number I told in front of the Sam Stallone, he opened the page on his screen, but he didn't share it.
So
That
hold
is
on.
when I
When you
said,
say the
that
shloka
is when I
number,
said that I'd be showing these
okay.
references
So
on my
we have
stream.
established one thing, that the link which you shared had no reference on it. Then you're saying you shared the shloka number. Did you share the shloka number in the private chat by itself, or was it on a link?
Yes, sir. I did share the shloka number and I asked Sam
Okay.
Stallone to show
Was the
the
shloka number and the references, were they in English?
No, they were not in English.
How do you expect me to read it then?
So you can Google Translate it. Google Translate it.
No, that is not for us to do the translation. When you give a reference and come on an English
Had you allowed me to share the screen, I would have done it for you.
Actually, I
Now,
asked you to
please,
share the
can we
screen. You didn't
continue the
want to do it
debate?
initially. I gave you the full permission to share the screen when you have the reference. But the first time when you shared the screen, didn't have a reference. Then the
Didn't
second
have
time
the reference number.
hold on, listen to what I'm saying. The first link which you shared, and I let you share it on the screen, it did not. No, you actually pasted it in the private chat. I posted that on the browser, and then I shared the screen. It did
Acha,
not
so
have
would
the
you please
reference
allow
number.
me to share the screen now?
Wait a minute.
Your
The second
permission.
time when you shared the link, I actually checked it without sharing the screen. And when I checked, it didn't have the
Yes,
reference
true.
number again. So that was 2 times you lied that you had the reference when you did not have it. So why should I believe anything that you give me in Hindi or
Okay,
in
but
Sanskrit or whatever in the
okay, no
private chat?
issues.
Seriously, man, you're not
When you
such a sincere person.
when you cannot translate it, I would translate it for you
No, you
using
should have
the Google
translated and then
Translate.
given it
You
to
can
me and I
trust
would
me
have
on that,
chatted, no
right?
problem. Okay.
Okay,
And
I'm
by the
gonna
way,
do it now.
okay, go
Go
on.
ahead.
Give us the exact location of the Ram Janmabhoomi from your scriptures.
So could you please just finish the ASI report thing first?
Yeah, before you do that, I want to see from the scriptures the exact location of Ram Janmabhoomi.
Okay, go ahead. Yes, sir. Can I share the screen now?
Share it in share the link in private chat. I'll put it up. Don't worry.
It's in Sanskrit. I'd have to translate it for you
Okay,
because
so
you're not allowing me to.
you're saying,
Can
wait
I
a
now?
minute. Wait a minute.
Mhm.
When you say it's in Sanskrit, are you saying you don't have the reference number in English?
No, I have the reference number, but the
Give me the
reference number
reference
is
number. I'll
also
find it.
written
Don't
in.
worry. Give me the
Okay, no
reference
issue.
number for that scripture in English. No problem.
Okay, could you please just open Skand Puran Khand 2 Vaishnav Khand Ayodhya Mahatma Adhyay 10 Adhyay 10.
You're speaking Hindi, Sanskrit again. Give me the
So
reference in
those are
English. Very
proper
simple.
nouns. Proper nouns.
Doesn't matter.
Skand Puran. Okay.
Post it in the private
Part
chat.
2 Skand Puran
Post it in
Part
English.
2.
Listen, Brahm. Post it in English in the private chat and I'll share it. Simple as that.
Okay,
Okay,
no
but make sure it's
issues.
in English.
Okay.
We are not scared to share your screen here. It's just that the last time you said that you had the reference, on one occasion you didn't have it. On the second occasion you didn't have it. And then you expect us to believe you every time when you keep lying and stealing our streams?
Okay, that's exaggeration, over exaggeration.
That's
So
not exaggeration, that's a fact. And you admitted it on live channel that you were sharing our
did
screen,
I
our stream without permission.
admit to stealing your stream? Are you kidding me?
Are you saying you did not share stream our stream on your channel? You did not broadcast it on your channel without our permission?
I told you that I'd be showing the screen. I'd be showing the references that you're not
You
allowing me
see
to
why
show
you're evading
now.
that question? Because you know you are lying, man. Come on. You're not only a thief, but you're a liar as well. And I'm
Okay, so
saying this
let
right
us
in your
not
face,
call
not
each
behind
other
you,
names.
not behind
We
you
were
on your
talking
channel
about
somewhere where I'm not present.
ASI. Can we please just continue the debate?
Yeah, so give me the reference. I'm waiting for it in English. I've told you already.
Okay, I have sent you in the private chat.
Okay.
Go ahead, open the scripture.
Skanda Puran Khan 2. Okay, no problem. Let's see if we can find that. Is that all you wanted to share or is there anything else?
The ASI report that mentions that Ram Janmabhoomi was the place we were talking about.
Hmm. So is this
Do you want that?
is this chapter 10 of the pilgrimage to Ayodhya?
Yes, chapter 10,
Okay.
Shlok
And
17.
which verse is it again?
Shlok 17, 18, and 19.
17, 18, and 19. No problem. So 16b, 17, 18, 19. Is that the one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't think it's the right one. It says to the west. Oh yeah, that's the one. To the west of
And
it.
after that, can we come to ASI report?
No, wait. Let's share this. You said I did not share it on the
Yeah,
screen.
sure.
Now
Please
that
share.
you have shared it on the screen, sorry, you have given the reference. I don't mind sharing it
Mhm.
on the screen.
Okay, that is amazing.
Good. By the way, did you manage to create a map from this?
Yes, sir. We did Google search, and Sam was pretty sorry about that.
No. Did you do a map of this location?
Yes, sir. We can Google map it right now.
Okay.
The places mentioned here are still available. Two of
Okay,
them.
there you go. So this is, let me just give you the reference. So this chapter 10, you can see it on the screen, yeah?
Yes, sir. It is.
Okay, it's from Wisdom Library. Is that good enough for you?
Fair. It's fine.
Okay, it's from the Skanda Purana, yeah, which is like one of the Puranas. And here it talks about, where's it going? I've highlighted it. 16b, 17, here it is. There you go. So the annual festival should be celebrated during Navratris. No, that's different. To the west of it, the devotee should worship Vigneshwara by saying whom not even the least obstacle remains in the affairs of men. Hence, Vigneshwara, the browser of all desired benefits, should be worshipped. To the northeast of the spot is the place of birth of Rama. Which spot is this, by the way? Spot of Vigneshwara?
Vigneshwara, Shri Siddhapita Vigneshwara. Yes, sir.
Okay. This holy spot of the birth it is said, that means achieving salvation. It is said that the place of birth is situated to the east of Vigneshwara. So is it the east or the northeast?
So in general directions, it is to the east of it. But if you want to plot a path, it is in the northeast, as mentioned in Shlok 18.
No. Hold on. Do you know the difference between east and northeast?
Yes, I do.
Are they the same or different?
They are the same, sir.
So for you, east is same as northeast?
In general sense,
No, not general sense. I'm asking about simple direction. If something is to the east, is that the same as saying northeast, or is that different?
Generally, it is to the east of it.
No, it's not. Northeast is different. What is southeast then? Is that
So
the same as well?
Just a minute. It's to the northeast of Vigneshwara Mandir. The distance is about 5 to 6 kilometers. And then to the Vashist, Ram Mandir is north of Vashist. The distance is just about 800 meters.
Okay, here it is.
And if you go to the intersection, you get the mandir.
No, you don't go to the intersection here. By going to northeast and east, there are two different things. So in this place, it says to the northeast of the spot. That means the northeast of Vigneshwara is the place of the birthplace of the birth of Ram, right? But here you have a contradiction, because here it says, it is said that the place of birth is situated to the east of Vigneshwara. So is it the northeast of Vigneshwara, or is it the east of Vigneshwara?
The northeast.
Okay, so this bit that I highlighted is wrong.
So in general sense, because nobody while writing the Purana knew that there would be a guy named Hashim doing the exact plotting.
Well,
in general direction
there's a guy
sense,
called
it is
Brahm who
in
thinks northeast and
the
east
east of it, right? And if you're going through a path, it is actually in the northeast of Vigneshwara temple. It's still available.
When something is as blatantly contradictory as this, then if you were a sincere person, you would say it's not the same. Okay.
Okay. If you do not,
Brother Muris,
if you
what
do not,
do you think northeast and east is the same?
Yeah, I think if my pilot told me that northeast and east is exactly the same, I would get off the plane, bro. I don't think, you know what I mean?
What if your captain told you were navigating in a ship and
okay, then let us go to the archaeological evidences if that's not okay for you.
Go north, but then you being smart, you go northeast. Will you reach your destination, my friend?
Definitely not.
You know,
Not
why
in
do
the
you
first
guys,
go.
honestly, why do you guys come here and humiliate yourself like this? Just
So
admit
that
that
is
you're
not
wrong. The
humiliating.
scriptures are
If you
wrong.
do
They're full
not
of
accept,
contradictions. You see,
okay,
this is
sir.
one verse. It's not even two verses. It's the same verse
So could
which
you
has a
please?
contradiction in it. One is
So
saying
same
northeast, the
goes
other
for
is
the
saying north.
Quran as well. There are a lot of
Which one is it?
contradictions. So we are not talking about
Don't do this
contradictions.
whataboutery. I know you guys. You love your whatabouteries. Stick to the topic.
So can we
North is
go to
not
the
the northeast.
archaeological evidences, the ASI
Everyone with
report,
an
if you
ounce of
allow?
common sense will tell you this, that north is not equal to northeast.
So no issues if you don't want to accept this
Well, no issues. If you're
historical,
full of contradictions,
Quranic
it's an issue
proof.
for us.
I'd show you the ASI report if you believe
Okay.
it.
After you acknowledge northeast is not the same as east. Northeast and east are two different directions, not the same
Okay.
direction. Once you
Yes,
acknowledge
sir.
that, we can move forward.
There are two different directions, but there is a Siddhipita Vigneshwara Mandir, to northeast of which is Ram Mandir. And there's this other place, Vashisht, to the north of which is
No.
Ram
It says
Mandir.
Vigneshwara
Okay.
in both. Don't try to lie now. It says
Okay, I am not
northeast
lying.
of this exact spot, and the same verse then says not to the east of Vigneshwara. In both cases, is relative to Vigneshwara. So if it's
So
relative to
Vigneshwara
Vigneshwara, the direction
could
should
be.
have been the same.
I'm just stipulating here. Could be there were
You
two
know,
mandirs.
either the Purana writers were stupid,
But
or you're the one who is stupid, who doesn't
so
even
let
realize
us
the
not.
directions are wrong.
Writing a book with contradiction is stupid, right?
Yeah,
Is
man.
that a statement?
Trying to
Are you getting
explore your
triggered
books
now?
about monkey gods and all this.
Yeah, let's come to the monkey gods and see
What
that.
I'm asking is writing a book with contradictions stupid. Is that a statement? Is that a statement?
If you don't even acknowledge the most blatant contradiction, then I have really
Sir,
very
I
less
want to acknowledge it.
very
I
less
just
faith
want
in
to
you.
clarify the statement.
Why you changing
Is
the topic when you're
writing a book with contradictions
Trust me,
stupidity?
I will let you read the ASI report. No problem.
Make that statement, and I'm willing to accept it.
Okay, I will not have a problem you sharing ASI report as long as you acknowledge northeast is not the same as north to the east of Vigneshwara.
Let us go to your first statement. You were asking me to say that guy is stupid who writes a book with contradiction.
No,
I'm willing to. Is that your statement? I'd say
a guy
anybody
like you,
writing a book with contradictions, should we say it together, is stupid. Let us
I'm
say
saying a guy like you who thinks northeast is the same as east is stupid.
it. What about
You
your
got something
previous
to say about
statement?
that?
Nothing about contradictions now?
Yeah, it is
bro,
a
here,
contradiction.
I'll give you rope. Go ahead. Let's see where he goes with this, Hashim. Just
No, but
give him-
this is Muris. This is what
It's
he wants.
classic.
He
No, it's
wants the whataboutery, and he wants now
right.
to move because he
Let's
realizes
see where it
he's
goes. Go ahead,
cornered, so
bud.
he can't
Yeah,
move
it's
forward.
stupid. Go ahead. I bit. I bit in. I sunk my teeth. Go ahead.
Okay, then let us go to Quran then.
What happened to your voice
ayat
all of a
number
sudden?
Go ahead.
Am
I don't know what happened to your voice. You sound nervous. Are you okay?
You sound really far away. But go ahead.
No, I am not nervous. I don't know why my voice is slow. I hope you haven't done anything.
Somewhat.
Let us go to. Am I audible?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, then let us go to Quran, Surah 41, ayat 9, 10, 11, and 12.
See what I mean, Maurice? This is what he was
I
going to do. He had it all planned.
But Maurice is biting into it, right?
I'm
So
totally biting it. Okay, so 41, 9, 10, and 11.
Are you referring to a contradiction in the Quran?
Yes, I am.
Okay. What is your point? Go on. Before we read it, what is your point?
Okay.
My point is it is in contradiction with the reality. Here the stars and the space is being made
41, 9, 10, 11. Do you indeed disbelieve that he created the earth in 2 days and attributed it to him?
Go ahead, let us talk about it.
Equals, that is the Lord of the worlds. That's 41, 9. You want me to keep reading?
Yes, go ahead.
You want me to keep reading?
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, he said
11 and 12. 11 and 12.
Hold on one second. Let me
11
see.
And 12.
For some
Sorry,
reason,
is it 9 or is it 11? Which one you want to read?
Okay, now I can hear you. Sorry, go ahead. Try speaking again. Sorry about
11 and 12. 9, 10, 11 and 12. 11 and 12 shows you.
Okay, say, do you indeed disbelieve in he who created the earth in 2 days and attribute to him equals? That is the Lord of the worlds. And he placed on the earth firmly set mountains over its surface, and he blessed it and determined therein its creatures, sustenance in 4 days without distinction, for the information of those who ask. Then he directed himself to the heaven while it was smoke, and said to it and to the earth, come into being willingly or by compulsion. And they said, we have come willingly. You want and 12, sorry, and he compelled and he completed them as 7 heavens within 2 days, and inspired in each heaven its command, and we adorned the nearest heaven with lamps as protection.
Enough, sir. The point is in 11 and 12, and thank you, sir. Thank you for reading.
Thanks,
the point is in 11 and 12, and there's this word then written there, and in Arabic, the Summa word is there, right? So after creating mountains and Giza for the planet, he turns towards the sky when it was still smoke, and then he turns the sky into 7 heavens and puts stars into the nearest sky, right? So here Quran is saying that after building mountains and flowers and plants and everything, then he makes stars and space, so which was smoke. So isn't that a contradiction?
No. What's your understanding of the word thumma?
Summa is then, thereafter, same as all your translators.
Okay, give me a link to the translation that you're looking at, and look at the exegesis of these particular verses. Thumma is a dual purpose. Thumma is a dual purpose.
But sir, all your translators disagree. I'm so sorry.
Okay, can you link me to the one that disagrees, please? For this particular, so that there's an exegesis on this particular.
There you go. I have sent you the link in the private chat.
Okay, and this is going to give me the exegesis of this, right?
I don't know about the exegesis. I'm giving the translations of Mustafa Khattab, Maruful Quran,
great.
Dr. Ghali, and everybody.
Great. So now this is what the issue is. The issue is what you're trying to do is you're trying to provide a definition without looking at the exegesis of this particular verse, and in specific, the use of thumma within these verses. Furthermore, you don't have an understanding of the concept of time within Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's when he's speaking about something. So by your logic, you're going to say, hey, the earth wasn't created in 2 days, right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the earth wasn't created after the creation of, before the creation of the space, or the nearest heaven, or any sky, for that matter.
So let's see here. I'm going to try to get you the classic lexicon.
Yes, sir. All your translators have translated it as then and thereafter, sir.
No. You have multiple uses of the word thumma, and you have different definitions depending on the context and depending on how it's laid out within the Arabic language. So
give me one scholar that has translated the word in the context of the Quran, as you're saying.
I'm going to look up the classical lexicon, and you said it was in 4112, correct?
Yeah.
No, I don't see the word thumma in here. I don't see the word thumma in 4112. 4111, I see thumma. I think he's talking about 4111. Okay.
No, even in 11, there's no thumma.
There is 4111 at the beginning. It says,
oh, sorry. I'm looking at the which ayah is he talking about?
I think he's talking about 4111.
Okay. Let me have a look. Yeah, there is thumma at the beginning, yeah. It's not necessary thumma means is a chronological order. It's
That's
just
exactly what
the
I
order of presentation in this ayah.
Right.
That's all it is. Simple explanation.
That's right.
But sir, all your translators have translated it as then and thereafter, sir.
No, you're looking at the English translation. I'm talking about the Arabic. The thumma doesn't necessarily mean chronological order.
Give me one translator that has translated it according to you. Just one translator.
No,
right? I can give
you're
you
looking at the English translation, aren't you?
Sir, English, Urdu, and Hindi. I'm looking at all of them.
Yeah, but the Quran is in Arabic. I'm saying the term thumma doesn't
Sir,
actually
but you
has to
scholars
mean.
who knew Arabic translated it. Isn't it
Yeah,
so?
but you're talking about the English translation, the Urdu translation, not the Arabic actual meaning of the word
Sir,
thumma,
they have
which can.
translated the same word in Hindi,
Do you
Urdu,
not
and
understand what I'm saying?
English.
I'm saying the
I
term
am.
thumma doesn't actually mean chronological order. It can mean the order in which it's been presented.
So what's the word that is most closely related to thumma in English, please?
No, I'm saying the word thumma has more than one meaning. In Arabic, it can mean.
What is the meaning of that word in this context?
I'm telling you already. I've told you twice now. You're not listening. The word thumma can mean chronological order, or it can be the order in which it's been presented. Are you with me?
So it would be presented in the order it has been revealed,
No,
right?
you think
If
you
just
know there is,
just to
for
explain
example,
it,
if
just to
I
explain
said,
my point to you, if you give me time, sir.
yeah, go on.
If I tell you that I logged into this stream and then attended your stage, right?
Yeah, that's
I
chronology.
cannot be saying, yeah, that is chronology, right?
Yes.
I would be
I'm saying in Arabic,
presenting it,
can
sir, dear sir, just a moment. I'd be presenting it as such if I write about it. Is that clear, sir?
it depends if you're writing in Arabic or English.
So in Arabic, you write things and not in chronological order.
No, I'm saying in Arabic, the words can have more than one meaning, just like in English and in Sanskrit and other languages as well.
They
So
do have a lot of
what
meaning,
you're
but in this
saying,
context,
Brahm,
the authors...
if you listen to what I'm saying, you'll
Okay,
understand.
Go ahead.
You keep interjecting. Okay, so one word can have several meanings. Do you agree?
Yes,
Do you
sir.
agree? One
Yes, sir.
word can have many meanings depending on the
Yes, sir.
context. Okay, so if I use the word thumma, depending on the context, it can mean chronological order. If I use
Yes,
the word
sir.
thumma, it can mean the order in which I'm presenting things, which doesn't necessarily mean chronological order. Are you now
Okay,
clear about that the same word used in different contexts meaning different things?
That is what I cleared in my previous argument. You'd be
What did you clear?
You'd be presenting something in the order that it happened, right? It would be stupid to say that I attended your stage before joining your StreamYard,
Yeah, that's
right?
because you're using chronology. That's what the reason. I'm saying the same meaning
So I'd
depending
be
on the
presenting
context.
it in the chronological order, right? In any
Yeah, because you're
language, it'd be
okay.
stupid
Are
to
you using the
say
word
that.
thumma or you're using the word then? Which one are you using?
So
You're
what
using
does
the
it
English
mean
term.
then?
So obviously, your example will relate to the English understanding of the word then. I'm
So
saying the
in
word thumma
Arabic,
in
you
Arabic.
use then
Ya Allah,
to
what's wrong with
show
this guy?
wrong
I'm saying
chronological
if you
order.
use it in Arabic, the word thumma can mean different things depending on the context of the ayah or the passage. It
So
can
what's
mean chronology. It can mean the order of presentation. I've repeated this several times. If you have a understanding issue, please ask someone
okay?
else
No
to
issues,
explain
no
it to you.
issues. I'll let the audience decide. And
Okay, good.
so just a moment, because you have taken a lot of time. I was waiting in your backstage for a long time.
Yeah,
So I'd
others were
just
waiting longer than
give
you
you
actually. You
just
came at the end, you know. The
yes,
reason I took you because
Mhm.
of your unfinished business from last time. That's why I took you earlier.
and
There are
I
others who are waiting
thank
longer
you,
than you.
and I thank you, sir, for that. Thank
Okay,
you
good.
for taking me to the stage.
Right. By the way, are we
And
going to discuss the topic or not? Because looks like you want
yes,
to
sir.
evade everything.
No. I just don't want to evade. I just will
Okay, so
give you
can we
the
ask you something
reference.
about Ramayana now?
So just a moment. We were on ASI, right? Just a moment.
Yeah. By the way, you said the
Uh,
ASI report specifically mentions Ram Janmabhoomi. Can you show us that, please?
Sure, sir.
Okay. And if you
Just a
got a
moment.
link, you can share it in the private chat.
Till then, anything Muris wants to say on
No,
that
I'm trying to
argument?
locate. I had a very good explanation of this. I'm trying to scour my
No issues,
bookmarks
no
real
issues.
quick
Go
for
ahead.
it. But it's basically what Brother Hashim had told you. There is multiple uses of the word thumma, and what you're doing is a categorical error where you're thinking that one can't happen before the other, which I understand where your logic is going, but you're miscategorizing the use of the word, and what you're attributing it to is just a direct translation, which is an order of representation, and that's the issue that you're having. So I'm trying to
that is how
locate that
most
for
of
you.
your scholars have translated it.
Bro, I
No,
Any
understand.
scholar
he keeps
that has
saying
translated
translated it
according
in
to you.
English. He doesn't understand the Arabic context within it.
You're
Yeah.
not understanding logic, my dear brother Hashim. If
So
No,
something
explain the
happens,
logic. I think you're the
it's
one
not
not
about
yes,
understanding.
logic, bro.
sure,
It's not
Hashim.
about logic.
Let me
You
explain
know,
it to
It's
you,
you.
about
you
you
know,
gotta
when we show you a clear contradiction, you don't even want to admit it's a contradiction.
So
North
I
and
am telling you the
northeast,
contradiction. You're just
sorry,
making
east and
jalebis on it,
northeast.
right?
When it's a blatant contradiction, you don't want
So
to admit
there's
it.
a
Now,
simple
this is
word then
something
and
which is,
thereafter written there, and you're
by
saying
the way,
that it is
Arabic,
shown
Arabic
used
is
to
beyond your scope, just like
represent.
Sanskrit is beyond my scope. You
Okay,
want to argue about something which you have
okay,
no clue about.
dude.
You don't know the ABC of
Just
Arabic, and
ridiculous.
you
I'm
want to
so
come and
sorry.
dictate to us what is the exact meaning of it in
Okay,
English,
ठीक
please.
है. No issues, no issues, no issues. Then I'm gonna
Okay,
just like this
show us the
argument. This one
ASI.
argument was the. I'm so
Yeah,
sorry
show
to
us the
say,
ASI
I
report, which
didn't
says exactly.
expect that argument from you. It was so low.
What's that?
I have given you the reference. Okay, for the ASI, I'll give you the reference, and then you
No,
can
give me
show to
the
the
ASI
audience.
report, which says exactly
I'm
that
giving you the
claiming
judgment.
that it's a Ram Janmabhoomi.
I'm giving you the judgment, my dear brother.
No, but is it saying about the Ram Janmabhoomi? Yeah, that
Yes,
this
sir,
location, this exact location, is where Ram was born. If you can bring that from the ASI, then you'll have a point. Otherwise, you'll just be wasting my time like the last time.
Dear sir, it is. It is the court judgment. Please,
I didn't ask
just
you about
open
the
the.
judgment. I said, does it explicitly state that this
Yes,
is the
sir.
place of birth of
Point
Ram? Ram
112
Janmabhoomi.
explicitly says that ASI thus clearly state that Baba's Masjid at Ayodhya was built on the very spot where the old temple Ram Janmasthan of
Okay.
Ramchandra was standing. Please,
This
could
is,
you
and
open
this
the
report is
page
from the ASI?
1020?
Is
Yes,
this
sir.
report
It
from
is
the
from
ASI?
ASI.
No. I asked you, is it directly from ASI?
Sir, it is quoted in the judgment. ASI is quoted in the judgment. Please, could you open the page 1020? Please show the audience.
1020. Sorry,
Yes, sir.
10?
20. Show it to the audience, please.
I will show it, don't worry.
1020.
By the way, this is not from the ASI. You said the report
This
is from
is
the
the
ASI.
the court is quoting ASI second report. Please
No.
show it to the
Bring the
audience.
ASI report, I'm saying. Where is the ASI report?
Sir, it is the judgment of the court that is quoting the second ASI report.
This is
Please
not
show
the
it to the
official.
audience.
This is not the official report of the judgment.
Sir, this is the official judgment. I have given you the link.
No, this is from some Hindu guy probably claiming this is the judgment. There is no
God.
official mention, neither on the
Sir,
header
could
or
you
the
please
footer
read the
or
name
nothing.
of the website you're downloading this PDF from?
It doesn't matter the name
It's
of the website. I'm saying
mainsci.gov.in
yes.
slash Supreme Code 2010 judgment 112. This is the whole copy of the judgment. Please could you
No,
show it to
what
this
I'm
audience?
saying is that this particular report, it might be from the Indian website or whatever it is.
It is not a report.
But
It's the court's
if it is an
judgment.
official, wait a minute, listen to what I'm saying. If it is an official report either from the court or from the ASI, there should be a header. There's no header here.
Yeah. So could you? It's not the first page. It is the 1020
No, I'm
1020th
saying the
page.
header should be on the first page.
Okay, just read the first page, then show to the audience. What does it say?
Does it have the header?
Go ahead, check it out.
No. Does it have the actual header? I don't mean just a type report.
So what does it say in the first page? Please could you say that? And what do you mean by header?
No. Anyone can type anything, man. All I'm asking is that
Sir, you're
you have a
downloading this
report with a
report
header
from the
on it, or you
government
don't?
website, my dear brother, and the Supreme Court is quoting ASI saying that. Please could you show it to the audience?
Okay, if you don't have something with a header from the ASI or the court, I will not accept it.
Sir, this is the judgment of the court.
Based on whom? Why is there no header then?
Sir, would you just see the website you're downloading it from? It's the government website.
You know, this is how you did the same thing last time when you kept insisting there's a reference.
Okay,
and there was
you're
no
not
reference.
going to show it to the audience, right?
Okay. By the way, have you heard of this particular place of worship act?
No, you're going to show it to the audience or not? This is the judgment.
No.
Copy, official copy of judgment.
So this
Please could you
this
show it to the
particular
audience?
place of worship act is also on an official government website. Will you admit that that is the case?
Sir, would you please show it to the audience that Babri Masjid was built on the place where Ram
It's not an official.
Janmathan
As far as I'm
stood?
concerned, this is not an official document without a header.
But
Once
then
you
I'll
get
be showing it
something
on
with a
my stream.
header,
I'm telling you,
then we'll
right? I'll
take
be
it as
showing
official. Until then,
I'd
it's
be
just
sharing the stream and downloading it
you know, you
from
can share
the
anywhere.
government website
You
and
can share
showing
it
it to
if
the
you
public.
want,
Is
no
that okay
problem.
with you?
Bring the header and then we'll share it, no problem.
So the header
Okay?
is in the first page. It is the
No, that is
official
just a
court
type.
judgment.
Hold on, it's just a type PDF. Do
Bro,
you know what a header means,
are
by the
you
way?
just kidding me, my dear brother? Are you kidding me? You downloaded it from the government website.
I
It
didn't download.
says
I
it is the
just
judgment.
browsed there, and look. A government website doesn't mean anything as far as you don't have the header. It's not official.
So in the government website, somebody
Okay, I think
typed
we have done
a
with this. I'm
paper
not
in
going
the
in circles with
a
you.
paper in the name of court judgment and put it there, right? Are
Yeah,
you saying
anyone
that?
can type anything, no problem.
By
Okay,
the way,
even on a government website.
I put a Yusuf Ali translation for you since you requested a specific translation, and he uses moreover he comprehended in his design.
Okay, no issues.
Just so you
Go
know.
ahead, please.
So, are you going to let us ask you a question about Ramayana, or you're going to escape from that as well?
So you asked me questions about a ASI report,
Yeah,
archaeological
and I
report.
said
I'm
bring
showing you
something
that
with a
if you're
header,
not willing,
and then we'll entertain your evidence. Until
please
then,
see the
it's
first
just
page for
anybody's
the
type
header.
page.
Okay, God. Matlab, do you know how judgment report is presented in Indian websites, right?
Do you know, if you
Could
don't
you
know the
please just
difference
share
between northeast and east, then I doubt you'll understand
share the
the difference
screen and
between a
show it to
header
the audience?
as an
What did the
official
court
document or not.
say quoting ASI? Please show it to the audience.
Look, if you want to show it
Because
on your
I
on
will
your
be
website or
showing
wherever
the
you can.
report in
Let's
my
move on to
stream, and then
Ramayana.
you'll
Are you
be
going to?
going and
Shall we take
crying
another
that I
caller, or you're
stole
going
your
to
stream or anything, right?
Brahm? If you're not going to discuss about Ramayana, we gave
We
you
were
ample
talking about
opportunity.
court judgment and ASI, right? Please show it to the audience.
No, I'm
You
not going to show
needed
it to the
proof.
audience.
I
I've
have
already
got you
made
the proof.
myself
Please
quite
share
clear
it to the
that
audience.
without the header, without an official document, this means nothing to me. Okay, so
Okay,
stop
let
repeating
me.
yourself.
So your point is that this is not the official report, right?
I'm
Let me
saying it's
prove
not
it to you
official
that
from
this
the
is the
court
official
or from
report.
the ASI.
Okay, you're saying that is not the official judgment copy, right?
Yeah.
Let me
By the way,
give it to you.
you know, last time when I asked you, did Ram exist? And you said, yes, he did exist. And then you said he existed something like 7,000 years ago.
Please, can you please go to page number 1?
No, I'm not going to do anything you dictate. If you're not going to answer our questions, by the
So
way, we
you
did
were
entertain
asking
you at
for
least
an
for 25
archaeological
minutes.
proof, an ASI proof. I'm giving you that. You're not
I'm
willing
not
to
going to
share it,
entertain
right?
it. How
That
many
was
times did
our
you repeat?
argument. That was our debate.
Okay, this guy's not going to listen. Either I'm going to remove you if you're not going to answer our questions based on the topic of today. Okay, we have dealt with 3 different streams on the Ram Mandir and the Babri Masjid. When I asked you clearly for evidence last time, you didn't. You did your research, you found something from the Modi's government website without a header, without anything that is official from the ASI, and you're saying that is the evidence. Why should I accept it? Unless you bring something directly with a header showing this is official. And by the way, you know, ASI publishes its reports on its website. Why are you not showing it from the ASI's website? Why from Modi's government website? And the same website, you know, the Ministry of Home Affairs has clearly this particular act as well, the Place of Worship Act 1991, which says that the religious character of a place of worship as on 15 April 1947 cannot be changed. And the government, went against its own principle of changing a place of worship from being a Muslim place of worship, the Babri Masjid, to a Hindu temple after it was illegally and criminally destroyed. Okay, so we know for a fact that the government cannot be trusted. Even your Supreme Courts cannot be trusted because they base everything on what? On the faith rather than on evidence. The ASI were very clear that this particular place has something underneath it which is not of Islamic character, which is not a Islamic structure. It could be Buddhist, it could be Hindu, it could be anything. Okay, all they said is there was a pre-existing structure there. No one can say this is exactly the place where Ram was born. You guys don't even know the exact date. How will you know the exact place he was born? 7,000 years ago. Can you imagine? When Valmiki himself wrote something in 500 BC, whereas Ram existed in 5000 BC. a discrepancy of 4,500 years. It's impossible to get any evidence. So unless you want to continue with showing us evidence of Ram's existence, there's not much you can say here. Okay? And this is your last opportunity. I'm going to ask you once again. If you do not answer and give us evidence of Ram's existence, then you have no basis. Even the ASI is compromised, I'm pretty sure. The judges are compromised of the Supreme Court, and I'm pretty sure about that as well. Because they are going against their own principle, which says that you cannot change the religious character of a place. Okay? After 15 April 1947, it cannot be changed. But they did change it. So we cannot trust them anyway. But if you bring ASI, we are still willing to show it on the live stream. No problem at all. Bring it directly from ASI with a heading, with a header saying this is officially from the ASI and not just some typed document which has no headers. Okay, so show us evidence of Ram existence. And if you don't want to discuss the topic, then we'll move on to the next caller.
So have you
It's up to you.
lowered my volume?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Okay, so you lowered my volume, right?
I can hear you now. Do you want to answer the question, or shall I bring the next caller?
What I was saying is that it's the official copy of
Bye-bye. It's not the official copy. It's got no headers. I've told you several times. Keep repeating myself.
One thing I just want to clarify, because I knew that here's the other, and I'm going to backtrack it to what he was saying, because I wasn't satisfied with the response that I gave to him, apart from what you said, which is true. But I'm reading Tafsir as-Sadi, and he does an excellent job of explaining this. So one of the things that he had mentioned was, or in his head, he's thinking of the order of creation. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doesn't actually say that he created the earth on the second day. He says that he created it in 2 days. So he doesn't name what category or what order of the day it was. So here, Sadi says, the explanation is here Allah denounces and expresses amazement at the disbelief of those who disbelieve in him and who ascribe rivals to him, that they regard as partners to him, and they devote to him whatever they wish of their worship, regarding them as equal to the Almighty Lord, who created the vast earth in 2 days and then spread it out in 2 days, creating on it mountains above to protect it from in it mountains above it to protect it from the shifting and shaking and growing unstable. Then he completed his creation, finalized its shape, bringing forth its provision and the like in 4 days for all those of its inhabitants who would need it. Now, here's the difference. What the gentleman was saying was the earth was created on day 2, and then the stars and smoke was on day 4. So there's a contradiction. But that's not what the Quran says. The Quran says that he created it in 2 days, and that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created the smoke in 4 days, or the sama, right? Its shape, bringing its forth and provisions in 4 days for all those its inhabitants who would need it. And then it says, then after creating the earth, he turned towards the creation of the heavens when it was still like smoke, and said to it, to the earth. So it's not saying day 2, the earth, day 4, the heavens, and now looking back, you have that contradiction. What it's saying is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created it in 4 days, and it could be, the 500,000th day, or it could be the whateverth day, right? And he created the heavens in 4 days, meaning that the heavens are bigger, and it took a longer period of time to create the heavens. At least this is my understanding from what he's saying. And the earth being smaller took less time to create it, which is 2 days, and it's not talking about sequence. So what's happening is this is presupposing the existence of the heavens before the earth, according to what Asadi is saying. And then he says to the earth and to the universe, come willingly or unwillingly, and naturally, they submit it to the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it's not talking about order. It's talking about merely the existence or its creation. So hopefully that satisfies the audience. And that's just basic research, guys, not going into the grammatical or the i'rab of the Arabic. I did have something else on the i'rab, but I think you covered it with what you said. But again, the Quran is not in English. The Quran is in Arabic. So we have to understand the way that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is presenting it to us. So hopefully that helps clarify the position, because I think that even though that the grammatic stuff is a strong argument, this is a much, much stronger one, in my opinion. Alhamdulillah.
Okay. By the way, he was insisting that we actually post something which is unverified from some so-called government website. At the bottom of that page, it says signature not verified. How can we actually take anything they say seriously when they're used to stealing our streams, telling lies, not admitting contradictions when they're clear? I mean, it's just, disaster after disaster, honestly.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. And he's dishonest. He was dishonest even in this. And as a matter of fact, subhanallah, but when they pull stuff like this, as much as I should have done a better job of grabbing the contextual stuff first, because even from the verses, it's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You can even derive this example strictly by just reading the Quran. How can you disbelieve in the one who created the earth in 2 days? It doesn't say created it on day 2, right? And it was just because I'm a decent person, so I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. But subhanallah, you guys, this is how cautious you have to be with these people. And I should have done a better job of rereading it, right? But it says plain as day, created the earth in 2 days, and then it doesn't say anything about the order. It literally just says.
I mean, this is a well-known alleged contradiction they keep bringing, and we keep saying the same thing, that the term thumma doesn't necessarily mean the sequence. It just means the order of presentation in the Quran, which is quite clear. And I just wanted to show why I did not show that screen, because the thing is, I knew he would waste time. He would go on, until we did something according to his way. But even the very same PDF that he wanted to share from his government website, this was the case. So what it does is a typed document in PDF. It claims that it's from the Supreme Court of India, Civil Appellate Jurisdiction, which means it's an appeal. It's not even the verdict. And this is what it is. If I zoom in, what does it say here? Oops. Let's go back. See, all these are appeals. So these are appeals. This is not the final verdict. And this is what he says here. Can you read it?
Verified? Yeah.
Yes. Digitally signed by blah, blah, blah.
Who the heck is Chetan Kumar?
Exactly. And the thing is, it's not an official document as such. This is just appeals in the court, and this is what they're trying to do. Show us that this is exactly what ASI presented. It wasn't ASI who presented this. This is just their version of what they're appealing for their claims. But anyway, we move on. I don't think we're going to be bogged down with that guy. But it just shows that not only that he steals our streams, doesn't take permission for doing so, comes here, shows us that there is references in these websites that he shares with us. There were no references. He goes to his channel and says, look, he's not sharing my screen. He's actually being defeated, blah, blah, blah. This is what the Muslims do. This is what they do. And then when we, speak to him directly, because, when he comes here, he has a chance to respond back. But what he does is he does these reaction videos on his channel. Yeah, and this is, people tell me that he does reaction videos. And then because I'm not there, he can say whatever he wants. Right. At least we are man enough to say to you directly in your face, So when you come next time, come prepared. Don't humiliate yourself like that. Right. I think we're going to take the Muslims in now, inshallah. This brother Sironim has been waiting for a while, so I'm going to take him next.
I have to pop off real quick. I got
Assalamu alaikum, guys.
Sorry for making it short.
Yeah, that's okay, Muris. You have been generous enough with your time. Jazakallah khair once again. Always a pleasure. If you got pressing questions, you feel free. Don't feel obliged to stay longer than you can. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum, guys. Thanks for
Walaikum salam.
Yes, pseudonym. What do you wanted to share?
I just wanted to share few news articles related to the Babri Masjid
Few.
thing.
Can you just summarize? what it-
Just one, just to put things into context,
Okay.
because I actually want to steelman the Hindu argument. I want to assume, okay, let's just assume that Ram was a historical figure,
Mhm.
and let's just try and find out through the course of events what has really transpired with the Babri Masjid case. So I'll just share a link so that
I didn't see any link.
yeah,
Is that
just a
shared?
second.
Okay.
Oh,
By the way,
which
thanks
one?
to all the brothers and sisters who are watching. Thank you for your patience. Please do share, like, comment once the streams are over as well. Try to share it with your groups, your Facebook groups, and all the other social media you guys are joining, inshallah. And don't forget to like and share and subscribe as well. Thank you very much. Okay, you
No,
share.
actually, can you open the other one? I'll just post that one.
I see only one link. Okay. So, what's the date of this article?
I think this was published probably a couple of
2021.
years ago. Yeah, 3-4 years ago. Maybe.
No, it's not. Actually, it's from 2021.
Yeah, so 3 years ago.
Okay, not couple of days, couple of years.
Oh, did I say couple of days? I meant couple of years.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's not the same as north and northeast and east.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So just to highlight, as you would scroll down, you'll see that you'll start seeing the timeline, which marks the years. As just go a little ahead, like don't go down, scroll up.
Okay.
So
Okay.
the first time the issue that is ever raised was when the British ruled India, and it was during 1855. And it has a lot of context to itself. But that's
1859. This is where the timeline is.
yeah, 1855 is when the issue started, and I think the first time.
Oh yeah, I missed it. Okay, here it is.
Yeah, so 1855 is when the issue has started, and that gives a short summary of how this issue came to be. So before this, there were no historical evidence of any claim from the Hindu side regarding Babri Masjid. And there is some disagreements regarding who built Babri Masjid itself, but I'll not get into it right now. Let's focus on what really happened. So if you scroll down, the British government took few actions here, and as you would come to the year 1885,
Mm-hmm. Mahant
Mahant
Das.
Raghubir Das
Yeah.
plea to build a worshipping platform in the outer courtyard is rejected by local court. So the first time when the Hindu side goes and appeals this on the court, the appeal is not that the Ram Janmabhoomi or the Ram Janmastan is right under the mosque. The appeal is that it's outside on the courtyard, and that's what they appeal for. So the first claim the Hindu side puts forward is that Ram was not actually born where the actual building of the mosque is, but it's on the courtyard.
Mm-hmm.
And this is how the case progresses, and this claim remains. And there is later they build something called as Chabutra. I think you, brother Hashim, and brother Muris has gone through this before, where you have shown the layout of the plot and all. So they go on, they get permission to build a Chabutra, which is like a tent under which they put as idol of Ram Lalla, and they start worshipping. And meanwhile, Muslims are also worshipping in the mosque. Now, the next big turn of event comes in
Okay,
1947.
Let me just quickly share, because many people, they get a better idea if I share the actual, the plan or what it looks like, the courtyard. All right, so this is the actual disputed site.
Yeah. So the small thing that you're seeing, that Ram
Yeah.
Chabutra that is written,
This one
This
here.
is where the initial appeal from the Hindu side was for, saying this is the exact spot where Ram was born. And this is why we need permission to build a Ram Chabutra, which is like a small thing, like a small shrine for Ram Lalla in
Yeah.
order to worship him. So the first appeal is for this exact spot. And
Yeah.
as you would see in that article, in 1947, uh, I think it's 49. Yeah, sorry, it's 1949. That this event happens where some people barge into the mosque and place a Ram Lalla idol under the main dome.
Yeah. So I think the same article again
Yeah, the
showed
same article. Yeah,
the,
exactly.
so this, can you see the Ram Lalla idol here? So this was the Chabutra on the left. They took
Exactly.
the idol and they placed it inside the mosque.
I don't know whether they took the exact same idol, but they placed an idol under the main dome.
Yeah.
And this has a completely incredible, like unbelievable story onto itself. The claim was from the Hindu side that the idol just appeared under the dome,
Yeah.
but thankfully, Allah is witness to all. There was an honest police like constable on duty that day who saw people barging in, and he saw people placing the idol inside, and he was under a lot of pressure to give false witness, but he stayed true to his like, I don't know how the Hindus put it, because I think the
Yeah.
constable was also a Hindu, so
He remained.
he remained committed to his profession, and he gave the testimony of what really happened, which was people barged into the mosque and placed an idol inside forcefully. So after this is when the issue starts getting blown out of proportion, where the Muslim side is refused the right to pray inside the mosque. Now, this is a very important development in this case, that after this incident happens, the Muslim side is refused the right to pray inside the mosque. And you will see later how this comes to bite the Muslims. So after
Actually,
this,
no, hold on. I don't think the Muslims refused to pray there.
no, sorry, Muslims were refused.
Yeah. So you need to make that clear, because what
Yeah,
happened was this. What I think during the
the court rejected their appeal. The court said, okay, we are going to lock this place down.
Yeah,
That
because
is by KK Nair, I think, who
Rajiv
was
Gandhi was the prime minister then.
no, this was during Nehru's time.
Was it?
This was 1949.
Oh yeah,
Only
1949.
a couple of years after independence, and this was during like Nehru's time. And this guy called KK Nair, who is the district magistrate, he plays a very instrumental like role in this, and this entire thing ending up in refusal of Muslims getting the right to pray. And anyway, the bottom line is, after this, Muslims are refused the right to
Are you
pray inside
reading?
the mosque.
By the way, are you reading this? What's on the screen? So this guy KK Nair, who was the district magistrate, he refused to remove the idols which were illegally placed by the Hindus inside the mosque. So they took it from this outside the courtyard where the temple was, the little temple. They took that statue and placed it inside the actual masjid. This guy, district magistrate, who was KK Nair, he refused to remove the idols which were illegally placed there. Not only
Yes.
that, he actually later on he becomes the MP.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
So he eventually joins Jan Sangh, which is another one of those Sanghis,
Yeah. It's
And
the it's a
becomes an MP.
precursor to
He's
the
a member
BJP.
of parliament.
It's
So
a
you see,
precursor to present day BJP, Jansan.
and then the mosque is locked. Yes,
Yeah, the
it's under
mosque is
lock and
locked,
key.
and Muslims,
Means the
and I think
Muslims
even
can't pray
Hindus
there.
are
Hindus cannot
initially
pray there.
like the entire place is put on a lockdown, and even
Exactly.
Hindus are prevented from praying. But
Which is-
it's mainly the thing that affects Muslim, because Muslims are refused the right to their mosque.
and which is against the Constitution of India.
I mean, it's against a lot of laws, but I don't want to get into technicalities right now. I just want to go through this timeline and show you how ridiculous the argument is, even if you steel man the position that Ram was a historical person who existed. How it's still a stretch to claim that there was a temple under Babri Masjid that was the Ram Janmabhoomi temple. It's a complete stretch. It's like a fantasy. So as you would go further down the timeline,
Yeah.
the year 1984 is when Ram Janmabhoomi is picked up by the present day party called as BJP, that is Bharatiya Janata Party.
LK Advani.
Yeah, spearheaded by LK Advani, and there is a reason why it is picked up. It has to do with their electoral defeat to Indira Gandhi and that literal decimation in the I forgot which Lok Sabha election it was, but they were under a lot of pressure. There were they hardly won few seats, and it was a matter of survival for them.
Yeah, they
And
won
on
only 2 seats out of the 541
yeah,
poll.
exactly. So, and all of these information, this is not disputed information. This is history, recorded history. I'm just stating events as it happened. I'll get into something of a political opinion that I've also shared another link. If you would just open that link.
Okay, do you want me to stop this one?
Yeah, you can close this and open the.
Where were you guys when we had this three streams on this topic?
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to join in the beginning of the stream so that I could present this case. So
yeah, but that would have taken us away from the actual.
It might focus
if we
the
did
discussion
that,
on the topic.
We would have gone away from the actual topic of the stream.
Yeah, but usually I am more generally interested in dawa. This kind of goes into the area of politics. So I wasn't that interested to come in the beginning. Okay. But consider having heard few of the Hindu people who came in and presented their argument, I found it too ridiculous not to present this side, which is literally what you get to read in the newspaper.
Yeah, that's fine.
So
where do you want me to go?
Yeah, so this article is about a village in Tamil Nadu who in 1980s 300 people from that village accepted Islam because they were sick. Sorry?
Is it Meenakshipuram?
Yeah, it's Meenakshipuram.
Okay.
They accepted Islam and they renamed the village to something else. I can't recall the name. And because they were sick and tired of the caste discrimination, they were people of lower caste, and they were sick and tired of the caste discrimination, and they decided to convert to Islam, or as we say, revert to Islam.
Yeah, so Meenakshipuram is now called Rahmat Nagar.
Yeah, it's called Rahmat Nagar. Yeah. And around 300 people, or is it 300 people or 300 families? Now I can't recall.
300 Dalit families in the village.
Yeah, 300 Dalit families.
In a single day.
In a single day, they accepted Islam. And this kind of, this kind of put RSS and BJP into a frenzy. Like what is happening in independent India? 300 Dalit families accepting Islam overnight. This can't be allowed to happen. So it was an entire political movement. They tried to come back and convince these families to come back to Hinduism. It's an entire event, but I just wanted to show something by this article that the political leaders of BJP saw an immediate need to unify the Hindu population, galvanize them to come together and give them a sense of purpose, you could say. Yeah. And what happened was, I mean, that's an interesting read on to itself.
Okay, sure.
You can. It's not that really important. I just wanted to show this is some event that happened.
Okay, good. Just
and,
sharing, yeah.
And can you go back to the Wire article that I shared before?
Which one? The Wire. Okay.
The Wire.
Was that the one with the timeline?
Yeah, that's the one with the timeline. So it's 1984, and this incident, the Meenakshipuram village incident, happened in 1980s. So 1984, LK Advani comes up with this master plan to take up the issue of Ram Janmabhoomi, which till now was a completely local issue. It was not even a local issue. It was an issue between two groups of people within Ayodhya. people of Ayodhya really didn't care about this issue till then. So in 1984, the Ram Janmabhoomi movement is picked up by L.K. Advani, where L.K. Advani, BJP under L.K. Advani, organizes a lot of Rath Yatra, which sparks riots as it travels along India.
Yeah.
It's all this is very well recorded, so you can look into it as if you're interested. But as we go forward, one of the things that happens is in November 9th, 1989, Rajiv Gandhi government allows the Shilanyas, and I think there was also I might be missing few key points here, but it's not important in the overall picture, I think.
I think
But
it was 1986 when, under the orders from the PMO, directs that the Babri Masjid gates be unlocked and Hindus be allowed
yeah. So in 86, the gates are unlocked only for the Hindus. This is important. The gates are unlocked only for the Hindus, but not for the Muslims. So Muslims still are not praying in Babri Masjid for around 40 years, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. For around 40 years, Muslims have not been praying in Babri Masjid. But after this Ram Janmabhoomi movement is kickstart, they get a favorable order from the government to allow Hindus to pray in the complex. And later, Rajiv Gandhi government allows the Shilanyas, which is laying a foundation stone of Ram temple on November 9th, 1989. And as we go forward, of course, we know in 1992, December 6th, the entire incident of demolition of Babri Masjid happened.
Yeah. So they had a crowd of 150,000 people. So these are the car sevaks, yeah?
Yeah.
They gathered to
These
listen
are
to
the car sevaks. And in fact, I would recommend a 1-hour documentary. I think it's called Ram Ke Naam. It's available on YouTube. People can watch it. It's a documentary that was recorded by a video journalist who was traveling along with the Rath Yatra. And while the Rath Yatra was going from place to place in India, he was also recording people's reactions and all this. It's an interesting documentary for people, for those who are interested. Kind of gives a video evidence of what the sentiment of people of India was during that time and how they viewed this issue.
And they also, the car sevaks, after demolishing the masjid, they started to attack the people or the Muslims.
Yeah. It's like a complete. How do you say? It's like a fertile field for riots and
Bunch of
unrest.
hooligans, yeah, that's what they were. And
Yeah, and I
Disney
think
Courts did
it
nothing
was their
about that.
target. It was their target. I mean, I don't want to get into all that right now. I just want to kind of focus this issue on the Ram Janmabhoomi topic.
And they destroyed 23 local mosques at that time as well.
Yeah. I mean, mosque, I think more mosques can be rebuilt, but 2,000 people were killed.
Exactly, yeah.
And
this is what I keep saying, would Ram want to do this? Would he want to have...
I mean, it's a complete disgrace. I will actually come to that point at the end. It's a complete mockery of the entire topic itself. So, but I'll come to that at the end of this. So as we go further, there are hearings by High Court of Allahabad, and there are further developments, and we end up in the court judgment. Okay, so now here, so I think I had another.
So this is the Kalyan Singh government is also important, isn't it? I think he was the one who was responsible for killing some Hindus.
Yeah, I mean, India is not known for its administrative effectiveness. So, like the sad part is people from both innocent people are the one who dies in these kind of nonsensical issues. Truly, like people who lose their lives are really the poor people who are caught in the crossfire, or who have been brainwashed into this kind of movement. So it's always the poor who ends up losing his life. And actually, there is a person who was a car saver during the demolition of Babri Masjid, who later accepted Islam because he realized the mistake he did, and he also built couple of mosques, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he became a Muslim, isn't it?
Yeah, he became a Muslim. So, I mean, the sad part is it really fractured the what in India we call as the Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb, which is the mixture of Ganga and Jamuna, which is the two major rivers, kind of indicating the two prominent religions in India
Yeah,
at that time.
it disturbed the social fabric of.
Yeah, like people stopped trusting each other, like the neighbors stopped like trusting each other. And this incident was also what led up to the Godhra riots, which is one of the most inhumane riots. I mean, all riots are inhumane, but it's one of the most inhumane riots that happened under the watch of present day Prime Minister of India. I don't want to get into that also. So, well, now I want to come to what the Supreme Court verdict actually was. And there is a correction, Brother Hashim. I
Yeah.
think the last caller who was here, I forgot his name, Brahma or something.
Yeah, Brahm Rakshas.
Yeah, I think he was actually giving you the actual Supreme Court verdict. I know it's kind of in a. Did he give you the main? Is this the link that he gave?
The link should be there in the private chat somewhere.
Oh, I think this might be the actual link to the verdict.
But
I
it's,
mean, there was
it's not even officially signed, and it's
yeah.
showing.
So there are a lot of
It's not the
discrepancies.
final verdict. It's just.
I think this is the final verdict. It may not be the final copy of it, but this is the final verdict. If, as far as I know, I mean, I'm not going to vouch for him, but that's the.
It says was it 2010 or something? What's the date on this?
On November 9th, 2019.
No, it's not. It's 2010 or something. There's no even proper
Oh
date.
no, that's the
Even
bottom
the spelling
date.
is wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the Supreme Court verdict, because I remember looking up the verdict when this verdict actually came out back in
It doesn't
2019.
say it doesn't even say the term verdict anywhere.
Yeah, it doesn't say the term verdict. The verdict is actually not signed by any of the sitting judges. It was a 5-panel judge who heard the case, and the funny part is the verdict is not signed by the judges. Which is like weird. How can it be a verdict if it's not signed by the judges who heard it? So, like, there are a lot of discrepancy regarding the verdict itself, and this verdict is not an easy read. It's a 1,000-page verdict. And what I would like to bring attention to, if you would read out from that verdict, is leaves in direction.
It mentions the places of worship act in section I.
Yeah, and I think that the last person who came on the stream, what he was trying to point to is acknowledgement, agenda, which is, it's kind of like rounding up all the things that were presented during the case as it happened. And the ASI report he was indicating to, it was an ASI report from 1889. Okay, which in that ASI report, the ASI report claims that this is a Ram Janmabhoomi. So that's what he was trying to point.
Yeah.
So the 1889 ASI report claims that this was Ram Janmabhoomi.
1889.
Yeah, 1889. So this archaeological survey was done when British were in charge of India, and it was done by British.
What did they claim? Is a Ram Janmabhoomi?
Yeah, I mean, the report is really shady. If you kind of start reading the report, it kind of takes hearsay and Ramayana as proof.
Yeah,
and they just assume, okay, the people are saying this is where Ram was born, and we find few pillars here, few things here, few pots here. And there's also something interesting in that report itself, which is kind of indicating towards stupas. And if you know, stupas are actually related to Buddhist monasteries.
Yeah, that's right.
So I mean, it's like it's. I mean, I'm not an expert to decode ASI report and understand its nuances, but that report in its first read kind of indicates that it is taking people's claim to be a prima facie evidence. Oh, this is evidence for it being Ram Janmabhoomi.
Mhm.
So this ASI report is coming after the first plea is filed by the Hindu side in 1864, if I was not wrong. Let me just check that. 1859. Sorry, not 1859, 1855. So this is happening 30 years after the plea. And they, in that report, kind of say, okay, this is Ram Janmabhoomi because people are saying, oh, this is Ram Ka Darbar. This is where Ram was taking bath, because people are saying this is where Ram was taking bath. All these kinds of
Yeah, these
nonsense.
are all claims, to be
Yeah, these
honest.
are all claims.
They
So
don't
there
even
isn't
have
much.
the date when he was born or the era, or there are
Yeah,
so many discrepancies, and they
I
have the
mean,
exact spot. I mean, it's mind-boggling, honestly.
yeah, it's kind of like Ram Ka Darbar. That the word Darbar is something that comes from Persian influence.
Yeah.
So people are calling Ram Ka Darbar. How does that make sense from a Hindu point of view? Like there are a lot of bogus thing about that, like survey itself. And also another important thing to notice: this survey is coming after the mutiny of 1857, if I'm not wrong,
Mhm.
or the revolt of 1857, as we call it in India. In Britain, they call it as a mutiny of 1857, where both Hindus and Muslims of the British Army took up arms against the British in India.
Yeah.
And it's the first organized freedom fight against the British. So this has a lot of this is setting a lot of context, this mutiny, because this is the first time Hindus and Muslims united against the British, because British were using bullets that was using pig and cow fat, which was
Yeah,
offending both.
I'm aware of all that. So I'll tell you what. Let's conclude here, and maybe you can share more stuff next time. But
Yeah,
because
so I just want
yeah,
to highlight something about the court verdict. So I'll not go into the ASI report. So what the court, if you look at what that verdict is actually saying, is the verdict is not saying we are deciding this based on the ASI report. It's not saying we are deciding this based on the Skand Puran description. What the verdict is actually saying is we are deciding this based on who has been performing the religious rituals in this place till the earliest point, which has been the Hindus, because they were granted the rights and Muslims were not. So this entire case was basically decided on the fact that Muslims were not praying at Babri Masjid, and Hindus were praying, were given permission, hence they were praying. So they are establishing the right to worship. If you read through it, I think if you want to look into that verdict,
yeah, I'm aware of that as well. So this is
yeah.
again, if they lock
So
masjid, how do you expect them to pray there?
yeah, so the case is decided on this issue. This is the core issue on which the case is decided, and the Supreme Court actually accepts that there is no evidence to prove that Babri Masjid was constructed by demolishing a mosque, demolishing a temple, or there was a temple standing when Babri Masjid was constructed. Meaning, there is no proof to suggest that the mosque was constructed by demolishing the temple, because temple could have, if at all, let's steelman the argument that the temple existed, and it's also possible that the temple was already in ruins, it was destroyed, and when the people who came to build the mosque, they just built mosque on top of whatever structure was remaining. These are all probable ways it could have happened. So the Supreme Court actually accepts in its judgment that there is no proof to establish that Babri Masjid was constructed by demolishing a temple, let alone Ram temple. So the Supreme Court verdict is actually claiming something else. It's claiming something entirely different to what the most of the people who have come on the stream have been claiming.
Yeah, that's
And
true.
this has really truly blown my mind. I couldn't believe, has nobody read the verdict?
They
And
don't.
here is
It's mostly from the WhatsApp universities and from hearsay.
I mean,
And
it's just from news, I think, because the quality of Indian media has truly hit a bottom. Like,
it has, yeah.
so the point I was highlighting that this is a completely political move that has its beginning not earlier than 1855 at best. And this, what it truly has happened is the party called BJP has hijacked the Hindu religion. It has stripped the aspect of spirituality out of it and have molded it into a kind of hostile, ultra nationalistic force that they
Well,
would just
that was
let
a
loose
part of
on.
RSS from the beginning, isn't it? They had been
Yeah.
planning this since a century.
Yeah, true. I mean, that is the entire groundwork of someone. I think an earlier caller was talking about Hindutva and Veer Savarkar.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
all like these
He
are all
thought I
the
wouldn't recognize the name.
yeah, these are all the foundation stones for that. So what has truly happened is Hinduism, which I believe there are some good aspects to it, has been stripped out of those good aspects, and what has been left is the shell that we see today, which
Well,
is the
I wouldn't say this is the case for all Hindus.
no,
I'm
no, no,
pretty sure.
not definitely not for all,
Yeah.
but for Hindutva supporters, definitely this is the case.
And I still think they are in a minority. People
Yeah,
think
Hindutva people are
majority of
still in
Hindus
a
are becoming.
minority, but they are a sizable minority.
Yeah, they are, and because they make the loudest noise, so obviously they are
Yes,
visible in
they
the
make the
media.
loudest noise. They have the power. They have the money. They have everything. And just look at the incidents that has been happening in India for the past 7 years, especially. Look at the last 7 years, and this rowdy, this kind of a thug group has been let loose on Muslims. There are so many incidents. I think you have covered many of the incidents by yourself during this. I mean, this entire 5 series. Is this part 4 or part 5?
Yeah. All right, brother. I think we.
One last point I wanted to say is that this is kind of dark point I want to drive away, that how this ideology corrupts the people. Like Hindus always like to point towards their epics, which I also love as epics. Like I look at it, I take what is good from it, because for me Quran is the criteria and I judge by the basis of Quran. And for me it's easy to filter out what is good and what is bad in any of these epics. So I always use that kind of mentality or approach to this. And I would like to highlight that what happened during Godhra riots. And this is kind of graphic for people who don't want to listen.
I think let's leave it for next time, inshallah.
Brother, if I can just say this 2 points. So what happened was a pregnant woman was killed and her baby was ripped out alive. And
Where
this
was
is
in Godhra.
In Godhra. This happened in Godhra. This is well documented. You can look up the reports. This is well documented. And this is what people had become. They had become demons, living demons. And if I would
during riots, these things have happened, and it's not something that.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, if you look at the Hindu epics of Krishna and Kans, Kans is the demon king who is supposed to be defeated by Krishna. Like Krishna take birth as Krishna to defeat Kansa. And the funny part is Kansa knows. Kansa is supposed to be this evil incarnate demon king, and he knows that his own sister is going to give birth to the person who is going to kill him. And even a demon like Kansa does not do this heinous act to someone. And I'm just saying, like, so people need to wake up what is really happening. If any Hindu brothers are listening in, they need to truly understand what is happening, that they're taken for a ride. They're taken for a ride. And it's truly sad.
Thank you very much for sharing. Jazakallah khair.
Yeah, thanks. Jazakallah khair. Assalamu alaikum.
Right. So we're going to give chance to those people who have got their video on. I don't know who's next in line. I think this brother Mohammed Shafi. Assalamu alaikum, bro.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you?
Yeah, alhamdulillah. You look comfortable in your lungi.
It's not along. It's a bed sheet. It's actually Fajr time now here.
Yeah. I hope
I was awake.
you're not going to miss your Fajr, are you, for us?
No, it is Fajr time. So it's the
Okay, make
time.
sure you pray your Fajr first, inshallah.
Yes, inshallah.
Yeah, what's on your mind, brother?
Yes. I hope that the other gentleman would have been there, but it's okay. So I
Oh,
have been
Muslim
thinking.
brother? Which brother? The Muslim brother.
I forgot his name.
Pseudonym? No?
It starts with an H. What was his name?
H.
The guy, the person who was with you. I don't follow him, so I don't know its actual.
Oh, you're talking about brother Muris?
Yes.
Yeah, it
What's his
starts with an M. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Mine
See,
starts
my
with an
vision.
H. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, no problem. What's
So,
in your mind, Shafi?
So deductively, we can say that there is a necessary existence, right?
Are you going to talk about that now? Seriously?
Just hear me out. Just hear me out.
Okay.
After that, yes, we can affirm the prophethood of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But this question just came into mind recently. Is it possible for the necessary being to lie?
Is
Ours
it
beloved.
possible?
Yes.
Look, we believe that Allah doesn't do anything that is against His nature.
How
Yeah.
do we know that this is His nature, other than we receiving
Well, Allah
revelation?
says Al-Haq. He's Al-Haq. Someone who is
Yes.
Al-Haq, the truthful, he cannot be the opposite of that, can he?
Yes. Now the thing is, when we are explaining this to someone who doesn't believe the faith, he could say that, well, what if Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was given a message which was a lie? So the Quran would have been a lie. So if in it says that he is truthful, it could be deceiving, So how can we say, well, with deductive reasoning, that this is not the case? Like, for example, like there can't be a square circle, right? That's logical. So with similar reasoning, can we say that for XYZ reasons, God cannot lie? Do you know
I
any of?
just told you the answer. You're repeating yourself again.
I mean,
The answer
the
is
reason.
Allah Himself. Asma wa Sifat of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala are clearly mentioned in the Quran. And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam mentions them in the Hadith as well. Now, they can speculate anything about anyone, isn't it? And the non-believers have always been speculating about Allah. What if He can't do this? He can't do this, so He's not all perfect. I mean, this is just their whims and desires, the shaitan playing with them. So you can use your philosophy, your deductive reasoning, whatever you want to use. The point remains, if you make a claim, it is the onus on you to provide the evidence for that. So if they are saying that if the message came to the Prophet, peace be upon him, and that was a lie, so this is their claim. How are they going to prove their claim? It's just speculation, isn't it?
That's true. So they will be at best left agnostic. So how can we say, well, that is not the case? Rather, this is the case where the creator of the heavens and earth is truthful, and the message revealed was true.
Well, the observation they can make is from the Quran. If there is anything which is false in there, then the onus is again on them to provide that evidence. Because the Quran itself is not the words of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Yeah. So anyone in the time of Prophet, peace be upon him, they would have seen this Quran. They knew the Prophet, peace be upon him, was not learned. Yeah. He was actually unlettered, didn't know how to read and write. How can someone produce a book of such high literature, poetry, whatever you call it? Quran has its own genre. You can't even compare it with the existential Arabic literature and poetry at that time. It exceeded all of that in its genre. So when they heard this from the Prophet, peace be upon him, because they knew him since childhood, they said this cannot be words from him. It's something he's either possessed or he's saying something other than from himself.
What I'm saying is that, okay, let's say, and they also agree that this is from God, okay? And they also agree that there is no doubt about it that this is from God. The question is, how do we know if God himself is not lying? That's the question.
What is the meaning of God for them? Is it
How
someone
do
who
we get
lies
that?
or someone who tells it, who always is telling the truth?
That is also part of my question. How do we get the definition that he is truthful
I
from
just
first
told you.
principles?
Are you
Or
not listening?
I heard you. I heard you. You heard because of the names of Allah that He is the truth. The
Yes.
question is, how do we know that these things which were said were from the Creator? I mean, if you're using, let's say, for
Now you're
example,
moving the goalpost to whether he's a creator or not. First you said,
no,
how do we know he's telling the truth?
no, that's not the. I said that. Let's say yes, it is from the Creator. The question is he deceiving us intentionally?
Yeah,
Just
but where's the
so
evidence for that? Again, is a
is
claim.
the
Where's the evidence that Allah wants to deceive you when the entire message of the Quran is He's being merciful to you? Yes, even the Prophet, peace be upon him, is Rahmatul Alameen. Where is this allegations of lies or deception coming from? It's coming from someone who has got nothing better to do and waste time by making these speculations from his own self. Yep. So you
I
see,
mean,
as Muslims, what we need to do is we need to establish our own foundation first before we go and debate about these topics on a level which are, to be honest, it's just speculations and nonsense. It's got no merit to it other than just claims, empty claims, baseless claims.
so what you're saying is that because the Quran says
But
so and
by the
so.
way, just because you reach this the philosophical argument of a necessary being doesn't mean you have proven Allah yet. You see, there is steps beyond that. So don't just stop there. That is just to show you that this world, this universe, this existence cannot come by itself, cannot come from nothing. There has to be a necessary being to bring all this into existence. You still haven't proven to them that is Allah. Do you
I mean,
understand?
then we can
You
go
need
to the
you need
Prophet.
to connect the Quran, the message of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, the Sunnah, and all of that, in order for them to understand that this message, this book can only be from Allah. Because if it was from anyone other than Allah, surely you'll find discrepancies and contradictions in it. It's like that Hindu earlier tried to show a contradiction without understanding the basics of Arabic, even. You know,
I mean, the refutations were online like 2 or 3 years ago, but I think he didn't have time
no,
to
no,
see.
it's been there for decades and centuries, even I would say, because this is not something new that they brought up. We have, every contradiction, alleged contradiction, have been refuted and put to rest long time ago. This, new Hindutva, coming along, they think that they have really
By the way,
discovered
I'm in
something
India.
new. Sorry.
Currently I'm in India, and this part is kind of nice. Not that much hate or
Yeah,
anything.
alhamdulillah. Anyway, Jazakallah khair, bro. Speak to you next time. There are a lot of people waiting. We have to close. It's already past
Oh,
midnight here, and I've been
okay.
sitting
I
here
will.
for nearly 7 hours.
Okay, next time I'll ask another question or the same because I have some
Or,
more.
or you can email us, inshallah. The email
Okay.
is in the bottom right corner, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
But okay, can you put in the chat so I can just copy and?
No, no, just email it to me, inshallah. Okay? Assalamu alaikum.
Okay.
Right. People need to understand it's been 7 hours, so please keep everything brief. Or you can continue next time if you got something lengthy to discuss. Right, Tikon's been waiting a while. Are you there, Tikon?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
How are you, brother?
Alhamdulillah, very tired actually. So keep it brief, please.
Okay, so I will be quick in this. There is one thing, Brother Hashim, that I need to discuss, because even if we believe that Ram exists, right,
Mhm.
then what makes him to qualify as a god, right? What characteristics make him to qualify as a god, and what things are there? Then again, the Hindus will go towards the definition that who is a god, what is a god actually, right? And then again we have to think that what can be the characteristics of god, right? And whenever we think neutrally that these characteristics can be of a god, we will see that these are not matchable to anyone, like to Ram or any other uh, characters that are mentioned in the Ramayana or the
Yeah, but
Mahabharata.
they don't say Ram is a god. They say he's the avatar of Vishnu, and Vishnu is
That's
a
what
god.
I'm saying. Yeah, because what is
But they still
going on
call
right?
him Bhagwan.
Yeah, Yeah, that's true, because see, what is going on right now is, they have different views regarding that. Even if you go in the South India, they are worshipping the Ravan. There are a
I know.
lot of communities that are worshipping the Ravan, right? Let's make us clear that who is actually the god. Is it Ravan? Is it Ram? Is it Vishnu? Is it Brahma? Is it Krishna? Right? Who is actually the god here? And if they are saying that, okay, God came into a being, God dwelled himself into a being, then we believe that he is not a powerful enough to to solve a problem in his own domain. He has to change himself into another being to solve a single, we can say, one problem towards that, right? And actually, this is actually a question of who is actually a god. And I believe that Islam is the only religion which is providing the actual definition of a god, if you are logically thinking about the god, and critically thinking, critically questioning about the god, right? We have a, as a Muslim, I born as a Muslim, but I question many things on the Islam itself, and I got answers on this. And I got logical answers on this, right? Which are satisfied to my nature. I believe that those are non-Muslims. They must go and do critical thinking on their religion. They must ask the questions which are related to their logic, which are related to their God, and then they decide that, okay, this is more suitable to us. This is actually more logical in perspective, right? Then they have to discuss on this perspective. And the last thing I want to discuss here is, there was a guy who actually who claimed that he was an ex-Muslim for 5 years or something, and he said that because he left the Islam because he didn't adopt or digest the concept of Gog Magog, right? And in
Yeah.
Islam, because he can't see Gog and Magog in the whole Google Maps. He can't see Gog Magog on Google Maps. That's really great, right? Okay, so first thing, I think that he was not a Muslim, because as a Muslim, is the Quran itself is a proof of Gog Magog, that we are not seeing Gog Magog. Quran itself is a proof. How? Because in starting, Quran itself told us that we need to believe in Gaib, right? If he was Muslim, he must know that as a Muslim, you need
Yeah,
to
we did.
believe.
We did explain to him. I don't know if you were listening, but we mentioned all of what you just mentioned already.
Yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
this was actually my point. I think I missed that during that session.
Yeah, we did that
And
already.
yeah,
And he
so this
wasn't
was,
genuine when I asked him about Ram, whether he existed or not. He said maybe, and I asked him what's the proof. He goes Ram Setu.
see
I
again,
mean,
see again.
a guy who believes in science and evidence all of a sudden comes with Ram Setu, which
Comes
there's no
into Ram
evidence
Setu,
at
which
all.
is actually not.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
then this was the only thing I want to discuss. These were the two things. First,
Okay, good.
I want to say every non-Muslim or Muslim as well. See, we need to critically think about everything else, right? And we because I believe that God created us with a basic procedure in our mind. He fit us very basic procedure, so you can think that there is someone being, some
Absolutely.
being,
All right,
right?
Brother Khan, I have to really, take the
Yes,
other
yes, yes,
call.
yes,
But
for sure,
thanks for
for sure.
sharing your
Thank you
ideas.
thank
No
you,
problem.
brother Hashim. Thank you.
Take care.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. Right. Saad.
Assalamu alaikum. How are you, brother?
Wa alaikum salam. I'm good. How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah, I'm also doing fine. I was enjoying the stream. Since we're towards the end, so I will keep it small and brief. Regarding today's topic, Ramayana, whether it is fact and fiction. Actually, regarding Ram, what I see is that he was just a man like you and I, but Hindus worship him as God. Just brother mentioned that there are certain places of India where Ravana is being worshipped also. And actually, interestingly, I've also found temples in India where they worship rats. It's known as Karnimata temple. So,
Yeah.
so many rats. And so,
Well, they worship anything basically. If
yeah,
they can
worship
worship Trump and Elon Musk, you can
Trump
imagine what
and
else they
Elon
worship.
Musk. Sachin Tendulkar is also God, by the way, considered by many cricketing fans. I hope they
Yeah.
will not build a temple in
Yeah,
his
I think
name.
the problem is because we only say the term God for Allah. For us it's very simple and
Yeah,
clear
yeah.
cut. For them, the term is used for many other purposes other than just Almighty God. So, for them, nature is worship. They would worship a river as goddess, or a tree, or anything like that, as because they think that the essence of God is in everything. Hence, they end up worshiping everything and anything. So we need to understand when they say God, or even Deva or Devta or something like that, they don't mean in the sense that this is Almighty God. So
Absolutely,
we have
brother.
to make that distinction.
Yeah, so actually, I am raising the integrity of their assessment level. This assessment level is linked to the level of justice they will showcase in their day to day life. If they have been living their entire lives just lying to themselves, I mean, they need to somehow justify that anyone in human form would ever be godly, in a sense that he is so much super, so much so that he is worshipped in different parts of the world. And based on the Honorable Narendra Modi, if you can make some comments on this, he believes that the first ever plastic surgery was that of a Ganesh head that was split by his father, and that he
I don't know
believes to
what
be.
part of that is honorable in any way. Okay, brother, look, we know all these things, so there's no
Yeah.
need to say or mention this. The reason we are keeping it short is because it's the end of the stream.
All right.
And
Actually, yeah.
come back next time, and maybe we can, inshallah, indulge in these things. But we have
Yeah,
heard
by
of
the
it
way,
already.
last comments I want to make. I was reading the ASI report. The guy that show you the Supreme Court. I mean, the report, that one. I don't know whether that is final. That document also contains the ASI report. I was reading and I'm not convinced, because actually the judgment was given on oral evidences, and some of it which are documentary, and that's documentary are questioned, like non-Islamic structures, and some structures belong to some
These were
some
appeals, basically, just appeals. They were not verdicts. There's nowhere in the entire document it says this is the final verdict.
verdict.
So
The
these
judgment, by
Hindus
the way,
never
so
believe
the
anything
judgment,
they bring
I think
unless
in
you
page 2
ask
or page
for
3 I
the
saw
formal evidence.
judgment. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
All
don't know
right.
why they call it judgment. Okay, brother. So I don't want to
Take care,
waste the
Saad.
time. Okay,
No problem.
thank you.
Inshallah.
Assalam.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Desking. Is it Desking?
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi.
I'll just keep it short. So in the last stream, there was one sister who was saying that everything that is there in the scriptures mostly is metaphorical. For example, when referring to Krishna stealing the clothes of the ladies who were taking a bath.
Yeah.
So it was not everything metaphorical. This was the thing that was there from earlier on. If you go to, for example, Kerala, the northern side during the time of Tipu Sultan, so why they don't majorly like him is because the he abolished, or he allowed the lower class people to cover their upper body, especially the women. Only the upper caste women were allowed to cover their upper body, and this is documented by the Portuguese travelers. That is till the late 17th century. This was the practice there. So this is all.
Well,
If
they
it was
still
not
had,
mature,
I think, until recently, they still had this Devadasis, in especially in South India, where they didn't cover their upper body, and I think they even introduced some sort of a tax for covering it.
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we know about these things already from their articles and
Yeah,
documentaries. Yeah.
and they basically the upper caste people in Kerala don't like Tipu Sultan because of this, because he they take it as an insult that he did it by equating them with the lower castes.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, it's the thing is, because they can't defend what's clearly stated in their scriptures, they try to make up and speculate about so many things. So it's a well-known tactic that they use.
Yeah,
Uh,
and
but Yeah. Anyways, I think we need to move on now, brother. This King, come next time and we can
Yeah,
discuss.
sure.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. Assalamu
Assalamu
alaikum. Right. Okay, Ali, I'll take you in next. If you want to keep your camera on. Oops.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. How old are you, bro?
I am just 18.
Are you sure? Okay.
Yes.
Right. What's on your mind?
Nothing, just wanted to tell you some current affairs that's going on in India. And it
Um,
has been,
it's something
yeah,
that I check the news, so I'm quite familiar with most of the current
yeah.
affairs.
Also, have you heard about the Salman Azari Mufti? The case is happening on him.
I did.
And if you like, even he was giving a sermon and it was nothing related to any other religion. It was about our own religion. And then this action is taken so seriously on him, while big MPs, MLAs and politicians talk about, Hindu Rashtra, throwing out mullahs out of the country, and they are giving such hate speeches, and no action is being taken.
Well,
Democracy is a big lie in
we
India.
know the double standards already, so it's nothing new, brother. It's something that the Muslims have been in, under this kind of oppression for a long time now, and
Yeah,
it's well known.
I don't know, like how Indian Muslims should react to this. I mean, Muslim women are not safe. They are being lathi charged. What is this like? What is this going on?
No,
And
I don't think Muslim women are being lathi charged. I mean, India is quite a big place. There are 200 million or maybe 250 million Muslims over there.
yeah,
Most
I'm
of them
talking about this in particular.
are living peacefully. I wouldn't stereotype it like that. So yeah, I mean, there are pockets where these kind of atrocities are taking place, and it's to be
Yeah.
honest, right now, I mean, those people are at the mercy of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, just like our brothers and sisters in Palestine are at the mercy of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. And
Definitely.
it's something that we can only pray until there is an avenue for us. So yeah, just make dua for them, and inshallah, Allah
Yeah,
will
yeah,
uh,
inshallah.
make their affairs easy. We just have to
Uh-huh.
make dua. That's the strongest weapon we can use right now. I mean, there's no simple solution to these things. It's a complex matter, and it's something that Allah gives us wisdom
I
in
think,
finding
yes,
ways and avenues to safeguard our men, our women, our children, our properties, and so on.
and we can fight against this injustice only by through knowledge and holding positions of power at least.
Yeah, I
Because
mean,
Indian
that's
Muslim,
why
I have
that's why young people like
now.
you need to get educated, need to find
Yes, I was recently
ways.
reading this report on literacy of Muslim in India, and it is like we are from the below, we are third, and after that comes SC and ST caste. So like we are the literal, the uneducated part of India, basically. So this is what I want to promote. Education, also the knowledge of Deen, of obviously.
Inshallah. Okay, brother.
Inshallah.
Jazakallah
Thank
khair.
you.
Take care, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Jazakallah khair.
Right. Sir Ali, okay. Digital human.
Yeah, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. You
So
sticking to your 3 minutes?
I'll try to finish. Yeah.
Okay.
So initially I wanted to discuss about the Ram Setu. Okay, but since this Brahm Rakshas came, I
Mhm.
changed my mind. Now I want
Okay.
to discuss the Supreme Court judgment. Right?
Yeah.
So the link which he gave, it was the correct link, and it is from the Supreme Court official website. Okay, but he was playing his tactics there. Okay, I'll tell what the tactics were. Okay, so if you go to page number 930 of that report, the same report, okay, it
Yeah.
reads, the heading is addenda. Okay, and before this page, this report of Supreme Court, it finished on page number 929, and on 930 it started with addenda. And if you uh, read the definition of addenda in terms of judiciary, it says an addenda judgment has no value. It cannot be equated with the minority opinion of a judge as this addenda does not meet the basic requirement of a judgment. Okay, and so this addenda is it contains everything from the start of the dispute. Okay, so now if you go to page one, so he told you to check page number 1020. Okay, but I am telling you to go to page number 1015 first. Okay.
What does it
One
say?
second. One second. So on page 1015, the heading is Faith and Belief of Hindus regarding Janmasthan of Lord Ram during the period of 1858 to 1949. So the point he was making is under this heading. Okay. And now if I go through, I'll not go through the points, but this heading starts from 1858. Okay. And it lists down the points who reported what. And when on page 1020, uh, the page which he was telling you to open, okay, if I come there, before that, okay, so he was telling you to read point number 110, and point 110 says uh, next to be noticed is report of ASI of Northwest Province and Oudh, published in 1889, which states that the old temple of Ramchandra at Janmasthan must have been very fine one. Okay, and then it says in the same report that the Lord Ram was born at the same site where the Babri Masjid was there. Okay, so it is specifically talking about the report of ASI, which was published in 1989, 1889, and it was published without the this excavation work. It was just their opinion.
Okay, so the 112 is just an opinion?
Yes. So this excavation work, it started, I think, in 2000 or 2001.
Yeah.
And this,
They had a
like the
few
point,
excavations, not just one, I think.
yeah, pardon?
They had a few excavations. I think even in the 70s they had an excavation.
But this report, which he was asking you to open on, like show it on the screen, so it is talking about 1889.
Okay, 1891 as well, isn't it?
So at that time there was no excavation to publish that report, and like ASI, if you file some RTI to ASI, they will tell you their answer. So every answer is not based on excavation work. They also tell their opinion.
Okay, that's right. Yeah, yeah. It's not something which is fact based or based
Yes.
on actual evidence from archaeological excavations. It could.
And one more thing
One
I
thing's
want
based
to,
on faith. Yeah.
yeah, one more thing in the same report I want to point that if you go through all the points in addenda, it will keep contradicting itself because it contains data points which like the petitioner was saying. So at some places it will say that Babri, there is no proof that Ram temple was there, and at in some point it will say that no, Ram was born there. So he picked that specific one point which said that the actually it is a petition that Ram was born there.
Yeah, I mean the important thing is why did no Hindus ever lay claim to this place as the actual place where Ram was born before the 1800s? Where were these Hindus all these years? Ram was born in Treta Yuga, like 2 million years ago.
Yes,
Why
yes,
all
yes.
of a sudden they got an interest after 2 million years? Why are they getting this interest in his actual place where he was born?
Yes, yes,
It's,
yes.
it's just crazy. I mean, it doesn't add up. And that's the reason he didn't want to discuss about Ram. He went straight to the ASI addendums, and this, like I said,
Actually,
it's not even an
he
official
himself
verdict.
has not read the judgment.
Yeah.
Okay, he just picked out one point, and he himself has not read what actually is being described there.
Hmm.
If he reads the like two points above that and 2 points below that, all these points contradict each other.
Yeah. Okay. Jazakallah khair, brother Digital Human.
Yeah, yeah. Assalamu alaikum.
Inshallah. Until next time. Yeah. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Right. We got our last guest today, Brother Afsal.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam. How are you doing, Brother Afsal?
I am fine, thank you. How do you do?
You look fresh. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Kerala, India.
Okay. Well, is it Fajr time there now?
Yeah.
Okay. You done your
And
salah already?
I already prayed my salah.
Okay, that's
And
good.
one thing I have to say, I'm a great fan of your dawa actually.
Barakallah.
Recently, 1.5 years ago, I have seen Dawa's channel, and I always admire your works and how intelligently you been talking with the people. So
Alhamdulillah.
that
It's
actually inspired me a lot, and I have a desire that I could, whenever I can come to stream like a live stream, and I can say to you this. And
Jazakallah khair. Keep us in
this
your
is a
du'as.
great job. This is a great job you're doing.
Alhamdulillah, may Allah accept from us all. Thank you very much. Hope you guys are doing dawah at your end as well, whatever you can in your capacity.
Inshallah. I'm actually trying myself, but I don't know how to do it in a public space. But inshallah, one day I will. I'm
Not
also
necessarily it
desiring to
has to
be.
be in a public place. Dawah can be done online now. You can do it amongst your colleagues. You can do it within the comment sections. A lot of ways you can do dawah.
Mhm.
The
And
idea is
may I ask you a question? Actually, how did you came to this Dawa stream in London? I think in Speakers Corner, right? You're mostly found in Speakers Corner. So how did you came to this Dawa? If you can say a little bit about that, that would be very inspiring for us, people like us.
You mean how I entered into the dawah field, or how I
Yes,
started in
correct.
Speaker's Corner?
Started and inspired to enter into the
Yeah, so,
Dawa field.
I mean, like many other duat, alhamdulillah, we used to watch Sheikh Ahmed Didat's, VHS cassettes back then. And I think he's an inspiration for many of us, rahimullah. So inshallah, I mean, it's grown from there. So we actually, all the arguments that were presented, we polished them up. We started using those arguments in the Speaker's Corner. And one of the best places is, the reason Speaker's Corner is so famous and popular with the Duat is because it gives you the opportunity to practice what you know. You can read as many books as you want, you can listen to as many videos as you want, but unless and until you practice that, you will never become fluent in your dawah. You'll never become as good in your dawah as you would, because the legacy of the prophets and the messengers was to give dawah directly to the people. But today, alhamdulillah, with this technology, we are giving dawah directly to the people as well. It's just that it's behind the screen, much safer, I would say, compared to what they went through. All the atrocities against them, all the hardships that they faced. It's something that is the reason that we actually are blessed with the deen today. I mean, obviously, in addition to what Allah has blessed us with, is their sacrifices, not only the prophets and the messengers, but the companions as well, radiallahu anhuma. So yeah, I think it's for every Muslim who has acquired knowledge, who has built this foundation, to go and practice your knowledge, not just read books and keep it to yourself. Because the shaitan will always come and say to you, I'm not qualified enough, I don't have enough experience, I don't have enough knowledge. This is all waswas from the shaitan. I mean, obviously, you have to build your own foundation before you go into the field. Otherwise, there are people who are much more experienced than you from the opposite side as well. And they might actually put doubts in your head, and this can become counterproductive. So your aim is to go and give dawah, but you come back with doubts instead of giving dawah to them.
Correct. And one more question, actually. If someone abuses you or saying something bad about Islam or something, how did you tackle that situation? You are actually very brilliantly tackling that situation, and be patient all the time. So how do you do that?
The answer is on the videos, isn't it? How we tackle it. So when you go with the knowledge you have and you go with the skills you have to take double the amount of patience you have. Yeah, because it's all about being patient in those situations, not to go down to their level. In English, there's a saying that if you fight with a pig, they might actually enjoy it.
Correct.
So don't go down to that level, because they might
Mhm.
like rolling in the mud. It doesn't mean you
Mhm.
have to. So yeah, I mean, assess the situation accordingly, and just do your best, I would say, inshallah.
Sure.
And Allah
One last
provides,
question.
Allah provides you the, what do you say, the not only the knowledge you have is, but the ability to give the correct answer at that moment. So before you go in the field of dawah,
Correct.
make the dua that Allah gives you the ability to respond in a way which is positive, which actually makes Islam not look bad. Yeah, Islam doesn't need to be defended. Allah,
Correct.
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has made this religion as a religion of every single believer in the world from since the first man. It's something that Allah has given us as a blessing. So Islam is there. Many people think it's only been there since the time of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, but Islam has been there since long before, uh, I think even before the first man, because there were jinns and there were angels before Adam alayhi salam was created, and they were obviously submitting to Allah. So Islam has been there before even Adam alayhi salam. Yeah, sorry, you had a last question? Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a last question actually. The atrocities have been happening throughout India. So
Yeah.
in this situation, what would we Muslims have to do? Because we are sharing the atrocities which we have seen in Palestine and Israel conflict. So we are sharing as much as possible through our social media accounts. So in this case, which is happening in India right now, Hindutva atrocities against Muslims, what should Muslims do in a daily
Well,
basis? Of course, the prayer is there, and
yeah.
other than that, what should we have to do?
I mean, what is it you can do? Because there are three ways you can do it. If you can't stop something physically, then you speak out against it. You spread the awareness. You actually speak out against it. If you can't even do that, because you fear for your safety, then the best thing you can do is feel in your heart that this is wrong, condemnable, and make dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to improve the affairs of the Muslim brothers, sisters, safeguard them, to safeguard their property, so on. Because one of the most, I would say, underestimated things that the Muslims do, and they have, is actually the dua. The dua is a weapon of the believer. You don't know its impact. Sometimes you might see something happening which is completely wrong and completely would say it's causing you distress because your Muslim brothers and sisters are going through that. It's a test for them, test for us, because this whole life is a test, isn't it? We have ups and downs in our life, so we have to tackle them in the best way, which is legal, and we should, like I said, we shouldn't go down to their level. But yeah, it's a duty of yourself to educate yourself, and also try your best to mitigate the situation, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you so much, brother.
You're welcome, brother. Take care, inshallah. Assalamu
Walaikum assalam.
All right, that was the last guest. Thank you very much, everyone. Jazakallah khairan. And I want to thank the moderators and want to thank the brothers and sisters who have been helping in the chats. And like I said, do comment, do share, do spread the word about the dawah, and about obviously about Dawah's channel as well. And yeah, I mean, do subscribe. Do also, if you can help financially, do help the channel, because as I said earlier, that we are growing in terms of other languages. We have to pay the translators. So your finance, become a member if you can, inshallah, to the channel. And all the links to help us financially, the PayPal links, everything is on our website, which is dawawise.com. inshallah. And jazakallah khairan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. نحمد ونصلي على رسول الكريم. نحمد ونصلي على رسول الكريم. سبحانك اللهم وبحمدك ونشهد أن لا إله إلا أنت